Yeah.
With all that we have given them, we
Stanley
should own perhaps at least one half of this
book
asset.
smart,
The
street
revenues
friendly.
generated because of the.
Coors Light philosopher.
And it's not it, just take out the Obama race part. Why the fuck is the president of the United States hosting cartoons?
Stanley walked tall with a paperback brain. Quotes
Well,
big
I don't know what it was, but the thing is that if you ever go and you kind of read these people's biographies,
fearing his shoes, library brave.
Whew, the MAGA blacks, you get a bunch of MAGA blacks. That's what you get out of it, President. You get MAGA blacks who will put. I'm a drunk old man with a head shaped like a shroom. And then the other thing we've forgotten is brevity. That's the main lesson I learned today, and I know
I'm Stanley, bitch.
And the entire San Francisco Bay Area. You're watching KTEH in San Jose, Channel 54, with programs made possible by community support.
When a prominent black joins the Republican Party, it becomes a national news story. Ask me, I should know. But it wasn't always that way. As a matter of fact, at one time, the Democratic Party was the all-white party of state-enforced segregation and slavery. The Republican Party was organized in 1854 to oppose the expansion of slavery. Republicans in Congress initiated the 13th Amendment, which outlawed slavery, the 14th Amendment, which guaranteed black citizenship, and the 15th Amendment, which extended the right to vote to former slaves. How did we arrive at today's perception by most blacks that Republican equals racist? 40% of black voters voted for Dwight Eisenhower in 1956, and 32% cast their ballots for Richard Nixon in 1960. But by 1988, just 1% of the votes cast in the Republican presidential primaries were cast by blacks. Did blacks leave because they found a better home, or were they intentionally run out? I'm Tony Brown. In a moment, is there a conspiracy to keep blacks out of the Republican Party?
Tony Brown's Journal is brought to you by Pepsi and its bottlers. This program is part of Pepsi-Cola's continuing support of your community's cultural, educational, and business interests.
Well, we'll take a brief pause here. Welcome to the Saturday Short Bus, folks. The day has arrived. And I don't know, that weather's looking pretty evil out there. So let us hope we don't have a whole lot of weather events. As a matter of fact, I probably should. I'm on my T-Mobile router. I should probably switch it, but we'll see how it goes. I can always switch later. So everyone knows that I like history. I'm a history enthusiast. Tony Brown's Journal was something that I literally grew up with. I used to watch it back like when I was in 7th, 8th, 9th grade, and throughout high school. It used to come on Sunday mornings, I think, on the local PBS station. A famous black journalist. So it just so happens he's talking about the Republican Party, and this would be back maybe around 1980 something. So basically, this is a little slice of history, and we get a little bit of Tony Brown, and it'll be good for folks to know what it was like back in my day. Everybody also make sure you hit the like button, especially if you're hearing this on a replay. If you're new to the show, same thing. Please make sure that you like the show and subscribe to it We've lost a few subscribers, but we've gotten a few subscribers, and I've released like 3 or 4 shorts that were well received. One got like 1,000 views. Uh, so over the past 2 or 3 days, I've actually gotten, well, let me put it to you this way. Over the past 7 days, I've gotten about 4,100 views. In the past 2 days, I've gotten about 2,100. So half my views basically came from 4 shorts. So thank goodness for StreamYard. Don't know if I could ever do all that editing, with the right sort of details that kind of makes things stand out on YouTube. So sometimes that StreamYard is actually worth the money. So anyway, back to the show. We will also be looking at Brooklyn St. Michael. He's got a series of videos on a book or two. And something that Fred sent me, something about this content creator that I watch every now and again. She's a beautiful woman. She has a video essay called Eminem. There's an Eminem sized hole in Black America or something like that. So we're going to be watching it. And if we get time and if I get cantankerous, we may go back and re-review this travesty of a show that C. Moore and Ryan Bardwell and It's My Time did. It was embarrassing because all of them are like over 35. And I might just pop a few Coors Lights and just sit here and just mock the whole show. But that's later on. Let's start with this.
Our guest on this program is Mr. Matthew Reeves. Mr. Reeves, you have a soon-to-be-published book, which you were kind enough to let me peruse your unpublished manuscript. Now, what is the name of your book?
From the Deck to the Sea, Blacks and the Republican Party.
Now, From the Deck to the Sea, is that from a quote from Ralph Bunche?
No, that's a quote by Frederick Douglass, who said on numerous occasions, the Republican Party is the
ubiquitous Frederick Douglass.
deck, all else is the sea.
And that means what?
I think it reflected Douglas's belief that the Republican Party in the 19th century was really, it was the party that had freed the slaves. It was the party that had opposed the extension of slavery. It was the party whose representatives in Congress following the Civil War during the Reconstruction period had engineered the passage of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, which, as you noted, outlawed slavery and gave blacks citizenship and voting rights. It was clear that the party was much more in tune with the interests of the black population in the 19th century than was the Democrats. One example being in 1884, when Grover Cleveland was elected president, this being 21 years after the Emancipation Proclamation had been issued, there was a fear that blacks would be re-enslaved. And it's a telling example of just what the Democrats thought of blacks and how they wanted to deal with them in the 19th century. I think the Republican Party following 1877 forgot its original mission and clearly had abandoned the black population.
Which party was that now?
By 1877, the Republican Party had also abandoned the black population, and I don't think you could really ever say for the 19th century that the Democrats had taken any interest in blacks.
Now, so-called, what we call black Reconstruction, called Reconstruction, from roughly 1867 to 1877, during which blacks had more political power before or since in America. That was instigated by some of the radical Republicans, Senator Thad Stevens in particular, which really, in fact, empowered blacks. Ironically, that period was ended by a Republican president who betrayed blacks. What was that president's name?
That was Rutherford Hayes, and the situation arose in the 1876 election where there was a dispute as to the outcome, and Hayes, in the in ill-fated compromise of 1877, agreed to withdraw federal troops from the South who had been placed there ostensibly to protect the rights of blacks. They were removed, and in return, Hayes was named president. And that essentially ended Reconstruction, and there was no, you would be hard.
Yeah, he's pretty much saying it, but I'm going to lay it on thicker. For the folks, for the Republicans, the black Republicans, you know, the MAGA blacks and the Soul Brothers, the Republican Party in 1877, in order to get the presidency, because there was a tie and it was going to go to the House of Representatives, the Republicans basically sold Reconstruction and the blacks therein down the river. So any of you idiots who want to tell me about, well, Democrats, they're the party of the Klan. Well, the Republican Party is the party that sold your asses down the river and essentially allowed Jim Crow to kick off. America is fundamentally racist, okay? And in order to gain power, black people can be pawns or whatever you want to call them, canaries in the coal mine. So all you MAGA blacks who don't know history, hit my panel so I can teach you a thing or two.
It would be hard-pressed to say that there was any attention from a presidential administration for blacks from that time until 1936.
And 1936 is Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
When Roosevelt entered office, and what was important about that was this was during the period of the Great Depression, and blacks had suffered disproportionately relative to the rest of the nation. And Roosevelt, who was no civil rights liberal, but he came in with a program offering jobs, and was really, as I said, he was the first president that blacks could look to as a friend in the White House, really since Abraham Lincoln. So you're talking about a period of almost 75 years in which blacks really had no one fighting for their rights in the federal government. And Roosevelt came in offering jobs, and that's what led to the massive migration of blacks from the Republican Party. Herbert Hoover in 1932, a Republican, had received approximately 70% of the black vote, but that was turned in 36, and Roosevelt received approximately 70% of the black vote, and it's a pattern that has continued up to the present day.
And I might say it exploded with Lyndon Johnson as president.
Absolutely.
He became the best friend in the White House blacks have ever had.
Absolutely.
Passed more comprehensive civil rights legislation, the Voting Rights Act, 1965.
Absolutely.
And from that point on, and with Goldwater introducing the Southern strategy, which I want to get to, what was that, roughly 1964?
That was the 64 election.
So we essentially have a Republican Party from 1854, when it was founded to stop the expansion of slavery, which was rather progressive in terms of racial inclusion.
Oh, absolutely.
Until approximately 1964, when Goldwater introduced the Southern strategy, and that is playing on the fears of Southern whites about race and racism. So we got two parties, basically, in vis-a-vis black people, do we not?
Well, I think there's no question that in 1964, there was not a great effort to win the black vote, and Goldwater was seeking to exploit some of the nation's racial fears. I think the message that needs to be delivered for the contemporary period, because I think it's the most important one, is the economic message related to the Republican Party. And one of the things that I have written about is the fact that during the 1980s, you had a period in which you had a 92-month economic expansion, the longest period of economic expansion in United States history, and the black population made greater gains than the population at large. You had a 16% increase in black family income. You had a 30% increase in black civilian employment, a 30%.
Okay, well, that would be exciting news if the playing field was level. Uh, at that point in time, black people are playing catch up. Sorry, no cigar. Um, it should be twice that rate, and we're not playing with a level playing field. So there's no other control group to compare that with. Silly point, and this is what happens when people don't understand math.
Increase in black employment in white collar jobs. You had an 8% annual growth rate for black businesses, and you had, despite the fact that the blacks only represented 11% of the workforce, you had them gaining 15% of the jobs. I think that's the untold story of the 1980s. It was truly boom time for Black America, and I think it's very unfortunate that that Ronald Reagan and the Republican Party is repeatedly vilified as somehow representing interests that are inimical to the black population, because the interests, I think, of black politicians and black leaders today and the black population at large should be on economics, because I think it's the economic barriers that are the barriers to equality today. I don't feel that the legal.
Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Focus on the money. Don't worry about that racist stuff. As a matter of fact, that sounds like a large portion of the black people and black males specifically that I run into in these YouTube streets. It's all about the money. That's some bullshit.
The legal barriers should be the emphasis.
Mr. Rees, if I may go back and add a nuance to your statement about black progress, the period that you outline in your numbers based on what I know are correct, but I'm sure you're familiar with a study that was just released by Population Center that documented the fact that during this period of economic explosion and black progress, that the most black affluent families, black families earning over $50,000, doubled. During the same period, blacks living in poverty, 30%, remained constant. So what we have seen during this period of affirmative action and other social programs is that the black middle class has benefited tremendously, but these programs have not been translated to the poorer blacks. So while you can say this advancement has been fantastic for the black community, it has been fantastic for the middle class segment of the black community.
You're absolutely right. I think there is a realization among senior members of the Republican Party right now that the party hasn't done enough to address the needs of the poor and the black poor. The goal now is to give, among some members of the Republican Party, is to give the poor a hand up and not a hand out. And you see it. You see there's a program coming out of the administration now. It's an empowerment scheme based on removing bureaucratic barriers and unleashing the talents that can exist among poor people. And you've got programs like school choice and tenant management and enterprise zones. And it's something that's being led by Jack Kemp at the Secretary of HUD. And I think it addresses some of the fundamental concerns that are now looked at as the failures
Mr.
of
Rees,
the Great
are you
Society.
not, in logic, falling into the trap of advocating government? And isn't that precisely what the Republicans say won't work?
No, because I think what these programs are based on is getting government out of the way and unleashing some of the some more private sector initiatives and individual initiatives, and not government imposed initiatives. And I think if you start to treat poor people like rational human beings, then I think they will respond as rational human beings do and take advantage of the opportunities that are made available to them. I think I think there is some agreement today that that the programs that were developed under the Great Society did not do enough to emphasize the individual.
I'd like to get back to your book, another aspect of your book. In it, you point out, I think, roughly from 1936 to 1964, about 35% of the black population voted for the Republican
It was 65-35 Democrat Republican.
Yeah. And so, and 65 were voting for the Democrat.
Yeah.
Now, we've not had in the history of blacks, we were all Republicans at one time. Then now we're all voting for the Democrats. But that's the only period we've ever had where blacks were represented in terms of both parties. What was the outcome of blacks having a foot solidly planted in both parties?
It was invaluable in terms of spurring candidates and office holders to take positive action in areas of civil rights. With this clear competition for the black vote, it was a message to these people, ranging from, it was FDR, it was Truman, it was Eisenhower, it was Kennedy, and it was Johnson. It was a message to them that they could not afford to overlook the black vote because it would be critical to their election. In 1960, Richard Nixon lost the election because he did not receive more of the black vote, and it's
1960
in the 1960 election, and it was that competition for the black vote which spurred these people to take action. And I think until
Let me point out something that apparently maybe it's not important, but to me it is. Just before the 1960 election, I guess it would have been 1959 or so, Martin Luther King was in jail in somewhere like Birmingham, one of those burgs. And both Nixon and Kennedy were running against each other. And Nixon had the opportunity to intercede on Martin Luther King's behalf. He got cold feet. Kennedy swooped in, talked to, made sure Coretta Scott King, at least given lip service to, hey, if you need anything, let me know. Kennedy interceded because at the time he was a senator. He interceded. And you know what? Both Martin Luther King Sr. and Jr. were going to be Nixon voters because they were Republicans. And guess what? By Kennedy interceding, basically he got the two MLK's votes. It's something as simple as that. That is why, if Eisenhower, who was president at the time, got 40% of the black vote, and Nixon crashed and burned with the black vote, it's because he got cold feet. It didn't help Martin Luther King out. And I'm getting this from Jonathan Igg's biography of Martin Luther King. It's the last one, and really good biography. I recommend it. Jonathan Igg, and I can't remember the title of it, but EIG, look it up. I've talked about the book before.
Until the black vote there's more. It's until it's break this 9-to-1 barrier. Their black voter concerns are not going to be listened to seriously because both parties can write off the vote. The Republicans say to themselves, well, we know we're not going to get the black vote, so we're not going to try for it. And the Democrats say to themselves, well, we have the black vote, so this isn't a concern of ours. And
now, mentioning Richard Nixon, 1960, Richard Nixon ran and lost. He could not carry the black vote. 1964, Goldwater discovered the Southern strategy. 1968, Richard Nixon implemented the Southern strategy and won. And since 1968, we have had a Southern strategy. And right now, in my opinion, we're looking at a modified Southern strategy, et cetera, and so forth. Now, where is this Southern strategy going to take the Republican Party? One, and two, most crucially, did blacks leave the party voluntarily, or were they driven out of the party by policies and issues associated with the new Southern strategy?
Well, I think that it was clear in, say, 1964 that Lyndon Johnson was much better for Black America than was Barry Goldwater. Johnson had recently passed the 1964 Civil Rights Act and had asserted himself as friendly to Black interests. And I think that, that it was that blacks in 1964 were sent a message that they weren't necessarily, that the Republican Party wasn't going to do anything for them to try and win back their votes.
Well, where is the impetus today for blacks to join the Republican Party?
Well, I think the impetus has to be based on economics. In 1964, there were still the legal barriers to equality, and until an office holder or a candidate was willing to address those concerns, it made sense to go to the party that was willing to break down those barriers. But today, when I think the barriers are economic in nature, blacks should be looking to the party that is offering economic advancement. The Republican Party, during the 1980s, had a clear record on that front, and I think that it's one that should be looked at more seriously.
Yeah, not only was that economic opportunity provided for blacks during the 1980s, but during 1968, for example, when Richard Nixon came into power. Now, it is very, very difficult for blacks to receive economic opportunity after being socialized to depend on the Great Society programs of the 60s. These programs, in my opinion, only entrap the motivation for blacks to do for themselves. Now, when Richard Nixon came into power, blacks were so dependent on these social programs for their survival until they missed the economic opportunity that.
You know, it has always amazed me how these, he would be a future MAGA black, how blacks have bought into the stereotype about their own, quote, community. So he's basically saying, hey, blacks are so lazy, they'll get dependent on welfare. He called it socialized. Dude, that's some bullshit. And it's actually just, if it weren't so funny, I would be disgusted for him.
Richard Nixon opened up. For example, he created something what we call black capitalism, okay? And for those blacks during that era who were fortunate enough to see this opportunity and seize those opportunities and became very, very rich black men and black women during that time. In fact, there was a great dinner that we put on for Richard Nixon in 1984, and you would be surprised of the blacks that showed up who benefited from that black capitalism program that Richard Nixon instituted. Mm-hmm. In my opinion, we have to dislodge ourselves from these democratic social welfare programs. There are traps in themselves, okay? We need to endorse a Republican philosophy of self-help. We had that at one time.
Right. I think you're absolutely right, and I think that what was most important about the economic gains made in the 1980s was that you're talking about private sector job initiatives. It wasn't dependency on the government, and in order for these economic barriers to be broken down, it's going to have to be through the private sector. The jobs can't be provided by the government.
Mr. Reeves, you point out in your book, and I'd like to say this with regard to self-help. Mm-hmm. Self-help is not a Republican invention. During slavery and every period of severe repression of blacks have resorted to self-help. Booker T. Washington did not create self-help. The black community demanded a leader that advocated self-help because they had the whole country turned its back on it.
Absolutely.
And you point this out in an article you wrote in an analysis, Booker T. Washington, Clarence Thomas, et al. So yeah. I got it in there. Yeah. So I'd just like to say, when we say self-help, we're talking about a tradition that is not a Republican tradition. It's a tradition of black people. Right ahead, sir.
Mm-hmm. I'd like to know, what is the Republican Party going to do at this point to now so much stem the tide? Because looking and listening to what I see on television in regard to what the Republican platforms are, I personally wouldn't feel comfortable voting for them or even putting any of them in office.
Sure.
What are they going to do so that I would feel comfortable and well, just not just for me and the black community in general? What are they going to do for the black community so that we can feel comfortable about voting for them?
Well, I've said it over and over, but I think it's a message that needs to be repeated. And I think the message has to be economic opportunity, and that the Republican Party has a clear record of economic expansion, and that is the way, if the black population wants to advance, it's going to be through economics. There is a great concern with things like Willie Horton and quotas and Jesse Helms and David Duke, all of which are affiliated with the Republican Party, and creates this perception of the Republican Party as somehow anti-black, and clearly that is not true. And I think one just has to ask oneself, what's more important, economic advancement or how the media portrays the Republican Party representing the interests of blacks? The perception is great, and those barriers have to be broken down. But I just think an assessment of what's really important needs to be made.
The emphasis that I hear right now, I'm having a little bit.
Yeah, he's real good at this. Bottom line is the problem isn't that the media is portraying the Republican Party one way or the other. It's the Republican Party openly embracing things like the Southern strategy. Okay, Lee Atwater was real. His Southern strategy, his version of it was real. Okay, that's not the press portraying Lee Atwater as Lee Atwater. That's Lee Atwater speaking his truth, which is, it's famous. Y'all Google Lee Atwater and you'll see what he's famous for. And by the way, on his deathbed, he expressed some regrets.
The problem with, I hear it's emphasizing economic development, economic strength. I live in an all African community, and I see where we don't have basic human rights. We're increasing with young men going to jails. We're increasing with unemployment. There's so many things that are eroding down there for us. I hear the emphasis being stressed incorrectly. My feeling is that instead of pretending we're trying to be accepted in either party, we should try to form our own party right now, our own individual party, either supporting our African parties, our African political systems that I feel will be the best advantage in doing the things for us, rather than trying to be accepted to either one of these systems that I'm being discussed today.
Let me ask you. Come here. I want to ask you a question. If it is a strategy of some people in the Republican Party, strategy, to keep black people out of the Republican Party, if we do form a third party, would we be not just stepping right into their trap?
If depending on who is forming the party, there are parties we have available now.
I'm just talking about numbers, just sheer numbers. In other words, if all of us remain in the Democratic Party, and then some of us form a third party, a black party, but none of us go into the Republican Party, the Republicans will still be free to create issues and pander to people who basically are afraid of black people.
But the emphasis is still not being met. We're still not being satisfied. I mean, there's nothing changing in our communities by going that route. There has to be another route that has to be taken because it's not being satisfied now for us as a people. We have to find some other option available.
Okay, thank you. All right. Mr. Rees, there was a period, I think, right after Lyndon Johnson, in which civil rights organizations pretty much had run out of steam. And then there was a period when the Great Society. I read your book and I'm a little vague on it. Help me say what I'm trying to say.
Sure. What happened was, following passage of the Civil Rights Act in 1964 and the Voting Rights Act in 1965, the legal goals of the civil rights movement had been achieved, and there was a question in the leadership as to, well, what is to be done now? We have achieved these goals that we set out to achieve. What happened was that the civil rights movement was transformed from an opportunity-based crusade that was based on opening up access for blacks to get jobs, not to have jobs, but simply to open up the opportunity. And so you went from an opportunity-based crusade to a results-based crusade in which the leaders of the civil rights movement began to demand that statistical results occur, or that X number of blacks be hired for certain positions. And what it created was it widened the gap between the black leadership and the Republican Party, because the Republican Party was not willing to submit to these demands, whereas Lyndon Johnson did get behind them and in the process managed to push many more blacks into the Democratic Party.
Well, personally, what I think is that as African American people, Hispanic people, we need to not so much vote Democratic line or Republican line. We need to look at the individuals, no matter what party they belong to, and see what they are going to do for us as a people. And then from that's how we cast our vote. And I think that if we start to do that, the Democrats would not be so sure of themselves in terms of thinking that we're going to automatically vote for them.
Absolutely.
And that would give the Republicans the message that they're going to have to offer us something because they know that we may not vote for them.
Absolutely. I think that I don't think that 9 out of 10 blacks over the past 25 years have.
Hey, what's up, Chocolate Earth?
Well, hello, Stanley. How are you?
Pretty good. How are
Yeah,
you?
I'm great, thank you. Just thought I'd come and bother you for a minute.
Oh, good. I am going to have to pause here for a second because my Guinness Stout is due to arrive any minute. But I got
Oh,
a
look
few
at
minutes.
you. Oh,
Well,
Frank.
you know what? I just figured
Well,
I'd splurge. Um,
you
any
going
are
high
you
high
old enough?
road.
Well, it's
Hmm?
Saturday. Are
What? Am
you
I
are
what?
you old enough to remember Tony Brown's journal?
Oh, yeah. I remember my parents talking
Okay.
about him. My grandparents used to he was on the television.
Yeah.
I'm an 80s baby.
There.
Well, yeah, 80s, not 79, 80.
Well, you're my brother's age, so 79. He would have probably yeah, you'd hear parents talking about it. It wouldn't be something that, someone that young would be that interested in. But um, he died recently, and I didn't even know he was still alive. He was like in his
Wow.
90s. And I, went and kind of talked about him, didn't dedicate a whole show,
Yeah.
but, a segment of the show. And there are like a bunch of his old shows out on YouTube. So
Yes.
I found this one, which, talks to a lot of topics that I've covered before. So I figured,
Yeah.
you know, I, I, I would satisfy three things: nostalgia, history, and just kind of like another little mini tribute to Tony Brown, who's an institution.
Yes. Yes. I remember them talking about it. I remember as I got older, knowing who he was and, how he was a part of the community. And like I said, I was just listening to what those black people were saying, and we're saying the same thing. And it's 2026.
Well,
What
that's the other thing that's
next?
amazing. How many of the things, and not just even, the politics of it, there's so
Right.
many things that not only this is back in the 80s, I believe, because Reagan's still in office, but we're
Yeah.
talking, we're talking even farther back, all the way really back to Frederick Douglass's like
Yeah.
Reconstruction times.
All of
A
it.
lot of things are still with us. Things are
Hmm.
better, but it's just amazing how, some of the talk, some of the complaints, some of the issues
Yeah.
are
Yeah.
still with us 150 years later.
And that's the thing. Like I was, like I said, I was just in the clouds listening, and I was like, yeah, I love stuff like this anyway. But I was just like, wow, again, black, those who fought for me to be able to do what I do now. That's how I look at it.
Right, right.
That's why it's important to me. But yeah, I find you don't have to. Oh yeah, you waiting on your Guinness because I don't want to
Well,
hold up
no, I can
on this.
start this. It's almost over, but I just think I really wish more people would stop the fussing and fighting. Like there's this big brouhaha, with some of our fellow content creators are just
Yes,
like,
yes.
so
I
I
get
I
bored.
I really don't even care that much about any of it. So I'd just rather do
Nah.
this. It's
Yeah, exactly.
a lot less
And that's
blood pressure
funny.
raising.
It's funny that you're doing it because I've been kind of lazy, and I need to go live, and I'm doing patriarchy and matriarchy.
Oh,
So yeah,
really?
yeah. Uh-huh.
I've got a
I'm
book for you to read. Just or
okay.
just read about. Well, there are a couple. Let me start this because
Yeah, go
it's
ahead.
let's see, we've got about 4 minutes left, and then
Yeah,
I've got a
yeah.
video after this that I think actually I'm glad you're up here because this next video I definitely want your reaction to.
Okay, bet.
Agreed with every
Here.
single Democratic presidential candidate, but that's what the vote totals show. And I think if black voters do what you have just said, black voters should do, it won't be 9-1. It might be half and half. I don't exactly know what the figures would be, but you're absolutely right. It would spur a competition for black votes by the two parties that would force the candidates and the office holders to take positive action on race-related matters.
Mr. Rich, let me ask you the tough question. All good intentions notwithstanding on the part of the Republicans. Isn't the Republican Party fairly married to the Southern strategy? It is producing white votes, and there are more white votes than black votes. Mm-hmm. And this strategy has gotten the Republicans the White House, and they now keep the White House with this strategy. Mm-hmm. Is it possible that they could give up this emphasis on quotas? And everything is a quota. I mean, we can discuss quotas, but everything black people want is not a quota. Sure. And they're using quotas, and then the Willie Horton, and then there's the PC brigade. Mm-hmm. Everything blacks want to get rid of races in curricula suddenly is called politically correct. We're derided in every way, and these buzzwords keep coming up. Now, we all know who's using these buzzwords. And we know that many whites who are in economic trouble have blamed it on the black population because that's what these buzzwords tell them. Mm-hmm. Not that the economy is in bad shape or that the government has mismanaged our money, but black people took your job. Can they give up that strategy? If they give it up, would they not then lose the white vote? And if they lost the white vote, wouldn't they lose the White House?
Well, what I think needs to be done, no, the bottom line is they are not going to relinquish the Southern strategy because it's been shown in every election since 1964 that it works, and you don't, if it works, don't fix it. And what has to be done is to make, I think, a Southern strategy has very negative connotations to it. I don't think you can assert that a Southern strategy is inherently racist. What I think needs to be done is a message needs to be sent to black voters that they are welcome in the Republican Party and that there is that there are opportunities offered by Republicans that are not offered by Democrats.
The irony, if I may say, we're almost out of time, to me, is that the mass migration went to the suburbs. Mm-hmm. Now there are more white people in the suburbs than in the cities. And if white Americans who are Republican are stigmatized as racist, they will leave the Republican Party. Mm-hmm. And that will stop the Southern strategy.
You're absolutely right, and I think a lot of what we're facing is breaking down some of the barriers involved with perception.
But I hate to interrupt you. I'm faced with time. Thank you so much for being with me.
Well, basically, what this guy's saying is, hey, y'all need to hold your nose, and I know I'm not willing to do it. So I'm going to go ahead and start this. Basically, I haven't watched this, but the title is The M&M-Sized Hole in White America. I thought it was Black America. So I got to hear this. And then when I get back, we'll talk a little bit about this. I think this woman is just drop dead gorgeous, except she has tattoos, but we'll talk about that.
Hey, I'm a fascist. Yeah, I am.
If I'm thinking it, I'm going to say it. I've always been that type of person.
Nowadays, I think the kids are, I don't know, more desperate or something like that, or more bored.
So I was randomly listening to Eminem this week for the first time in years during all of my humiliation rituals, also known as Elsa attempts. And it really made me ponder his role and impact in white suburban culture. Not only did he become one of the most successful rappers of all time, but also, maybe he was also one of those noisy, messy detours that helped delay a generation from tap dancing into extremism. Could it be that Eminem was a part of a long line of stewards that kept white America grounded and, dare I say, humble? Was he one of the last bastions of the type of subcultures that kept mainstream white America from dipping its toes into the weird supremacy edgelordship that we see playing out right now?
Young women are more likely to murder than white.
Shut up!
People. You're a black girl. You know your roots.
For a while there, Eminem gave young white American suburban kids a mirror and a mouthpiece.
You know, I kind of reached a point where I was just fed up.
He, like many pressure valves of suburbia before him, allowed these kids to be crude, offensive, and scream, "I'm angry," and ignored. But at the same time, he also forced them to confront the why, the real why, the true why, not the manufactured why.
Slim, I wrote you, but you still ain't calling.
That whole song is basically a warning about what happens when young, lonely white men project all their emotions onto a celebrity instead of looking inward and finding real community. If you care to pay attention, you realize that it gives us a mirrored window into parasocial meltdown, incel culture, mental health, suburban pain, and its suicidal tendencies without sitting you down to have a stern talk about the seriousness of white male radicalization. It stiff arms us into paying attention to the fact that someone in America is experiencing this in their life right now. But what happens when that mirrored window breaks? When there's no one left to check white America and offer the reminder that at the end of the day, maybe it's actually not the immigrants or the Black people or the queers that are harming you. You know, maybe the call is coming from inside the house.
And I do better in bad markets. I buy things in bad markets.
The cultural vacuum and what filled it. Up until recently, there's always been really strong subculture communities that acted as speed bumps, slowing down the mainstream just enough to remind it that not everyone fits the same mold. Welcome to 2025. We are currently in the find out phase of the internet and socials flattening those subcultures. And in their absence, MAGA has filled the void. It's been able to brand itself as the new rebellion, not because it offered creativity or expression, but because it offered identity and allegiance. When authentic outlets are disappearing by the second, it offers ready-made identities for everybody who feels left out and wants something, anything to belong to. Gen Z, specifically the Gen Z dudes, are identifying with conservatism much more often than the generation before them, which caught a lot of people by surprise, except anyone who studies cultural, social, economic patterns. When you actually listen to MAGA speak, they present themselves as the underdog.
Because if you bring 100 million votes to this man, you send this finger to the elites.
But the rebels are Republicans now. They're like, you want to be a rebel, you want to be punk rock, you want to fuck the system, you're a conservative now.
They present themselves as the anti-establishment heroes, which is actually hella confusing because they are the establishment, like deeply entrenched establishment.
And I'll go with it. And if he wants to be a dictator, then so be it.
Swamp-covered establishment.
I think part of why Kamala is getting so much support is that if Trump wins, that Epstein client list is going to become public. Yes. And some of those billionaires behind Kamala are terrified of that outcome.
Would you declassify the Epstein file?
Yeah, I would.
Release the list.
Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list. That is an important thing.
I think the Epstein files need to be released yesterday. We need to know every single person and get the Epstein client list out immediately.
A few moments later.
Honestly, I'm done talking about Epstein for the time being. I'm going to trust my friends in the administration.
I'm going to trust my friends in the government.
That is them. They establishment so hard that they're controlling the GOP, the Supreme Court, and a pretty large chunk of both traditional and the social media space.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous.
The establishment so hard that they actually struggle to see that there's very much a difference between Homelander and Superman.
I'm going to give you one last chance to stop acting like Nazi stormtroopers.
Despite what they want to believe, MAGA has all of the features of the establishment while viewing themselves as revolutionary rebels. They do this even as they defend corporate power, elites, police brutality, religious takeover.
Country needs a dictator. You can have a vote to get to that state.
And then no more votes afterwards.
Absolutely. Wow. 100%.
And that brings me to the focus of this video, friends. We'll talk about Eminem for the most part, but in less of an Eminem appreciation video kind of way, and in more of a let's start the discourse about what happens when these subcultures start to disappear in scale and authentic intimacy kind of way. The decline of in-person white suburbia expression, whether, brought together by Eminem's rap, punk, grunge, rock, Midwest emo, screamo, the crudeness of Jackass and Beavis and Butthead, even the Tony Hawk skateboard era, how that has left a generation of suburban white kids with way less emotional cultural outlets than previous generations had. The kids are being left with a post-authenticity world, and they're being handed red hats and edgelord starter pack personalities from internet algorithms instead of through authentic expression. If you want to understand how we ended up with a generation of young MAGA acolytes who treat grievance like it's a personality trait, we need to understand two things. One, how American youth identity was built and how the internet broke that. Teenagers are a relatively new concept. They didn't always exist. Being an adolescent has always existed as a biological stage of development, but the social concept of a teenager as a separate life phase from childhood and adulthood, one with its own clothes, music, and attitude, is a cultural creation that was brought on by industrialization, child labor laws, and standardized school attendance. The first use of the word teenagers was in the early 1900s, but it didn't become popularized until marketers and advertisers identified them as a market. And once capitalism knows you exist, it knows that money can be made off of you, and thus the teenager is born. The relationship between rebellion and subcultures. With new freedom, visibility, and disposable income, we now have the American teenagers who were no longer just workers in training. They were consumers, and consumers need culture. I buy, therefore I am. Teenage subcultures begin to fully emerge in the 1940s and 50s as expressions of identity and defiance. The Pachuco movement, birthed by Mexican-American kids, bebop and jazz scenes from Black kids, later on became mods, punks, grunge kids, hip-hop heads of the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s.
You're going to reduce us to a subculture and then not accurately name the subculture?
The scenes were defined by dress codes, slang, music, and politics, and were born out of very specific places: grimy venues, dance halls, record stores, basements, community centers, and garages. They were a safer place for kids who were discovering their identities, who wanted to be a part of something or wanted the solidarity of a common belief system and realized that they didn't or wouldn't fit into mainstream white America. So not only was the setting different, and by different, I mean not a screen, but they were shaped by material conditions, poverty, alienation, racism.
That's the routine check. You're always routine checking us. Do you check on the guys that have clubs over in Beverly Hills or Brentwood?
He's an excitable guy, officers. His mother really did give us the furniture, honest.
That's all we wanted to know. That's the trouble with you Pachuco kids. You've always got a chip on your shoulder.
Queerness, life in the suburbs, but they provided a way for young people to express their identity through music, dress, and the ideologies that held it all together. The zoot suit is actually a perfect example of this because it started out as a form of high-style rebellion. The long coats, the baggy pants, the gold chains. But for a lot of people, it symbolized a resistance to wartime assimilation, especially among Black, Mexican, and Filipino youth. But in 1943, this form of resistance was met with violence. You know, once the mainstream culture had their insecurities preyed upon and fed their very own 1940s form of rage bait, they went and decided that zoot suits were now going to be a sign of degeneracy, and they deemed them unpatriotic. So you have white U.S. servicemen who are angry about the suits, who've now been hyped up by racist press, attacking young men in the streets, ripping off their clothes, beating them, dragging them from bars, from theaters.
They're different. Why can't they be like you and me? They need to be like us. And therefore, we're going to force our identity onto their identity.
And all throughout history, this type of white suburbia insecurity is not an anomaly. It's not a one-off. It's been the masked Scooby-Doo villain behind some of the ugliest chapters in American history. Lynchings, Tulsa, Rosewood, Zoot Suit riots, Japanese internment camps. It doesn't matter because the insecurity doesn't change. It always shows up whenever mainstream whiteness feels threatened or feels panicked by confidence or culture or control from someone else.
And now hysteria too sweeps the United States. Make America safe for Americans. Why? Because there is a bloody revolution still raging in Russia, and a panicky fear of alien doctrines spreads throughout the land. All aliens are suspect, innocent and guilty alike. Raids, arrests, riots, civil liberties. So's your old man. The Republic is in danger, many seem to think. What to do? SOS.
This is not new. But what is new is the algorithm, which does not just reflect or mirror cultural trends. It twists them and it amplifies and it weaponizes them. The type of fear-mongering that used to take months or years to spread because it only had a set amount of channels through gossip, movies, propaganda pamphlets, that level of influence would take so much longer, but now it can happen in seconds. It takes one search, one click, one video for you to be neck deep in white grievance cosplay, in MAGA merch drops, in alpha male podcasts, where we have fully grown adults, trauma.
So any comments?
Oh, you know I have plenty. You know I have plenty to say. That's wild.
Well, I like the term white grievance politics. That's what
it is.
Mouthful.
I love it. I love it. That is what it is.
That's like almost every white person I can think of. Well, I won't say that because that'd be too broad a brush, but a couple of white people that I can think of just that I talked to last night or I
Yeah.
was in a chat with this cat who is just like, dude is just a piece of work. And
Okay.
you give Poe White trash some money, boy, they will talk shit. Uh, as a matter of fact,
I'm such a mess.
we may even review some of this shit talking. This Poe
Uh-oh,
White.
are you fighting me to stay longer, Mr.?
Oh, you can stay as long as you want. I have
Oh,
no
thanks.
idea how long this show is going to be.
Okay, it's Saturday. Same here with
Saturdays,
me. I don't.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes I try and keep it because StreamYard. You have to do under 6 to get the clips automatically done by AI. So
Yeah.
during the week, I try and keep it,
I see
between
your
4 and 6
clip.
hours.
What?
However, on Saturdays, the show goes where it goes, and even on Sundays, because I keep saying I'm not going to do a show on Sunday, and I keep like 4 o'clock in the
Doing the
afternoon.
show.
I'm like, well,
Yeah.
damn, I have nothing else to do but stuff I want to watch, and a lot of this
Right.
stuff I'd be watching anyway. So, I figured why not just have a bunch of people screen it.
Mm-hmm.
But this particular lady here, besides just she is just my phenotype. It must be the hair. She's got like this,
She's
kind of
beautiful.
gray.
Yes.
Yeah, she's
Yes. Gorgeous.
ridiculously good looking. But she's an artist. She's
Oh yeah,
artistic.
I gathered. Yeah, just the way she is handling the conversation. I love her
Right.
detail. I love the breakdowns because that's how you want to get into a conversation. That's how you want to, know what the topic is. And like I said, I agree with her. I
Oh yeah.
agree
Well,
that,
I
go ahead.
she doesn't do a lot of content. It's always uploads. But when she does these things, they are just so
Yeah,
well
she's
put
putting
together.
time. Yeah, yeah, I like that.
I mean, it's almost like an actual like 60 minutes or, it's high
Yeah,
quality. And
nice.
you can tell she's good at this.
And she like doing it.
Jumping on
That's what makes it good.
True.
kids about their failed relationships and barely coded supremacy. The rage that used to be isolated locally is now on a loop, and it escalates, and it sells ad space, and it's scalable, and it's monetizable, and probably more dangerous than all of that, it's profitable. You can fast forward to as early as 2014 and you already have journalists talking about the reality that subcultures were very quickly disappearing, and we'd had already started to see a shift towards curated aesthetics or cores, which is basically just a watered down, insincere version of those youth subcultures. It's a Polaroid. MySpace used to be a launch pad for scene bands and for local music discovery. And then that gave birth to TikTok, which is now a place where music is just basically background noise for going viral, or if you're already playing off a trend. It's not the main reason for gathering or building community. Yes, we may be communally joining on a trend together, but it's still very much a silo for the most part. We experience so much less together because the audience is fragmented. If you're ever curious about what this looks like in the wild, a solid example of this like painfully surface level engagement, look no further than this Steve Lacy concert where he's asking his audience to sing the next lyrics of his hyper viral song, and they can't.
Yeah. Don't embarrass me. You Chris, y'all still in the first verse twice.
When I watch that video, I can't help but feel a sadness that we are overfed and at the very same time starving. The space that subcultures offered a lot of times was very messy, was very problematic, but it gave a space to process so much of the human experience by allowing kids to scream and cry and feel with others. Think about all these specific ingredients that went into something like hip hop or emo being born. all of the human things that had to happen. Once social media started replacing in-person gathering spaces, the ability to discover and build culture organically, it's been replaced by your algorithmic exposure to what's already trending, what other people have already deemed worthy of being listened to. What was at one point in time very different and very local and very rebellious has turned into a globally distributed aesthetic template that's optimized for the singular purpose of mass appeal and going viral. Posers are a thing of the past because you can now get the aesthetics of the subculture without the communal lineage or the understanding of said subculture. And it's creating a fragmented and a lot of times contradictory identity.
Can we please leave politics out of metal, punk, rock, and grunge?
I love Nirvana. Name 3 Nirvana songs right now.
But it's because emo at this point just becomes eyeliner and thrifted studded belts when it's stripped of its Midwest working class roots. Grunge just becomes about bass guitars, flannel, and nihilism, but with no Nirvana, no heroin epidemic, no Gen X despair and rejection of Reagan-era conservatism.
Poisoned out there. You know, the air in Utopia is poisoned. You know, the final joke. So
we're not all grooving on the same vibes anymore. Everybody's grooving on different vibes. Ugly vibes.
It's the white suburbia version of wanting the rhythm without the blues. Kyle Chaka writes about this evolution in Filter World, how we now live in a world where the content that we consume and the expressions that we mimic are shaped a lot less by community and watching people and more so by software and coding. Side note, I do want to point out that this isn't new by any means. Subcultures being flattened isn't new to the digital era. I actually talk about this a lot in my Why Art No Longer Reflects Reality video, how a lot of the cultural events like white suburban insecurity, monetization in mass media has basically trampled artistic rebellion all throughout the 20th century, which also I may need to update that video soon because I don't know if y'all have been noticing, but the art has been arting, okay? The art has been reflecting reality lately. The artists are arting again, which is a really big deal. And it's a sign that people are really beginning to understand that everything can't be palatable to the algorithm. Everything can't be marketable because you risk silencing yourself. You risk self-censorship. You risk selling your soul. But yeah, it's not the first time and it won't be the last time, especially with the rise of AI.
I understand thousands of people are being replaced by these electronic brains.
But it is very real that the internet's global reach and speed has made that process that much more intense. And it's very quickly erasing alternative cultures and giving birth to a kind of algorithmic mono internet culture monster. Cultures change. That's always going to happen. When these subcultures fade, or they're stripped of meaning and nothing equally cathartic rises to replace them, we actually start seeing answers to the questions of what happens when there's no bands to start, when there's no basement shows to attend, when there's no radical zines to make. For a growing number of white kids, the outlet has become ideological instead of expressive. The underlying suburban rage didn't just vanish, it just got rerouted. And instead of hearing cleaning out my closet, we are getting 4chan fed great replacement theory and, you know, casual racism. Part 1. Eminem, Accidental Class Consciousness and Licensed Transgression. Eminem was one of the last huge mainstream figures who gave young white kids a glimpse of class consciousness without ever having to use those words. He gave them-
You know, I hadn't heard the term in a while, but casual racism is exactly describes a lot of what goes on in these YouTube streets.
Yes,
And
it does.
you know, people kind of get mad at me when I tell them, you know, you're a racist. See, and this is the other thing, and I think a lot of it has to do with a lot of folks being young or just not really understanding. Even the casual can become caustic. Okay,
Yeah.
just give it one shove or one comment you don't like, and the casual becomes caustic. And a lot of these folks, you know, intent is another thing that's really pushed in politics. Well, hey, I can say the N word, but as long as I'm not saying it in anger, it's not
Right.
racist.
It's okay.
And I think
Yeah,
that is a crock. It's
That is a
racist
great
intrinsically.
example.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I'm just like, nope, let's just not use it at all.
I guess it was meant for me to come over here because that's part of this. You know what I
Right.
mean? Like the things that I want to talk about, it's part of this setup. 'Cause
Right.
that's what it is. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I mean, you and I see eye to eye, and who knows, maybe it's a Gen X thing, but
Maybe.
I have seen, because I've told people about the high school, and really, the high school I went to.
Mhm.
I know the harm that even casual racism
Yep.
can do. It's an all boys
Mhm.
school. It's like a Savannah, like a very watered down version of Lord of the Flies. And
Oh my God.
the thing is that the casual racism, the casual joke, dude, I've seen fights break out over casual jokes. And
Yet at
I
the same
understand maybe I'm being kind of like a school marm on this, but I have a platform, and at least on my platform, it shouldn't happen. And I get to basically make sure it doesn't. So, the folks who have a problem with it, a lot of them have self-deported, like Ryan Bardwell did. You don't know who he is, but people in this chat do. He likes to say and said last night, he took his money with him. And my response is like, I fucking need your money. Dude, you being well off means nothing to me because I'm not chopped liver. Okay. And he doesn't seem to understand that. And I think it kind of hurt his feelings. But yeah, take your money with you. Uh, like, dude, everybody's a millionaire. Dude, there's a millionaire on every street corner. Stop thinking you're special.
A way to feel seen and feel proud that wasn't built on the idea of supremacy.
Genes are passed down from parents to offspring.
He embodied white poverty, dysfunction, addiction, and generational rage without hiding it behind white America respectability politics, and made it clear that a lot of white people are often also victims of white America. He said things to his audience to remind them that there was an inside club that they still were not a part of.
I'm a piece of the white trash, I say it proudly. No particular direction.
He called out the double standard of white outrage. He didn't use academic language. He didn't talk about whiteness as a power structure, but he showed it by being a white guy who knew two things: that there was a privilege he was aware of, where he knew his whiteness had worked to his benefit.
Things about expressing it is black music, so self-esteem. I use it to get myself again.
He was aware of that. He didn't downplay that, while simultaneously holding the understanding that his version of whiteness still wasn't safe up against white America. So for, a blip in time, Eminem gave white working class young people a way to separate themselves from hegemonic whiteness, think default whiteness, and working class whiteness. The license for crudity. In the late 90s and early 2000s, crude language, swearing, over-the-top trolling, slurs, they were used, but they were used a lot less like a weapon and more like a cultural outlet. We were filled to the brim with shows and movies that are way more offensive than anything I've seen today. Things like Jackass, which celebrated an anti-authority chaos and total rejection of traditional masculinity and composure. A whole wave of media that leaned on offensiveness, but it wasn't out of malice. It was more so out of absurdity. When you look back at things like The Dictator, even Team America, which takes shots at American exceptionalism and, the massively popular Fight Club. If any of those were made today, it probably would be called anti-American. It definitely would get heat from the right today. I'm willing to put money down. That's how far we have shifted.
Peaceful protests do not include blocking entrances, blocking highways, lobbing bricks, destroying property, setting fires.
Buildings are empty. Security, maintenance, all our people. Not killing anyone, man. We're setting them free.
These things weren't a celebration of cruelty or bullying or anything like that. They were chaotic and juvenile, and a lot of times they were self-deprecating. The humor was gross. It was over the top, but it wasn't targeted. It wasn't about pushing an idea of dominance or superiority. More often than not, it was poking fun at power, at decorum, and authority figures. You have Eminem, who stood right in the middle of this balance. When he raps lines like,
it's a million of us just like me, just don't give up like me, just like me, walk, talk, and act like me.
that captures the exact dynamic. He gave white suburban kids permission to express frustration and alienation, but also forced them to look inward. His transgressions were licensed, not just because of his whiteness, but because they functioned within a cultural process. Crudeness, the idea of being crude or being offensive, it wasn't yet turned into an identity. It wasn't yet politicized. If anything, it was more of a release valve to rebel without, aligning with fascism, raging against the machine. I was watching Little Nicky the other day and it just made me like, oh, can you believe that we used to make fun of Hitler instead of gushing about being his biggest fan on Jubilee or something like that? Like, we actually used to make fun of Hitler. My, how far we have fallen. This doesn't mean that Eminem gets a free pass, by the way. Quite the opposite. He pissed off a lot of people on the left, too, at the time. And he was also seen as a serious threat. Politicians called him dangerous. Parents were boycotting his music. Congress brought his lyrics into hearings. Liz Cheney was on Eminem's bumper. On his bumper. But when you go back and you actually clock in and you pay attention to these things, you start to realize the outrage wasn't about the content itself. It was more about who was allowed to say what and what it meant when poor, angry white kids started identifying more with Eminem's reality of being white than with the mainstream respectable whiteness.
When did you start talking like Eminem?
Way before Eminem, you have artists like 2 Live Crew, NWA, you have Zapp and Roger. They had already been faced with censorship and criminalization for being too sexual, for being too explicit, for being too unapologetically not white America. But the difference was when non-white artists pushed boundaries, they were criminalized or actually censored. But when Eminem did it, he was debated because what he represented scared white America in a way that the Black artists probably never could. He was too close to home. White suburban parents are much less bothered by their child being a bully, by being racist, unprompted. That's a rite of passage for them for some weird reason that should probably be studied. I'm just going to say it. I feel like racism is a mental illness. But instead, they're actually much more worried about their children aligning with a different version of whiteness. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to look at the differences of how crudity, being crude, being offensive was used then versus what it's morphed into now that we have the sociopathic ability to monetize rage in a way that wasn't available before. And if we keep on the same trend, it'll only get worse because what whiny comedians fail to understand is
cancel culture.
Hey, cancel culture.
Oh, cancel culture. Cancel culture shit.
Is offensiveness without class consciousness and self-awareness has given birth to dopamine-addicted edgelords.
Do you think Black people should be allowed to use the self-checkout section at the grocery store?
Man, walk away from this man, Black people.
What?
I'm going to rant for a second. I know that this is hard for a lot of people to believe, but I will let you in on a little secret. It's not that everyone is so offended by your Black joke. It's that it wasn't funny. And it wasn't funny because you lack the creativity, self-awareness, and contextual.
Amen. If you gotta make a racist joke, make it a joke. And about 99% of folks who are Black and white fail to make the jokes funny. You can't even call them jokes. That's why they come off bitter. That's why people get offended, because the shit's just not funny. So there we go. Ryan Bardwell, not funny.
Range for it to be actually funny. Okay. There, I said it. Okay. I said it.
I'm against cancel culture. Thank you. That's my impression of a shit comic trying to get on Rogan.
Supreme Leader, I took the liberty of hiring some extra security. This is Mr. Clayton.
Admiral General, I am here for your protection 24/7. But in the interest of full disclosure, I have to say, I hate Arabs.
Well, that's fine because I'm not an Arab.
Well, you're all Arabs to me. The blacks, the Jews, those blue tree-hugging queers and Avatar. In fact, anyone from outside of America is technically an Arab.
Oh, be quiet.
Why are you guys so anti-dictator? Imagine if America was a dictatorship. You could let 1% of the people have all the nation's wealth. You could help your rich friends get richer by cutting their taxes and bailing them out when they gamble and lose. You could ignore the needs of the poor for healthcare and education. Your media would appear free, but would secretly be controlled by one person and his family. You could wiretap phones. You could torture foreign prisoners. You could have a rigged election. You could lie about why you go to war. You could fill your prisons with one particular racial group and no one would complain. You could use the media to scare the people into supporting policies that are against their interests. I know this is hard for you Americans to imagine, but please try.
Despite the latest rebranding attempts, it's actually not edgy. It's not cool. It's actually super cringe, especially without the relevant cultural context that made it funny in the past.
Marlon logs all of you? Yeah, but he's black. No, he's not. Oh, he's not? Oh, he's not? Have you seen his parents? Or what? Oh, yeah, I think he's just really bad. He logs us too, wasn't he?
I have no way to get people to pay attention to me, so let me just pull out the trusty racist joke card. Like, what? Ugh, couldn't be me. Today, though, that license to transgress has shifted right along with the Overton window. So what used to be a messy, cathartic tool for rebellion, trolling, is now a coded gateway for radicalization. They made it gross. They made it so gross. Trolling used to be about testing boundaries, or in Eminem's case, making a statement against the established default, making white people sit in the discomfort of his white reality. Now it's about recruiting others into rigid, contradictory, hateful ideologies. The person that called something retarded or gay in the 90s wasn't doing it to assert themselves politically the way that a person might be today. It was just a thing that you said. When we learned that it wasn't nice, we chilled out. That's it. That's it. The key difference is that then crudeness and offensiveness were used to process discomfort with society, and now it's being used to project that discomfort onto scapegoats. Part 2, the privilege paradox, then versus now. Early 2000s, uneasy understanding. At the risk of sounding nostalgic, there was a brief and strange time in the mid to late 90s and early 2000s where it seemed like white America was more willing to acknowledge that they knew what was up, or at least that they had an understanding of privilege and power, even if they didn't yet have, like...
You mean they were woke?
The readily available vocabulary, PC language for it just yet. Disclaimer, this is not to say that the world was kumbaya and all the isms were solved. Not even close, okay? Ist and ick things still happen. But in terms of the conversations being had, all you have to do is look at the media and pop culture from the time. They're like a time capsule to see that those conversations were very similar, but somehow different in terms of receptiveness in a lot of cases.
Remember the days when couples fought because the husband didn't want his wife to work, but she wanted her own career? Well, surprise, surprise. Today, there is a new argument brewing. More and more women are saying that it's too much, that they're not super women after all, and that they want to stay at home, or husbands want their wives earning paychecks.
You've probably felt this before. If you've ever looked back and watched something that was made in like the 80s or the 90s or early 2000s, and you're like, wow, that cast was so diverse. What happened? You know, even extremely popular movies from just a few years earlier, like Trading Places, starring Eddie Murphy and Dan Aykroyd, showed us that you could be crude and socially conscious at the same time. And it's not something to reject outright.
You lost everything overnight, like your character in the film. What would you do?
I still have my Ontario cartage license, so I'll always be able to drive truck. I know how to run a bulldozer. I'll always get by. See, but my character, he was brought up with money and wealth and the feeling that he was genetically superior and socially superior. And when he loses everything, of course, he has nothing to fall back on but the good graces of Ophelia, played by Jamie Lee Curtis. So I don't have any such person. I would have to fall back on my own talents as a manual laborer and blue-collar worker, I think.
For the peeps who haven't seen Trading Places, it's basically like a white, wealthy finance bro and a homeless black con man are the subjects of a bet, and the bet is to test how each of the men will turn out when their life circumstances are swapped with each other. They don't know that they're in the bet, but someone else is betting on them and like screwing up one's life and elevating the other. And it's just a very interesting conversation that's being had without all of the fanfare of it being like woke. Or when you watch something like Face Off today and you see that there's like a Black woman police department head, you realize that both of those would probably immediately be labeled woke, even though it's just normal representation. And I feel that because white people were understanding that there was a bigger picture that they fit into, whether they wanted to acknowledge it or not. At the very least, I feel like it wasn't an outright denial of reality. Okay, so we're at more of an uneasy recognition. I also have a theory that this is a huge part of the reason why millennials are so delusional. As somebody who grew up, half analog, half digital, half low income, half suburbia, it's not really hard to see, at least from like a media and cultural perspective, that millennials did have reason to believe and to imagine a future that looked different. Information that we were being pumped full of had us real delusional about the future, okay?
Oh my gosh.
We're real
yes.
hopeful, tragically optimistic. I feel like millennials are the tragically optimistic generation. Truly. Side note, as I spend more time in activism spaces, I consistently meet well-meaning white people who will ask me what they can do to be a good ally. They'll always ask me a variation of that question. And it always makes me a little bit sad for them because I realize that in that moment, they don't realize that their own culture has been erased and minimized in favor of upholding the perfect ideology of white America. So much so that they think that being an ally is a new and bold position instead of like a very real active reality of many white Americans who have never fit into the default or just were not okay with the things that they were seeing or how they saw other people being treated. It's as though a lot of white people don't realize that they don't need to ask minorities how to be good allies. They should be able to look within their own communities. There have always been white allies in existence who have been good allies. In fact, some white allies ended up paying the ultimate price for their allyship. But the actual reason that they don't know about them is because, like the histories of so many marginalized groups, their history has been erased to maintain the appearance of white unification and narrative control. It's happening to you too. Viola Lietzo was a young white mom of 5, also from Detroit, Michigan, who was murdered by 4 KKK members solely for her role in driving Black people to vote in the Selma marches. Vernon Dahmer was a wealthy businessman, so clock that, okay? You have someone outside of the working class. So we got some cross-class solidarity happening here. He was killed when his house was firebombed the night after he dared to offer to pay the poll taxes for the Black people who couldn't afford the fee required to vote, which honestly goes to show how even being a white woman or that even having money won't save you when you are on the wrong side of white America. When you take a step back and you look at people like Brian Dennehy, who
folks, Chuck, it's really good to see you. I think Chuck is awesome. he's my fellow Southern old gentleman. Anyone can hit the link. There's, I do want to finish this video and I do have some more videos, but
No, go on and do your thing. I'm gonna jump down.
No. The Saturday show is not that structured, but no, this is like the best video essay I've seen on YouTube in quite some time.
This is done well.
I'm
enjoying it.
If not the outright best. And I'm not just talking like, normal content creators. I mean like the big boys, like PBS. I haven't seen anything that is just this well put together. So
can I ask you a question?
Sure.
How does my mic sound?
Oh, it sounds great.
Okay. I just want to make sure it was coming in clear. Thank you. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Now, see, I should have said it sounds extra sexy, but I'm not. I haven't had enough Guinness.
But you said it anyway. You said it anyway.
Well, no, I said I was gonna say it. I should have said it. It would have been funnier. Yeah, I still said it. I gotta flirt. I gotta flirt a little bit. Come on now.
Oh gosh.
Was a punk in Texas who was.
Oh, that's funny.
What did he say?
He said it
when
sounds
he was purposefully run
crispy.
over by a football jock and his gang. The jocks had been targeting the punks for simply looking different. you start to realize that, oh, okay, it's not harmless kids taking things too far. Brian Dennehy should instead be seen as yet another victim of white America's intolerance. And by try that, we mean exist. Just exist differently. The kid who killed Brian Dennehy was sentenced to probation despite eyewitness testimony of his purposeful intent to kill Dennehy, because even though they were both white, the punk's life was seen as less valuable than the rising Christian football star's life. All of these people represent countless white people who stood apart from the dominant culture and paid the ultimate price. Contrary to popular belief, police also kill and deploy brutality on white citizens, but you would not know that. And it's not because the media doesn't care about white people. Okay, they very much do. It's not a lack of coverage that is doing it. The lack of coverage happens because white America is excommunicating those people. The same way it excommunicates anything outside of the stereotypical, the same way that it marks any brutality those white people faced at the hands of their public servants as deserved, instead of a wider issue that could actually be solved for. Their deaths should be a reminder of how white America punishes its own when they step out of line, as a living, breathing structure that disciplines whoever rejects its norms and stands against the mainstream. 2020, active denial, the kids are alt-right. And the 2020s have been marked by active denial. The shift we see today represents a massive cultural departure, where earlier artists like Eminem acknowledged their privilege and at the same time called out their exclusion from elite circles. Today's white people go out of their way to convince you that everyone has the same experience. There's no such thing as white privilege has become a rallying cry, a complete reversal from where we were. Right-wing media, YouTube rabbit holes, and grievance-driven political narratives have been spoon-fed to an entire generation since birth. At certain times throughout history, white rebellion often meant punching up, okay, at systems, at parents, at politicians, at greedy billionaires, at unfair employers.
The labor movement introduces a new form of strategy. Industrial plants build up arsenals of gas bombs, machine guns, and rifles.
Today, rebellion has just started to mean casual punching down.
It's like they won. Trans people are frightened. They have no ability to get health care anymore. And they're afraid of being alive and have no freedom left. So that's done. When do you stop with the jokes?
The awareness gap is so much wider, where Eminem's generation had a much more intuitive grasp of systemic advantage. The current generation's dominant reaction is defensiveness. And they're being gassed up by media ecosystems that will frame any attempt at reflection as weakness or woke indoctrination. Chat, is empathy woke? Is empathy woke now? The challenge comes in because we're not just dealing with ignorance at that point, we're dealing with cultural amnesia. Way too short of a time ago, even mainstream music, movies, even on Oprah.
He's not working. If she died now,
Such generalization, such generalization.
That cultural memory is now buried under waves of denial and performative victimhood. Whether we realize it or not, we were once a lot closer to self-aware rebellion, but we've lost our willingness to engage with and sit with certain truths because of that disengagement with truth, that we've lost the ability to reflect honestly. It becomes very difficult to communicate with people when you have two different versions of reality that you are operating off of. The conversation has gone from, yes, I benefit from this, and that's kind of messed up, to how dare you say I benefit at all? How dare you question me only taking credit for achievements and no atrocities? How dare you? So this specific shift is what's led to an even bigger overcorrection. And probably the worst part about the overcorrection is that the overcorrection itself isn't coming as a result of a lived reality or real day-to-day interactions. It's now coming down as a result of grooming by way of algorithms from capitalism trying to sell you an identity, from billionaires who are posing as public servants despite never serving people publicly in any capacity, while dangling culture war carrots in front of their citizens to grift.
So there's a lot of opportunity, I find, in the bad times.
We're being grifted. We're being grifted while they engage in class warfare and fearmonger their way into a level of wealth that the average American will never comprehend.
This is actually a very important point.
Yes.
And it happens every time a populist movement gains power. This time it's kind of nationally. but there have been times in the past, especially in the South, like the agrarian South, where poor whites and former slaves, freedmen, that sort of thing, they'd get together, and eventually, what would happen is the white elites would find a way to break up coalitions like that. Um, and you wind up getting class collaboration along racial lines. Okay, and this is why in the United States, class and race are intertwined, and you really can't talk about one without talking about the other. That's why I have problems with the left, the Democratic left, whatever, the DSA types. I have a huge problem with them because they seek to separate race from class in these United States. And I don't think it can be done. They're Siamese twins. And in this case, you can't really separate them. So, MAGA, huge class collaboration. You've got Joe the plumber, getting his no tax on tips and no tax on overtime, while Donald Trump gets a $400 million jet is a gift, and he rakes in $1 billion or something like that in Bitcoin, and that's not even including other profits. Dude's made like over $2 billion in a year and a half as president. But then Hunter Biden trading on his father's name was a big deal. Shit. Donald Trump and his family make the Biden crime family look like local hoods. These guys.
That's funny.
MAGA is a mess. It is a class
Oh yeah, it's
collaboration.
infighting.
And
It's a lot.
I love hearing. I've got one guy who shall remain nameless, who's okay with his little whatever he's made on the overtime and the no tax on tips. He literally has said, "Hey, I'm okay with Donald Trump making $2 billion because I got mines."
Yeah, that's
Okay.
it. It comes
Well, you
down,
got
but you know
yours, but
what?
what about everybody else?
But it's not about that anymore. Like everybody, not everybody, but you have those type of people who feel like, well, it's always going to be corrupt. So why even do anything about it? And that's the attitude.
Well, it doesn't all. I mean, even in recent history, I don't think Obama was corrupt in office. I don't think George Bush Jr. was corrupt in office.
Mm-mm.
You
No.
didn't have these presidents getting $400 million planes and their
Come
sons
on.
and sons-in-law making profit while they're over there supposedly, doing diplomatic work.
Right.
No other president has done anything like this. Or, you know what?
No.
Let's just go with that argument. At
hmm
least they had the fucking, what would you call it? The shame. You know what you don't know. Well, that might
hmm
be the wrong way to go, but dude, at least they didn't flaunt it. We would have to do an FBI investigation or a Senate hearing or something.
Yes.
This dude,
Yes.
it's on the front page when Trump does it. And supposedly, there are people who go, at least we know what he's doing. The problem
Right.
is that you know what he's doing. The problem is he's doing it.
Yes.
These people
And
don't
without question, without breath, he does not care. My boy don't
Oh,
care.
of course he doesn't. But this is what happens when
And
you get a
now
CEO for president. We always wondered what it would be like to have a businessman running the country like a
he's
business.
not a
Now we
businessman,
know.
Tom.
He's
No,
running
no,
he's
no.
running
This
the
is not
country
a
like a business.
successful business. This is not the class. Please don't take don't take advice.
Hey,
Don't do what he doing.
this is his property.
Lord have mercy. Yeah. And that's why again, I go back to what the video that you played before. I wholeheartedly, and I know you and I see different on it, but that's why I'm wholeheartedly about community. I stand it. Because if we don't fight for our culture, then what are we doing? Just assimilation? Then let me know. What's wrong with being who I am and wanting to see better for my people? Because we damn well know that
Well,
there's been
hold
things
on. You
set
and I
up.
you and I just disagree that there's a monoculture.
I don't think we're not a monolith, but we're not even taking care of the different demographics in our own community. We have the elderly they have a high rate of homelessness, or they're being mistreated in some nursing home. We have our veterans who aren't being taken care of
Why
properly.
do you think I disagree with any of that?
I didn't say that you disagree with that part. I said you disagree with me about the community. And I always say I
Well,
understand
I
there's
don't think,
smaller
well,
communities.
no. I don't look, the only thing that I disagree with is we're not a monolith. There are
Right.
communities. Of course, there are
Mhm.
Black communities, plural. There are many of them. Go to Savannah. The Blacks in Savannah are different than the Blacks in Atlanta. I'm just gonna sound like some old
No,
white man now.
no. But you know what's funny is this: the majority of Black people that represent as Black in this country are on
Mhm.
the East Coast and in the South.
Oh, yeah.
That
Oh,
is
dude,
where
don't be telling the Cali Blacks that. I have been ruffling feathers telling them that, hey,
how?
the locus of Black culture in America, and I'm just going to use the word culture. There are cultures, but let's just lump them all together into one big black ball of culture. The
But I
locus
don't
of
think
it, the locus of it is in the deep South.
yeah.
So,
I
dude,
will tell you.
I was pissing somebody off the other day, calling
Oh,
Cali. I call them Cali blacks. Black culture in
oh,
California is a fucking distant outpost. It's like
oh my
they're a
God.
colony.
They have
they're a
culture. They do.
they're they're
You
a
gotta stop.
colony. They're a colony. The mother country's
Isn't
back
that
here in the
another
southeast.
word? What isn't that another word though for what?
What's that?
Community, man. You know what I mean?
Oh
Tribe, whatever
yeah.
you want to call it.
Yeah,
Whatever you
I'm
want to
not
call it.
disputing that part. The only part I'm really
I know.
disputing is it shouldn't be singular. It should be plural. Now, I understand
Community,
rhetoric.
yeah.
I understand
Right.
rhetoric. I understand that, hey, let's lump the communities into one big community and let's speak for it. I'm okay with that as long as I know the speaker understands that this is a rhetorical point. It's not a literal
Right.
point. There is no one black community. And to be honest, at this point in my life,
Well, I don't believe that. Never. Yeah.
you will probably never hear me go, well, black people think, because I have no clue.
Right. Well, I did. Can I add this? This is my nerd brain. So I set up and created a survey for Black people, all the demographics. So we actually can get cultural statistics, like how Black people really truly feel. And this information can't be sold, it can't be put anywhere other than we use it as statistic information to see where who needs help, what's going on the ground, and start from there. Because I think that's the one thing
You don't
nobody's
trust
ever
the
asked.
census?
No, because my grandfather would told me my whole family would be like, we only fill out. No, my grandfather never filled out the census. He said, don't do it. Because if they ever find
Really?
out how many of us are here, they're going to try to deport us. That's what
Oh
my
wow.
grandfather used to tell me. He said, there's way more Black people than what they think, but we don't. A lot of us don't. And then when I got older, my grandmother told me the story about my grandfather running the census man off his property. So yeah, I can't trust it because you ain't got everybody taking it. Like people are refusing to do that, and I don't know why. But well, yes, I do. I do know why. But my thing is, we need to ask the questions instead of, and to your point, instead of assuming what these communities need or want to do about the next step. What next step is it? What do we need to focus on? I know what I'm focusing on, but it would be nice to know that we have enough information that we could at least start somewhere logically. So there we go.
Okay, well, yeah, the disagreement's a little bit deeper than I thought. I don't think there's a we to decide what we do.
Okay. I'm using the
I
term,
mean,
but
who is going to speak for Black America? It's never worked in the past. To be honest,
and this is
even back in Frederick Douglass's day, he didn't speak for Black America because most of them had never heard of him because they were slaves in the South. He didn't speak for Black America. Maybe you could make the argument he spoke for free Black people in the North.
here's what I will say. Of course, I can't speak for all Black people. I don't know why my hello, can you hear me? Testing. Okay.
Yeah, I hear you just fine.
Oh, the sign came up that my mic got disconnected. Anyway, long story short, my thought process on it is because, again, all I can go off of is the statistics that are available to us. And even within that, I have found the gaps and where we are being affected by whatever is going on at the time, economically, educationally, housing. Those are the things that I state because I know those things are important to not just those communities, but others as well.
Okay, well, before you go on, let me give you a little bit of something to think about. The farther we have gotten away from, let's just use 1964 as kind of a marker. The farther we get away from 1964, the more fractured, or let's just say, I don't know, diverse, diffuse, whatever, that the quote Black demographic is. You've got a whole group of mixed Black and white, or whatever the mix is, who some of them don't even identify as Black. Some of them only identify as only Black. I don't think there is a magic bullet to solve every single Black person's problem. You basically, because most Black people aren't even working poor, I think it's working poor.
There's a lot of Black people.
Blackdemographics.com. Okay. And I'm going to trust blackdemographics.com because I assume they have a vested interest in getting the numbers right and going behind the poll, the bar chart and finding out that the numbers kind of correlate. Most Black people, and it's not a huge percentage, but I think it's roughly 68% of the Black American population is working class or above. Okay, you're not going to tell me that you're going to be able to speak for 68% of people who may be struggling, but they're not doing so bad. And I would imagine what I needed would be different than some single mother living in, I don't know, Memphis in the hood. Her needs are different than mine.
Well,
Even
again,
as a single father, my needs were different than hers.
Of course. I'm gonna tell you this, none of what you just stated is my mindset. Whether or not I can speak for anyone will be up to the people who want me to, if that's the case. My goal is to gather cultural information to use to help assist. That's pretty much it. Hold on real quick. I don't know why this is tripping. Hold on real quick. I'm just switching my mic because the cord is loose. That's what's wrong. I probably sound far away, so I'm sorry.
No, you sound fine. You haven't, as far as from my end, you haven't had
Really?
any audio
Okay.
problems.
I just wanted to make sure you can hear me clearly.
No, I will
But I
let you
will
know.
say
I'm not gonna let you fade out.
thank you. Two, I'll give you I'll make it quick in that regard. When I started Chocolate Earth Foundation, it started out with agriculture.
Mhm.
And then as I started learning more about what I wanted to do and how it's affecting us, that's when the rabbit hole got deep
Mhm.
because I wanted to know what was going on. And by the way, no knock on the what is it this what you say Black demographics, because I definitely have gone there as well as Pew Research. I know they work together.
Mhm.
Um, my thing is, when is the last time we've reached out to each other as far as other communities? Of course, your needs are going to be
Okay,
different
but
from someone
can
else.
you tell me?
But hold on.
You tell.
Can-
Hold on one second. Why should we? What is the impetus to reach out to each other?
The impetus is to build success, to have
Okay,
more, make that
I'm
number
sorry
higher.
to tell you this, but
Six,
if you are Black and living in Dunwoody, you're already successful. Why?
but I'm
I
I'm
honest
not worried
and let
about.
me but let
I
me
guess that's the
no,
thing.
no, no.
No, no, no.
Let
Hold
me
on,
finish
because
what I'm
you're
saying, please.
assuming.
Hold on. Let me finish my premise. Why should someone who's living in Dunwoody, an IBM executive, care about what's going on in East Atlanta or the hood or wherever the hood is? Why reach out? You are successful. What's the impetus to reach out?
So it is for those of us who want to see the underserved being taken care of.
Right.
The
Okay.
underserved,
Well,
the other
good.
half
Good.
of, so because that's where, if we can bring those numbers up of successful Black people, that also creates more successful communities.
You mean
And
up from
even,
68%?
yes, that's
Okay.
not enough.
Oh, well,
Not
I
with us
agree
being
with
such a
that.
small
I
group.
agree with that. But I also
Now,
want to ask you, who says what's enough or who isn't? You?
no, I'm saying that there needs to be more options. I
Okay.
say that creation is necessary to meet the demographics of the underserved who usually don't have the same access, as you stated earlier, with someone who's living in Dunwoody. We
Well,
still have
shit, I
children
haven't been
going
there in
to,
years. It's probably a dump by now.
and
All I'm
so
saying is I am okay with you going, hey, we've got a larger than, if you look across demographics, Black people have a, per capita larger population of people who are underserved. You're right. Go deal with the underserved and, come up with solutions for them. But
that I do,
the dude in Dunwoody doesn't necessarily need your solutions until I guess he does.
but I never thought that he would. You understand what
Okay.
I'm saying? I never looked at,
But you do
oh,
know
rich
he's
Black
Black too.
Americans.
When you
No,
say Black America, he's included in
I'm
Black
talking
America,
about
and
all demographics.
he doesn't necessarily need your help.
But that's fine.
Or
I'm
even
trying to, but
care that
if
much.
but again, if that's the case, that's fine. I still, that's never going to
Mike?
stop. Now, the person that's
Oh,
middle
whoa,
class
whoa,
and
whoa,
mid
whoa.
and up
You shouldn't
may want, hold on, please. You may want to assist. You may want to be a part of it. There's so
Right.
many options that
Understood.
the other people have where I'm concerned. I'm not trying to push an agenda on anyone. I'm saying, hey, can we do certain things and see exactly what the problems are and do something about it.
You don't
Actually
think
do
we
it.
already know what the problems are?
It's not about knowing, it's about doing it now. Let's do it. We've talked about the
Okay.
problems forever,
All
but
right.
I'm ready to do something. So that's
Good.
why I
And
started.
it sounds like you're in the process of doing it.
And like I said, I don't believe that Black people are I love my culture. I love my
Good, but
identification, whatever you want to call it.
you love your type of Black culture. There are Black cultures you don't appreciate so much, and you disagree with me. You
But
might
there's
not like
still,
my
I
culture.
disagree with you. That doesn't mean if you needed me, I wouldn't be there for you.
Right, right. But what I'm saying, you want to talk about the culture. I'm saying I'm going to bet my culture is probably a bit different than yours. Not significantly. We're in the same age cohort. But let me put it to you this way: my brother's your age. He's my actual
Mhm,
brother. We actually
mhm,
slept in the same room for, I don't know, 5 years or something when I was in high school,
mhm.
and you know, every now and
Yeah.
again in college when I was home, and I see him,
Mhm.
all the time. But his life is not like totally different, but he grew up. We went to the same high school, went to the same church, had the same parents, but he's not a carbon copy of me. So just within the age cohort, uh, the culture's slightly
I I,
different.
I want to say to you this, regardless, and then again, I stand in this. Regardless, I understand that there are different, get the privilege to meet different types of Black people across the country. So I don't
Right.
go in with the attitude of one thing is going to fix everything. Um, there's projects that I am involved with that we are making sure we drop this summer. Just to give you an example, like I told you, I make apps, websites, all kind of stuff
Hey,
like that.
chocolate, you're
Elect
now you're starting to go in and out a bit.
oh, go okay. How about now? Better, worse? Tell me.
Oh no,
Yes, yes. No.
you're good for now.
Okay, tell me when. I'm gonna have to fix my mic.
No,
Something's not right.
you're good now. I don't know whether you turn your head away or walk
I
away.
didn't. I didn't even move. I'm staring at the
Get
computer.
you get you a
But
set of get do you need get a well, you're a veteran of YouTube.
yeah,
I don't have like headphones or anything. I use a stand mic, this Yeti blue thing, and I've got
yes.
a couple pairs of earbuds. And I
I
actually have some wireless mics, which my brother gave me, but I haven't tested out yet.
oh wow. I'm having technical difficulties, that's all. But I do want to say this. I do use um the statistics that I do find again to create something that's beneficial, that is going to assist. Like for instance, currently we have 25 million adults in this country that don't have their diplomas.
Mhm.
And so my thought process is, all right, what jobs can you walk in entry level if you have the training, whether you're home or whether you go into an office? And that's like the biggest thing right now is your AI. You have uh, an opportunity to take an AI class, AI security class, along with doing what you need
Okay,
to do to get your diploma.
AI security is not going to be enough. There's almost nothing you can do. Um, I, I,
What?
I
What do
happen,
you mean? There's
I, I
wait,
mean
there's
exactly that.
there's no jobs in AI security, cybersecurity. That's not.
Well, cybersecurity, yes, and I know people who you don't necessarily have to have a college degree, but the people that I know who got into things like that have been doing it since they were like 8. Like they you've heard experience in lieu of a degree on a like a
Yeah, of
job
course.
requirement. A
It's
lot of
it's
the
a
people,
6-month program.
hold on one sec. A lot of the people who wind up going into those fields without degrees have the experience uh, in lieu of degree. I don't think you're going to be able, like, post high school change of career, go take an AI class. Now, maybe you can, because I mean, I do know that Windows boot camps, for instance, I took a Windows boot camp, but let me tell you the difference is I was good with computers since I was a kid. So Windows was just kind of, getting up to date with what Windows had to offer currently. But, I would have never been able to like just go blind having never had like a computer class. My first computer class was one of the first in Savannah uh, in 12th grade. This was before computer labs. We had like 2 or 3. I think eventually we wound up with 3 Apple IIe's, and we were learning BASIC. That was our computer class back in 1983. Fortran was like Fortran was like the cutting edge language that they were teaching in college. I don't
My
think you
favorite
can come. I don't think you can take an AI security class, uh, because you're doing a change of career, say out of Trump's government. Um, you have to be computer savvy to get
I
something out
am.
of the class. Well,
I
I'm
am.
not talking about you. I'm talking about the people you want to help.
But we're gonna be it's
I
actually
and
humans
if
that would
better or
teach,
worse,
not
try think of Jay Prince for president taking an
please
AI
don't.
security class.
I don't want to even hear that man's name.
But somebody like him.
Can't stand.
I don't
Oh,
think I
good.
don't think
Good
he
for
would get
them.
much out of that AI security class.
He wouldn't, but too bad. Oh, that's on him. But
Can't
there will be people who do
understand.
get
Let's
something.
use him as a prototype. I should have not said his name.
No, I
Now
don't
you're
want to
triggered.
use that prototype.
Now you're
Find
triggered.
somebody else. Yes, I am. I don't like him. I have so much
Okay,
disdain for
well,
him.
don't
So
just
I
just
try not
just
to be quiet about it.
let's use someone in his circumstances.
That's fine.
Never been serious a day in his life. All of a sudden, he wants to take AI security. Well, you know who's better, and I'm not going to mention his name,
Mm,
but
mm.
someone who's roughly my age, couple years younger, all of a sudden, hey, you know what? I'm good making like AI pictures or AI music. Let me see what I can do with AI security. Nope, I don't see that happening. If you know
But
anything
that's
about cybersecurity,
there.
it can be pretty complicated. Like configuring a firewall or something like that. Oof.
But
You
they
don't
have. That's why
you
you have
just do that.
teachers.
You don't do that just learning how to, make pictures with an editor.
Why? Why do you think that would be the case, though?
Oh, because I've worked in IT and I know the
No,
intricacies.
I'm saying that would be. Why would that be? Why would we make it difficult for people to learn it? If it is complicated, wouldn't we break that down?
Uh, which no, some things you can't break down. Do you know what a firewall is? Do
Yes,
you
sir,
know
I
that
do.
okay, well, good. Have you ever configured one?
Yes, sir, I have.
Good. Well, then, do you think the prototypes that we're talking about, do you think they even know what a firewall is? They may know the term, but do they know what a firewall is? Do they know what an actual like hardware firewall versus a software firewall? And I haven't worked in
Mhm.
the industry in damn near 10 years, so it's probably more complicated than I'm describing it. Dude, I've worked with firewalls, not professionally, but just sometimes just configuring my wireless modem. Like when my son was in high school, I never bothered with Net Nanny or something. I know how to configure the modem's firewall, and even that was kind of tricky because I don't have that. I don't have the mind. But what I'm trying to say is, you can't make something that's inherently complicated simple to a point to where they're going to walk into Cisco systems and be competitive that way. They're not going to be working at Cisco systems taking a class. Now, they may be able to do classes. I know that there are certifications and stuff, security certifications that you can get. I do know that.
That's what I was.
But
Yeah,
but
that's
but
all I'm
those
talking about.
but those people, you don't just walk in and start getting those sorts of certifications. Shit, most people aren't that smart or organized
Oh
or even
gosh,
think.
Stanley.
Certain. Okay, well,
Lord have
I'm
mercy.
sorry. Okay, you can go
Don't
whatever.
be.
As
Don't be
I've
sorry.
said, as I've said, I've worked. I wasn't in cybersecurity. Um, you're not going to walk into a 100K job at Google taking an AI security class. Um, it just doesn't work that way. Now you might be a savant. It's not impossible, but it's highly improbable.
Well, I will say this. The ability to do it is the fact that um, there is government funding that's available for us to teach people for free and pay the teachers. And we're talking about adults. So it's not just me up there. There's other people who have a background.
So you think you're going to be able to teach cyber or AI security?
Well, I'm getting my certifications in both. So
Have
AI
you ever worked
security,
any?
I'm
Have you ever
comfortable.
worked? Have you ever worked an industry job or anything like that? Or you just taking the classes?
No, I've worked in a different, how should I put it? Yes, I've worked in the industry in some capacity, but I don't,
You've worked. You've worked with AI.
yeah, I work with AI every day,
Okay, I
not just
mean,
making
like,
pictures and
when I say work with AI,
making
I don't
videos.
mean sit.
Yes,
I don't mean working with an editor. I mean, this is what I mean. Have you ever made an editor? Not using the
I,
editor. Have you ever made? Have you ever designed? Have you ever coded the
yes,
editor?
yes, I have created
So you've
agents,
worked
if
with the
that's what you're
large
asking.
you've worked with the large language models and all that stuff.
When we first in the space of what is that called? When MySpace was around, I used to make
Oh, wait,
websites
did
and
you
things
just
like
say
that based off
MySpace?
that. Yeah, I mean, even further back, I've been online working online, fixing computers, tech support, learning different things,
Okay, well,
especially as the
I'm
technology
going to tell you
changed.
right now, AI is a little different than getting your A plus certification. It's a
But
tad
we're
different.
talking about two different things. I just said to you.
We are talking about two
I
different
know
things.
that.
I was
Yes.
making a joke.
So, okay. I just like I said, I don't even use ChatGPT, and AI is so much bigger than that. So
Mhm.
I'm not even entertaining it. Like that's crazy
Okay.
work.
All
Like I
right.
said,
Well, I've
whether
said my
it's
piece.
successful, whether it's not, I'm cool with that. I want to see, and
Right.
I want to try. So I've created myself. I haven't
Okay,
asked anyone else to do
you're
it.
bringing yourself into a larger point that I'm trying to make. It's really not about you. It's really about the Black community. That's where we started off. I'm
And that's where I
saying,
am.
I'm saying that basically, the underserved, great. You should go there. You should keep doing what you're doing.
That's what I'm doing.
But
Yeah.
you've got to be a lot more specific. you don't talk about the Black community. You talk about those in the Black community that are underserved, because not everybody in the Black community is underserved. And my argument is statistically 68% are working class or above, and maybe they need your help, maybe they don't.
And if they do, it's an option that's here. And if they don't,
That is
that's
true.
okay.
I'm just making a statistical interpretation that it's possible that 32%, a third of the population needs your help. Therefore, when you say Black community or Black people or Black culture, you're in reality. And we're talking theory, we're talking big picture. We're not talking nuts and bolts and details. Only about a third of the Black people need your help. You can't talk for the other 2/3. They may need your help, they may not.
But I'm not, and I have no desire to.
Well,
I'm
when
not
you
speaking for
say
anyone. I'm
say
just
Black
stating, but I
culture, when
do,
you
but
say
I
Black
do
culture,
say,
that's 100%. When people hear you say Black
Stanley,
culture, they're thinking all Black people.
no, because if they've ever listened to me, I always talk about the underserved. I always talk about the people who get the raw
Well,
end of
you
the
don't
stick, and that
always listen to you.
they exactly. So, and I'm okay with that part. I know that I'm talking about the underserved. I'm not talking about people who are okay. It's like me being a doctor and saying I'm gonna take care of the people who are healthy.
Okay, let's
Like,
not
no.
go there. As long as we
I'm just
understand,
saying,
when you say Black culture, people who
uh,
don't know you are going to think, well, she means all Black people need her help.
well, and then people have a mouth. They can ask. Like, I don't worry about that.
You
I really
probably
don't.
should.
I can't.
If you're gonna be,
Well, I don't because
especially if you're gonna be well, I'm gonna be honest. I'm Black, and I thought you were talking about all Black people.
and here's the thing. My Chocolate Earth Foundation is for all Black people. It doesn't matter where you're walking from or
I
coming from. If
understand
we
that.
hold on. Not just some Black foundation that's, oh, we do stuff like this. No, I am talking about assisting people with what they need, meeting them where they're at, housing, food, clothing, education, job assistance, maybe even housing assistance. So 7 years I've been picking apart how the system works and how I can assist with the skills I have. That's it. I don't
Well,
think
is
I'm a savior
underserved.
or anything.
Well,
Yeah.
no one's suggesting that. Uh, is saying, say you were making, a commercial or something.
Hmm.
Is saying, hey, my foundation is to help the underserved in the Black community. Is that not sexy enough? So you have to say Black culture, Black people, Black community.
No, I just say Black culture. And like you said, I am talking about a culture that's mine. The people that were
Okay,
underserved, the people that feel underserved.
we're all of a sudden talking past each other. The culture doesn't need you. Certain people in the culture need you, and there's no one
And that's
culture
fine.
to start off with.
Okay. But I said that. I agreed with you on that. Like, I don't
Right,
know.
but you insist on generalities.
No, I didn't. I just said culture. I just used the word, the terminology. I'm very
Okay,
aware.
when
And if
okay, do you not understand when you just say Black culture, that's a generality?
I do know it's a generality, Sam. I'm
Okay,
aware.
then.
I just said
So
maybe I misspoke. I
I'm
could have used
saying,
another word, but that's what I'm talking about. The underserved culture and
okay.
within.
Well, I'll just leave it at that and just end with, at least you know what you're talking about. Now educate the rest of us.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do.
Gotcha. Well, let's get back to this young lady. And by the way, the link is posted for those who want to come up. Feel free to do so. Um, let's see how much more of this is left, because we got about a quarter of it. We've got About 13 minutes left.
Our society is so sick. It's so funny because I always hear like people from Europe talk about how like Americans make everything about race, but I feel like they really like choose to ignore that the fact that our society is so sick that someone can loudly with their full chest
Black person right now.
and that's the injustice. Okay. Part 3. The MAGA substitution, manufactured grievance versus authentic rebellion. So the release valve is gone. MAGA and grievance politics have filled the void left by strong, expressive, crude, rebellious subcultures that were born around boundary-pushing art like M&M's. MAGA rallies and online debates replaced mosh pits and basements. And the trip part about what's happening is that is actually way more dangerous than garage bands ever were. Once upon a time, working-class whites, might have questioned their place in the system through music and through media. But today, a lot of them vote against their own economic interests in order to retain a sense of group identity based on race and cultural status. Red hats have replaced band t-shirts and rally chants substitute for song lyrics. What we are watching play out in front of us today has absolutely nothing to do with grassroots rebellion. I feel like I have to repeat that point. MAGA is not a grassroots rebellion. It is engineered grievance. It's a carefully orchestrated transformation of manufactured grievance. It has nothing to do with authentic rebellion. So I talk a lot about think tanks like the Heritage Foundation, spending decades studying the emotional landscape and the moods of disaffected white Americans, and then crafting narratives that feel rebellious.
That we are in the process of the Second American Revolution, which will remain bloodless if the left allows it to be.
They feel like you're a part of something, but they're actually set up to serve elite interests, aka state-sponsored revolution. There are now MAGA-specific think tanks like the Center for Renewing America and the America First Policy Institute. There are now MAGA recruiting and training organizations like American Moment and MAGA incubators like the Conservative Partnership Institute. All of those entities are aimed at not only bolstering the Trump cause, but strategizing how to sustain it after he's gone. The America First Policy Institute right now is openly working on a 100-year plan for Trumpism, and they're aiming to permanently root these politics in the American psyche. That is the goal. Permanent Trumpism. This is an America where doublespeak will be common, where the truth is optional, where cities and states that fight back against gerrymandering can be sued because not discriminating against anyone else is now seen as discrimination against white people. Instead of music, kids are being fed reactionary YouTube clips before they even know how to read. They are being groomed by the algorithm and other people who also can't read. So make no mistakes. When you see JD Vance on podcasts, it's not because he had an interest in that podcast and decided, oh, hey, I want to go talk to these guys. There is a pipeline from think tank strategy to street level culture war. This is so far from organic rebellion. It's political strategy that is running a cosplay as cultural understanding. That's the only way that I can think to describe it. Cultural cosplay. When Eminem was most provocative, he still somehow embodied class consciousness. A poor white person aware of both his struggles and his privilege, still being conscious of the world around him. The landscape today has been purposefully hijacked.
We all know the woke stuff went too far, but the answer isn't going too far the other way. It's not a bad thing to have a little compassion for people. It's not a bad thing to care a little for the environment.
Hijacked, not it's not a natural evolution. This is a hijacking. In a post-Trump world, the incitement of white grievance is going to be the strongest strategy, and they're going to run this play into the ground.
Just to get her aggression out. I feel very violent. I feel like I'm doing something I'm good at.
The crude language and offensiveness and vibe of the 90s and the early 2000s that once, joined people together has been hijacked to just casual racism and dog whistles. And if you dare say anything about me being casually racist to you, you're the problem, not me. The baby that these grievance politics have given birth to is a complete inversion. You now have personal grievances being elevated to the level of political struggles against a perceived evil for some reason only lives in the lives of other people who are ruining America and has nothing to do with the political or economic systems that are hollowing our country from the inside. Nothing to do with that. It's because the bathrooms aren't gendered. And probably the true tragedy of it all, the strategy feels just as warm and fuzzy as being a part of something bigger than yourself. It mimics what is found in authentic spaces, except It's just truly top-down manipulation. You're running the risk of missing out on building real community. You're being filled up, but you're still starving. So in the absence of galvanizing subcultures, white America becomes the default culture, and anything outside of that becomes a threat. It waits like a low-grade fever in the background, ready to reabsorb disaffected white kids the moment they are confronted with pushback, oftentimes for their own behavior. Oh, they hit you back? Come on home. That home, of course, being white America's suburban insecurity. The same white kid who used to blast Lose Yourself on a burnt CD is now the kid who shares Charlie Kirk clips, ranting loudly online about being silenced. Authentic identity and authentic rebellion rooted in class, art, and collective expression has been replaced and repackaged into white grievance identity politics. Only now, the focus is no longer about challenging power, questioning authority. It's about who can comply best, who can be most loyal to the system.
He could stand on the front steps of the White House and commit murder, and I'm with him.
And an obsession about reclaiming a fictional past, from fuck the system to build the wall. And so that's where we are today, edgelording ourselves into authoritarianism. Part 4, what we owe the real Slim Shady. Eminem didn't save America, but for a while, maybe he kept white America humble. He was one of the last cultural pressure valves for suburban angst. A noisy, offensive, unfiltered force who gave white kids somewhere to put their rage before that rage curdled into grievance. I actually don't think that it's too far of a reach to come to the conclusion that despite crime dropping overall since we started actively keeping track in the 70s, that the decline of these cultural outlets and the flattening of subcultures by way of social media has led to a rise in mass violence and increased online radicalization in the 2020s. I made a video about a year or two ago as someone who used to be a huge fan of Eminem growing up, where, I was critiquing Eminem's offensiveness, his obsession with not being cancelable and how he just needed to grow up and be more mature and yada, 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 blah, 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 blah. But doing a re-listen of his old stuff made me realize that maybe I was a little bit too quick to criticize the crude, offensive rawness of Slim Shady. In hindsight, maybe I was too hard on him. It served a purpose. That licensed transgression was holding back something much, much worse. He definitely wasn't perfect. He was flawed, problematic, offensive.
Why are you so mad about body positivity?
Well, you're so mad about body positivity. What the fuck is body positivity?
Like people feeling okay with their bodies.
Oh, you mean fat power?
Okay. BBL Slizzy.
Eminem walked so rage baiters today could run, truly. But by giving white America both a mirror and a confession booth, Mr. Mathers forced an uncomfortable confrontation with internalized prejudice, insecurity, and pain. That confrontation and vulnerability, truly, think about the vulnerability required to put out a track like Cleaning Out My Closet. That confrontation and vulnerability, however messy, is necessary. It's crucial. And we can feel the absence today. If the absence is deeply felt.
Watching him play to his base that thinks that he cares about them, and it's actually the people that he cares about least. If you're talking about his core being, a majority white middle class, what I don't understand is how in the fuck do you feel like you relate to a billionaire who has never known struggle his entire fucking life? I will say this, he talks a good one.
It's the M&Ms of the world who hold a mirror up to white America. They force white kids to confront their shadow selves, to see how whiteness functions in the world, not as a neutral default, but as an identity with power and consequence. What's left now is unexamined rage. That's what's filled the void. Not solidarity, not rebellion, but resentment. How dare you remind me of my manners? How dare you actually want freedom and justice for all, dressed up as patriotism and counterculture? Eminem wasn't a revolutionary hero, but his art was a release valve, and today that valve is gone.
Without me.
I feel like it's also worth mentioning that Slim Shady was also a persona, and we've evolved into a place where the line between person and persona is blurred. What was once just a persona has become the sum of people's entire personality, and it has given birth to a spectacle-addicted troll nation.
Hell yeah, I use the hard R in the group chats.
It's actually not an accident that we ended up with a spectacle-addicted troll president.
There's a subculture and a sub-media that talks and keeps things going for entertainment purposes rather than for the flow of information.
Our only hope is class consciousness. Coda, the tragic optimist's path forward. The solution isn't nostalgia. We can't just bring back Eminem. It wouldn't do anything anyway. South Park is trying to give it a run for its money, but I honestly don't think that it's possible to out-troll the trolls. But we shall see. My fingers are crossed. What we can be doing is rebuilding spaces where anger is channeled into community, into innovation, into art, and a love of something and not just a hate of something.
It saved my life. It gave me a purpose, which I was sorely lacking in my life, and it was damaging who I was, and to the point where I was going to be nothing.
Very least. We also can't just blame kids for turning to the wrong outlets. We have to ask ourselves what were and are the right ones. You know, what happened to them and what would they look like in this time and space?
Hello? Hello? I can't. Hello? Oh, I think he's muted. Stanley, are you talking?
Oh shoot, yeah, I do. I was muted. No,
All
I
right.
was gonna say that the lack of parenting rears its absent head. High school is like the launching pad, and there can be failure to launch. There can be all kinds of things, and I just don't. I've never been able to buy that. Oh, kids, they got a phone in their hand, and all these things are being blamed on social media. When, in my opinion, it's poor parenting. Now, I'm not going to say social media has nothing to do with it, but a parent gets to control when their kid uh, gets a hold of, a device that allows social media. I hear all the time. As a matter of fact, I heard it from a young lady on this panel a while ago, that her child had, the iPad and was contented. And I didn't say anything because, me, I'm abrasive enough. making a
Never. What?
ma-
I would never
making
guess that.
making the joke I wanted to make would have actually been, you know,
Horrible.
the unsubscribing, the berating I would have got, that would have
Oh
been
my God.
all of it would have been deserved, but it would have just been wrong.
Oh, well, good for you. Good for you.
No, wait,
That
hold
you
it.
don't want to
If
be a
well,
troll like that.
don't give me too much. No, you got, dude, some things are just wrong. And I'm
I
not
know.
gonna,
Listen, I know.
now
I've been there.
d-
Yeah.
don't give me too much credit, because if I could have justified it, I would have done
I know you would have. I have no doubt you would have said it. I listen.
but
I pay
but in
attention.
all
I pay
in
attention to you, sir.
all in all honesty, there was no justification for that joke, so I just quashed it. So, but it did concern me, you know. But it is what it is. So let's let this lovely lady, finish up.
With our specifically unique challenges, what would they look like now? Not nostalgia, evolution. I feel like way too often we hear things like the kids will always find something, they'll figure it out. It's just a phase. Maybe. But what if the algorithm doesn't let them find anything else? Looking forward, the work should be put into rebuilding authentic subcultures, the kind that thrive in real rooms, not in comment sections.
Don't be fooled by the internet. It's cool. It's cool to get on the computer, but don't let the computer get on you. Cool to use the computer. Don't let the computer use you. You all saw The Matrix. There's a war going on. The battlefield's in the mind, and the prize is the soul. Be careful.
That means creating outlets outside of the feed, unions, do it yourself, real music scenes, mutual aid, meetups, zines in coffee shops, firearm safety groups, cooking circles, running and exercise crews, run anything where people are building something together working on something together instead of just consuming outrage. Are you an asset in the revolution? At every opportunity, we should be ripping the mask off the reality that movements like MAGA are deeply aligned with establishment money and power. They are bankrolled by the same elites that they claim to fight, and they masquerade as counterculture while wielding class warfare right in front of us. Make no mistake, what you see happening when billionaires make healthcare decisions while purposefully crashing the economy, while removing consumer protections, while building, $200 million gold ballrooms, class warfare is in full effect and they are winning. That is what's happening. They're winning. The tragic optimist in me believes that there is hope if we take lessons from what worked in the past and we combine it with our strengths of today. I believe that rebellion and cohesive awareness can exist, and I believe that that can be shaped into art or targeted activism. White America has already shown us repeatedly what happens when it as a culture goes unchecked and it's stripped of critique. It becomes a culture that is close to the edge, and it's not a rebellion, but of regression. It's also just pattern recognition to be aware of the objective reality that white America unchecked all too quickly becomes white America unhinged. And if you are offended by that factual reality, then maybe the next question is,
Wow.
why did
They
it
make them in
strike a
kid
nerve?
size?
And that is why the best choice to be the next Superman is Eminem.
That is all that I have for you today, friends, and I will see you in the next one.
All I have to say is that KKK thing was like the first Gar Animals outfit. I'm like, holy cow. So I see my darling Chocolate has left. Hopefully she'll come back. So this is a good opportunity to do the commercial. If you're hearing this on the on a replay, please make sure you hit the like button. If you're new to the channel, please make sure you hit the like button and subscribe. This might be the show that you have been looking for all your YouTube days, but it might not be. So check us out. We don't bite, at least not physically. We do rhetorically sometimes. Let's see. Oh yeah, you know what? Support the show by supporting the host. The Sovereign Beer Fund is definitely open for investment. This Saturday show, at least at this point, is my dear friend and at this point colleague, Dirty Dude, sponsor of the bus. He gave us gas money, and we're gonna go. So let me also mention our executive producers. And by the way, the executive producer, Speak Radio, gave me a wonderful, jokey thumbnail for Monday. I seem to have been on a lot of people's minds these past few days. Oh, let me show you what Leonard did last night. Now, last night, after this show, I went over to Latino's because, I had some cooking to do and for my sister. And so I'm in the kitchen. I had some sourdough I had to put into the refrigerator. I had to put it in a Banneton, put it in the refrigerator to do its thing, overnight, and probably wind up leaving it a day and a half or so. But so I'm in the chat. And of course, the only reason I even went there is Ryan Bardwell was on the panel at Latinos. So yeah, of course, I went over there to troll. Sorry, it's my passion. Yeah, so I get over there, and Ryan just goes apeshit. And then Mike123, who had just been in my chat, goes up there, and they just start shit talking me. I mean, it was like, dude, this is stuff they would never say on my panel. But up on Latinos and Jules, they have a friendly panel to list their gripes, and Stanley this, Stanley that. And Ryan's just getting drunk as he's talking. Dude, And then he starts calling Mike 123 Mikey. And, you know, Mikey keeps going, don't call me Mikey. And of course, Ryan is going to resort to type, fuck you. What you going to do about it? You know, stuff like that. Ryan is a fucking racist. You get some fucking tequila or whatever the racist sips he takes. Dude, his real personality comes out. And if you're black or even half black like Mike, dude, Ryan basically told Mike, do fucking something about it. And of course, Latino's just up for the entertainment, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent. He just likes to chuckle. And Jewel, who knows? She's probably high in a corner somewhere. But the bottom line is, Brian, I won't even go back and review your performance last night because you did a lot better on CM's show. It was much more entertaining because you had two other idiots up there with you, namely Seymour and It's My Time. So we're going to save that for dessert and a couple more of these Guinness stouts, and I might just preempt everything I was going to show and go straight to the ridiculousness. Dude, I could not believe that these were three adults on YouTube with the foolishness that was going on. And some of the things they said about me are strikeable. Like, I'm well within my rights to strike CM's channel for what he let go on. And this, he'll do some sissy bullshit about, I can't control what other people say. God damn it, yeah, you can. You can take that shit, you know, and make it private. But of course you can control what other people say. And he let It's My Time make a drunken fool of her ghetto grandma self. And if it wasn't so amusing, it would have been sad, but I was more amused. I was amused enough to just do a pop-up. Dude, these are people that I am amused by, but you know, I'm willing to let them be themselves and mock them. But they get so mad when I mock them. And that's where our executive producer, Speak Radio, swoops in. It just made me laugh. He just made me laugh. And I'm not going to even talk about it till Monday. Monday's thumbnail and the title pretty much. And I'll develop it on Monday. But once again, Speak Radio, the executive producer, and shit, he might as well just be the art, what is it? The executive art controller of this show. What would I do without the dude? And his sense of humor is pretty, it is subtle, it is direct, and I think people will get what's gonna with Monday's thumbnail. So unfortunately, do I even want to do this? Maybe I should just go directly into CM's show. See, I want to do something serious, or wanted. So this is Brooklyn St. Michael, and the title of this playlist is Disintegration, the Splintering of Black America, which is
now that disintegration has cleaved one Black America.
This is basically what I was talking about. There is no one Black America. So I think what we'll do is just watch this one video. It's a 8-part playlist. I'm just going to go ahead and you know, kind of establish what I was talking about with Chocolate Earth. There is no one Black America. But the other thing I want to do is one of these days, I really want to do what Brooklyn St. Michael does. He's reading from a book on his Kindle, and I just don't have the discipline to do it, but I certainly have the books and I certainly have the Kindle. I really need to start doing this. This dude does excellent work, like really yeoman work. And anyway, Four Black Americas by Eugene Robinson's. Eugene Robinson is a legendary, the guy, the big picture right here with the red tie. Eugene Robinson, how I came to know him, legendary opinion columnist for the Washington Post back when it was the Washington Post. He's legendary. I think he's a Pulitzer Prize winner, etc. So let's listen to it. Four Black Americas, folks, not just one.
Get into four. Will we still nod to each other when we pass on the street?
Uh-oh.
I have to ask whether Black Americans, divided as they are by the process of disintegration, still have enough shared experiences, values, hopes, fears, and dreams that they define and claim a single racial identity and feel a racial solidarity powerful enough to connect, if only for an instant, strangers who may never see each other again.
He's asking if they still have the glue that makes a people. He sees them split into four groups, and he's been living long enough to see the changes and the differences between them. And now he's wondering if they still have enough shared identity to feel like one people. Because if that glue is gone and the feeling is gone, then Black America becomes just a label instead of a...
I hate to interrupt this, but I think Palomino asks a seminal question even. He's asking, Stanley, do you think you're not racist? Well, Palomino, oh pal Omino of mine, I have stated several times over the years that I've been doing this show, and it's probably almost 2 at this point, or I've been on air, probably close to 3. But anyway, I think every person that is born in the American culture is taught to be a racist. You're not born racist, but you are taught to be. And your parents may be, maybe Black. But what you're going to learn once you get into social media, back in my day, it was television and radio. You'll find it in books. You'll find it in your school. You'll find it in your teachers. You'll find it in the store. You'll find it in Gap. You're taught American racism. You're taught racist tropes. Sometimes it'll be casual, like we were talking about casual racism. Sometimes it'll be a joke. Hopefully it's funnier than the ones people tend to tell on YouTube. And to Palomino's point, we're all taught to be racist. I think you have to struggle growing up and existing in American culture not to be a racist. So I'm going to say, kind of like a version of an alcoholic, we're all recovering racists. I struggle to resist some of these racist tropes, and I indulge in them all the time, especially when I'm trolling and someone wants to come at me with the casual racism or something like that. I'm just better at return fire. So yeah, I deal in racist tropes all the time. And I literally think if you say something racist, you're a racist. So the answer is yes, but I struggle as a recovering racist because we all are in this American culture. I struggle not to be. Some days are better than others. Now, I will also say I've never seen Palomino, especially when he gets into a racist channel like John Galt or Be Brave. Palomino, I've never sensed a struggle to be racist with you. I've never sensed it in Ryan Bardwell or John Galt or CT or Bob. None of y'all motherfuckers even struggle with it. You embrace it and you try and make it funny. To me, you're embracing the racist behavior. So it is what it is. The way American culture works now, you can even be kind of a racist and not a bad guy. I think racists tend to be stupid if they embrace it. It's a sign of stupidity. It's a sign of lack of knowledge. It's a sign of ignorance. You don't know American culture. You don't know American history. And quite frankly, you have no self-worth. Who wants to be a racist? I think Palomino, you love it. I think people like Hood Conservative love it. It's part of their identity. And, you can resist American culture, the parts that are toxic, or you can embrace it. And I choose to resist it as best I can. You'll probably never win, but you know what? You take it one day at a time. Unfortunately, there is no 12-step program for racism in these United States. The education system certainly isn't a 12-step program. So there's your answer, complicated as it may be. And let's get back to the trolling. What's up, Mike?
Shit, the sun is up, and you're doing a little too much, G.
Am I?
You are, and you need to what the young people say, pipe it down.
Who's gonna make me, Mike?
Well, that's what I'm here for. It's time to shut this.
Whoa. Let me get this
It ain't
straight.
no whoa.
Okay.
You asked me a motherfucking question.
Son, you got an echo. It's echoing stupidity. How about take care of the echo before you start in correcting me? Let me know when you get that echo.
All you have to fucking do is
I still hear an echo.
Well, mute up on your.
No, you motherfucking mute. You're
You're not supposed to be talking when I have the floor anyway.
Son, get rid of the echo. Please be a good panelist. You didn't have an echo when you. Oh, there he goes. See, this is what these mic 1-2-3s do. Dude, fix your technical problems before you come up here fussing at me. Damn. So anyway, Palomino, I hope you have the answer to your question.
Real people moving in one direction.
I give the little nod without even thinking about it. Is it my imagination, or are fewer people nodding back?
Which one is it?
We now know that in terms of biology, race means nothing.
Here we go. Now, what does he mean when he says race means nothing in terms of biology? He means when you look at the actual genes, not the stories that people pass down and not what people imagine based on appearance, but when you examine the actual biological code, people can't be divided into racial groups, and especially not how America categorizes the groups.
This has long been intuitively obvious, at least to non-racists, but now we have proof.
Because humans are experts at making up stories. They'll swear up and down that because a person looks a certain way, that their physical appearance must be the reason that they think or act in a particular manner. But that's not true. He's saying that this has been intuitively obvious to the non-racist, and it's been that way for a long time. But now it's past being an intuition because we have proof. What proof?
The deciphering of the genetic code shows that external features such as skin color and hair texture indicate nothing about a person's nature, intelligence, or capabilities, and that it would make just as much sense to group people by any other arbitrarily chosen markers, blood type, say, or ability to whistle.
The deciphering of the human
Oh, sorry. What's up, 12th man?
Hey, what's good, Stanley? How's your Saturday? What are we talking about today?
This particular video is about a divided Black America.
Think that's true?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it is too, because you definitely have some on the right and some on the left. And
No, not just politically.
oh, okay, goes deeper than that.
Way deeper. It goes deeper. It goes right, left, up, down, third dimension. Pretty much like any other demographic.
Flash.
There are all kinds of ways that people can, stand apart from the herd, and Black America is no different.
Like people are just people in the end. They're all gonna act alike.
Wouldn't even go that far, but you're close to you're close to right.
Well, I think you argue that a lot, Stanley. I mean,
I do. And the thing is eventually, one of the things that I don't ever argue points that I can't substantiate. Look, if you may disagree with me, but there's a reason. I don't the political, the cultural, the historical points that I make, I actually have reasons for thinking them. Now, I'm not necessarily mimicking, I may be agreeing with the point. There's a lot of stuff. My thoughts on Black American culture, in quotes, I've synthesized a lot of stuff into what I hope is kind of unique. I think even one of the things that I've synthesized into my idea of what Black America is, at least culturally, comes from Thomas Sowell himself. I think Thomas Sowell is close to right with the Black redneck part, the origins of Black culture. He's specifically talking about, quote, ghetto culture. I'm not above agreeing with Thomas Sowell or kind of thinking he's on the right path. I don't care as long as I think there's something valuable that I can think about, maybe even assimilate into whatever Stanley's big picture is. A lot of these idiots want to go, well, Stanley doesn't, he read it all in a book. Nah, I've had a life, and a very lucky life, that I literally overnight, when I say I'm reading, I'm actually reading. And I'm actually assimilating disparate things that I've learned over the decades. My goal, and of course it's unachievable, is to have a unified theory of my worldview. And, you will work all your life and no one ever gets there. But if I could come up with a grand theory, a unified theory of my worldview that explains different circumstances, and it could cover all the emergencies and just random things that happen, dude, I would literally be philosopher king. But that's not going to happen.
yeah, I really enjoyed Thomas Sowell or Sowell, however you say it.
I think Thomas Sowell is pretty much a failure as any sort of leader. He's a failed whatever. However, he does have some things that you can pick and choose and actually are useful, intellectually. So he's not chopped liver, but he's not my cup of tea.
Well, I could think of a lot worse things to read than his
Okay,
philosophies
well,
on things.
coming from you, it doesn't have the impact that one might imagine.
Well, I don't expect it to have any impact, so to speak.
You know me well. Let's see. Hey, Lord ADS, good to see you. It is good to see. I saw you on Creative Solutions last night. I enjoyed your time up there. Yes, Mariah, if only I could be Philosopher King, but just give me Philosopher. I can split
Just
time with someone else.
Philosopher Stanley on YouTube.
So we'll listen to a little bit, but I'm gonna maybe have one more Guinness Stout lubricant, and then we may have to go into the
Is
fight.
that a lubricant?
Lubricant. I'm making a joke
Yeah.
about the Guinness Stout. So let us finish. We'll finish. This we got about 24 more minutes of this, and then we'll see where we are as far as switching gears.
Human genome began in 1990, and it took 13 years to complete. The vast majority of it was deciphered in 2003, and the remaining gaps were fully completed in 2022. But basically, this was a project on reading the instruction manual for the human body, coded in 4 letters: A, T, C, and G. So the job of the scientists was to write down the human DNA sequence so they could see what the human genetic blueprint actually looked like. And after examining the genetic code, they didn't find anything that could be perfectly linked to the human invented category called race. It's not there, right? Now, genetics don't require a human to invent. Back then, what disrupted the established order?
I hate to interrupt a good thing, but not there is not exactly right. It would be better if he just said it hasn't been discovered or discerned yet. Not there presumes that it might not be there definitively. Science doesn't work that way. We can't find it. So we're not going to act like we have found it. That's a way better way of, science is nothing but hedging its bets.
Yeah, and science has never really settled.
Correct.
You know, they tried to say science is settled during COVID. No, it's not. No, science has never settled.
They literally never said anything like that.
Yeah, they did.
And absolutely they didn't. And I used to watch those daily conferences. The only person who said it was settled was probably Trump, but I don't think even he went that far.
No, he didn't say it.
Okay, I don't need to be.
Democrats all over were saying the science is settled.
Okay.
The science is settled.
That's a fucking lie. No one ever said that, and I had time to watch it. No one ever said the science was settled, you idiot. Stop the fucking lying.
Well, I seen it, so I know.
No, I don't believe you. You're drunk half the time. You see a lot of things, probably. The bottom line is I never heard anyone, Fauci or anyone with a medical degree, said that the science was settled. Now, maybe you heard it on Fox News or some bullshit like that. I'm talking about the people who were actually in charge. Never heard that.
Order was generally productive for blacks, and what protected it was generally counterproductive for blacks. This is what he's saying.
That was then. Today, Black Americans' fundamental rights are secure.
Legally secured in the books.
To be sure, these rights are not always and universally observed. A year into the administration of the first African American president, federal authorities accused a Mississippi school district of deliberately enforcing a policy of segregation by transferring students to designated schools according to race. Postmortems on the subprime mortgage crisis unearthed evidence that worrisome numbers of black homebuyers were steered by agents and brokers into riskier loans at higher interest rates than whites with similar incomes and credit ratings. African Americans are tremendously overrepresented in the prison population nationwide, and much of the disparity would be eliminated if the law did not treat crack cocaine, which is mostly bought and sold in abandoned black communities, so much more harshly than it treats the identical drug in powder form, which is the way whites tend to buy and sell it. When presented with obvious examples of unequal treatment such as these, it is easy for the four black Americans to agree. Here is an injustice, here is how to fix it.
So when they see a clear inequality, they have no issue agreeing and uniting there.
There also is no real dispute about issues that involve symbolism. When a white entertainer utters a phrase like nappy-headed hoes,
So I found it, Stanley.
all four black
You mind pausing the video?
That's the nuclear bomb.
Where'd you find it?
I asked a robot who said the
I don't give
science
a
was
fuck.
settled during, and it was CDC, Democrat governors. Yeah, they were all saying the science was settled. Yeah, sorry, those are the facts.
Son, the facts are you asked a robot and it was never said. You can ask Grok anything. I need you to cite the motherfucking source, and telling me you found it with a robot doesn't tell me anything. Cite the source. Put the link in the back.
Governor Gretchen said the science is.
Oh, Governor Gretchen. I said I never heard an expert or anyone with an MD say that. Governor Gretchen is a governor. She is not a scientist or anyone qualified. She's a governor. Politicians say shit all the time. And I would be interested to know the context of that statement. See, what you don't understand, 12th man, is I actually understand how evidence works. You don't. Okay, so the robot said Governor Gretchen did. Her last name's Whitmer, by the way. Not a scientist. Doesn't change my my point. She's not a fucking scientist.
People from the CDC and who said it too, Stanley.
Okay.
They all said it.
Do you understand that people and all are vague? Who specifically said it besides Gretchen Whitmer? Hello?
Yeah, I'm going to ask what specifically did the CDC.
You do that, and let me go ahead.
Because evidently they said something about the science being settled.
It would be wrong to trivialize these kinds of incidents. Symbolic is not a synonym for insignificant. Dignity and respect matter. And given the arc of African American history, they matter a lot.
The history is slavery, Jim Crow, segregation, and much more. That history carries a lot of weight. So these words and incidents are not viewed as light things. They hit some very old wounds. And because of that, he's saying dignity and respect matter a lot for blacks. Okay? Now let's move on.
The economic interests of the mainstream and those of the abandoned coincide in the long run. Ultimately, the goal is for the abandoned to become mainstream, but those interests diverge along the way. Two obvious goals for African Americans are consolidating decades of impressive gains into solid, multi-generational wealth and doing whatever it takes to uplift the millions still trapped in desperate, multi-generational poverty.
Now, this isn't some grand organized plan that's already taken place. He's naming what he thinks the two big priorities should be. The mainstream protecting and building wealth, and the abandoned being lifted out of multi-generational poverty.
One project benefits the mainstream, the other benefits the abandoned. There is no obvious reason for universal agreement on which should have first claim on finite government resources and attention. This is a moment when the transcendent are in an unprecedented position to lead.
Okay, Mike, you're back. You don't seem that banned to me.
What the fuck did you just say?
Said you don't seem that banned to me.
Yeah, because you're unbanned. Quit playing
you still have an echo.
Well, fix it.
I don't know how to fix an echo from your end.
Well, I'm not gonna fix it. You got to deal with it. And fuck, man, he talking stupid. When I'm talking about right now,
I don't know. Apparently, Ryan has his awful racist hand stuck up your ass. That's why you're acting like this.
Well, you didn't show you ran last night on the channel. You ran.
Okay, Ryan's a goddamn rank racist. I don't owe him.
Yeah, you're not gonna talk about him. I asked you to
guess what I'm gonna do. Guess what I'm gonna do. Why don't you self-deport like your daddy?
Well, you ran.
Your daddy
didn't do it.
Your daddy self-deported. Okay, this echo is unbearable. Can you fix your shit?
He has one of those Obama phones.
If you shut the fuck up when I'm speaking, you won't hear it.
Okay, I talk when the fuck I want to talk. Remember your daddy told you last night that Stanley makes up his own rules?
And man, you shut your stupid ass.
Okay, bitch. Okay, bitch. The only thing Ryan got right last night was Stanley makes up his own rules on his own panel, oftentimes on the fly. Your daddy was right about that.
You ran, and nobody's my daddy, and you know that's what you got to do. To make you feel good.
He must be your daddy. He called you Mikey.
You got to throw yourself to make yourself feel good.
Mikey, how come your phone sounds like shit?
Hey, your daddy called you Mikey. Is that his pet name for you? And then Mike said, "Well, Daddy, don't call me Mikey. I'm a man now." and then Ryan said, "Fuck you," or something like that. Dude, Ryan just manhandled your ass like you were actually his son. Hey, don't call me Mikey. Dude, it was embarrassing.
Where'd he go, Stanley? Did he go on mute?
I guess.
Are you motherfuckers done or what?
They kept asking me to come up there, and at some point, it was such a travesty that I didn't want to be associated with it. It's like, dude, I'm not coming up to rescue little Mikey. Dude, you
motherfuckers done or what?
You're in a fight with your racist daddy. I'm not getting in the middle of it. Yeah, you better stay muted, bitch.
I don't respond to stupidity talk.
Hey, you shouldn't.
There's no need to argue. I know it's true, and a lot of people know.
You didn't respond. You didn't respond when Ryan called you Mikey last night either. Mikey, he kept calling you Mikey. It was fucking hilarious.
Okay, can you pull it up and show it or what?
Why would I do that?
Because you know you're telling a lie, Stanley. That's why there's no need to go back.
Hey, let me help you out. Okay, I didn't think it was worth my review. It wasn't that funny. Ryan's not that entertaining.
Oh, bitch, you brought it up.
Yes, I can bring up any motherfucking thing I want to on my panel.
But now all of a sudden it's not your point of view. Come on.
It is not something that's worth me taking time to review.
So why still talk about it? Move the fuck on, old G.
Well, the only reason
You're drunk, Mikey. You're drunk, bro.
the only reason
Drunk maniac, fuck you.
the only reason that I'm talking about it is to mock you, Mikey. Anything else, Mikey?
Well, there's a lot of everything else. You know, you got to be real with yourself. You know, and you got to tell the truth. You know, you was there. A lot of other people probably was there, but you ran and you didn't.
Wait, hold it.
You couldn't even spell correctly in the chat.
I was there. I don't need to review it.
You couldn't even spell correctly in the chat.
Yeah, well, you know what? I'm on a new phone and I'm getting used to the keyboard.
But you want everybody to be so goddamn proper, and
I do.
Fuck you is what I'm here to tell you. Fuck you.
Well, I'm glad you.
That's all you got. That's weak sauce, Mikey.
What are you gonna do?
Fuck you. That's weak sauce, bitch.
Well, I told him, and then you called me. Well, man, you've been irrelevant for a long time.
You know what? Compared to you, he's pretty well organized.
Well, Stanley, you know, you got to grow up. You keep crawling around, and you know, you keep doing all this crawling, and you haven't grew up yet. You know, 61 years, and you're talking nonsense, stupid shit.
Hey, Mike, do you believe that you remember me talking about the numbers last night that I got? Like I had a short a couple days ago, a thousand views.
Well, you probably paid for half.
I just need you to answer.
You probably paid for half of them.
Nah, dude, I don't pay for anything. It's raw talent.
Bullshit. You don't have any talent. You use other people's talent.
Well, let me. Yes, of course I do, and I react and evaluate. And
see, the problem is 12th man. He's the problem.
No, there is.
He must have some.
12th man is part of the process. He's not a problem.
He must have some talent, or your dumbass wouldn't be here. What the fuck, man?
He changed.
He's got talent, or you wouldn't be here.
Well, gentlemen.
12th man is a drunk old fool, and you know it. And Stanley, you on the verge. And
the reason I asked you the question.
You don't ask me, I tell you. You don't ask me, I tell you.
Mike. The reason I asked you the question is, do you believe me? Do you believe that I got 1,000 views?
Well, you could show us anything.
Did you, Stanley? You got 1,000 views?
You can show us anything with AI nowadays. You know,
as a matter of fact,
that's a pretty good accomplishment for a small YouTuber.
He's lying to you.
Dude,
that's bad.
Man,
that's bad.
Man,
he's lying to you.
Man, a few months ago, I had one that topped 2,000.
Wow, that's cool, man.
Well,
I wish you the best of fortune.
Stanley, he's lying to you, and you bullshitting. You buying into this.
He has to be
got a weak mind. 1,000 views.
Stanley has no reason to lie. Why would he lie?
1,000 views is very weak.
Yeah, but compared to who?
Compared to myself and other people that I know it.
Yeah, but dude, you make a fool of yourself. I try to.
I need to go look. How many subscribers you got, Mikey?
And what the fuck you got? 12 man, I don't even like talking to you no more, man.
Well, I got 160 subscribers without even trying.
You lost me when
I didn't even try to get those.
You lost me when you got back on the Democratic vote.
Gentlemen.
Let me I'm talking.
This is not so much for even YouTube. But what I want to point out is in the last 28 days, I've gotten 10,000, almost 10,500 views. Now that might be low.
Nice.
I've been going low all month.
You got to toot your own horn now, don't you?
Mainly, well, you know what? I'm going to show you what Leonard did last night, and you're gonna understand why I'm tooting my own
Well,
horn.
Leonard is a weak motherfucker too.
12 man, you're still fairly sober. Can you see the screen?
What the fuck you trying to say?
Yeah,
Can't
I
read.
gotta blow it up, but yeah.
Blow it up. What I want to point out is okay, Mike, I'm gonna have to drop you with the bad audio.
Well, you got to do what you got to do, pimp.
It's really annoying.
I ain't gonna run. Do what you got to do.
Hey, dude, you got an echo.
Well, fix it. Fix it.
Just mute, Mike.
I can't
Make me.
damn shit, son. 12th man, this little blip right
Drop
here.
That's what you wanted.
I'm at a level, and then it shot up.
Already
You see
ran
that?
last night.
I had a short that actually surprised me because I've been editing and not getting much traction. And then all of a sudden, unfortunately, it was kind of a racist thing. So it worked. And look, I have right now 360 subscribers. To get 1,000 views, and the reason I care about it is people like CM and Ryan Bardwell and all these people keep telling me that they're getting more views than me. They're not. See, what they're doing is they're looking at the live streams. My shorts get about 5 times more views than my live stream does. That's what.
Is that right?
Understand? Oh, hell yeah. For months. Dude, I clip up. Look, you know me. I'm an asshole. And when I clip those little 2-minute asshole sections, I get a lot of views. I actually have gotten.
Yeah, I know. I noticed you mentioned me in a few of them, but I can't see where you mentioned me.
Well, no. If you're there in the conversation, I credit the people that are in the conversation.
Oh, right on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't, dude. If I'm talking to 12th man, well, 12th man needs to know I'm talking about him, with him, and everybody else needs to know too.
No, you run a great show, and I appreciate your history and intellectualism and all that, Stanley. I mean,
Well,
we get into it sometimes on stuff, but whatever.
At this point, we've been doing it for years.
Yeah.
All I wanted to point out, and I really want to just point out the last couple days, because see, CM, they blow so much smoke, and I'm not sure that I can figure out how to do this, because I can do it on my phone. I can't really do it here. Give me one sec here. Let me see. Is it here? Can I double click that? Well, basically, in the last 2 days, I've had about 2,100 views because I had 2 shorts that were close to 500. I had 1 short that was about 700, and then I have 1 that was 1,000 plus. So this says 1,600 views in the last 48 hours, but if you back it up 12 or 24 hours, it goes up to about 2,100. Now, I know that CM has never had anything. Well, he doesn't do shorts. Maybe he's had a live stream that did 1,000, but he did 12 hours. Mine was 2 minutes.
Who the fuck?
Yeah,
Who the fuck cares?
You know way more about YouTube than I do. I was thinking about.
I've kind of had to learn it, you know.
Well, I'm out. I don't want to listen to this shit.
Okay, see you later, Mike. Good talking to you, man. So the only reason I'm even bringing this up, 12th man, is because last night on the they kept talking about, well, Stanley, you only have 6 people in your chat. You only have, dude, I have shorts that get, my biggest is
I've
20.
seen you with like 20 people in the chat. And
Oh, I've
like
had,
more people in the chat than Gospel
yeah,
of Bob.
but
They
see,
have a full panel and no one in the chat. It's hilarious.
but here's the deal. No one really, if you are actually a content creator, some days are just like gangbusters. Some days it's crickets. It's like, I guess it's maybe sort of like being a comedian. Sometimes you bomb, sometimes you do great. But
Yeah.
but what bothers me is that people don't look at the bigger picture. My lives are boring. Okay, but my shorts, when I clip up the lives into 2-minute clips, dude, I get hundreds of people looking at it.
Well, Stanley, did you ever think about maybe expanding out like the Twitch or maybe some other platforms to expand your show?
I have thought about it. I actually have I stream to Twitch and Kick sometimes when I think about it. But the thing is I haven't gotten to a point. I need to get YouTube,
Yeah, because you can do all 3 platforms at once.
Oh, I know, and I have X,
And then,
and I have X set up, but I'm not going to use it because I think you have to pay to use their service. If I
I'm
get,
not sure about that.
I tried it, and you do have to have like X Premium or whatever it is. I
Mm.
bet if I went on X, I'd blow up like hell, but it would also blow up my life because you're gonna get. There's no way you can say what I say on X and not fucking get death threats.
I don't know about.
This yet. Oh, I
Well, you
know.
just ban them.
But the thing is, I'm not ready to swim with the big boys on X. But all I'm trying to say, and this is for all the trolls like Palomino and Mike and Ryan and all this stuff, dude, keep sleeping on me, dude. I may have 6 people in my live stream, but I love those 6 people. I hang out. Why do you think I do this every day? I like it. I like bloviating because that's really what I do. I'm a boring bloviator.
Bloviate.
But the people who hang out with me are dear to me. And I actually get as many or more views than people like CM. And dude, I'm nowhere near as fucking just sloppy. And Tamika, just give me 1 sec. I see you. I see you, ma'am. So it's really not even so much for you, 12 man. It's just kind of a general statement. These guys keep thinking my show ain't doing shit. It actually is. And
you're doing great, Stanley.
Well, no. It's low. It's a turtle. But you know what? I'm old. I don't need a race car.
Well, I think I will be going live on February 25th. We're gonna have the progress parade in Kenai.
February 25th of next year?
No. Did I say February? God damn it.
Please.
I meant June 25th.
Either I am in a time.
July 25th. Yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So, Miss Tamika, how are you?
Hi.
You okay?
Hi,
Yeah,
Tamika.
Hi, 12 man. I was just sitting here listening.
Oh, well, yeah, you're listening to the boring bloviator, but the bottom line is, sometimes I gotta pull out some analytics and tell these people, y'all keep thinking I'm, the show's not doing that well, but it's fine. It's meeting my
Doing fine, Stanley.
dude. I get to crack jokes. Dude, I have I get to 4 hours of dad jokes. Who could ask for anything better? My son doesn't laugh at my jokes.
Yeah, and then every now and then you get Stanley on when he's on the Watchtower doing a 12-hour stream or something like
Yeah,
that.
those take a toll the next day though.
Yeah, I bet they do.
Because it's hard to do 12 hours without a couple cans of, as Ryan calls them, Colorado Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
Kool-Aid.
What's that? Like some hard liquor, alcohol, and
It's his nickname for Coors Light.
oh,
That's what you
yeah,
drink.
that's piss water, Stanley.
Hey, you know what? It is cheap. It is not too potent. And tonight I'm drinking Guinness Stout because it's Saturday and wanted something a little bit more substantive.
I forget what percentage alcohol per volume Guinness Stout. Isn't that like 12% or something like that?
I'd have to look at it. It's either 10 or 12.
Yeah.
And Coors Light is like 5%. Most of those cheap American
I think
lagers.
it's 3.4 or something like that.
No. And places like Utah where you could get, what do they call it? LA beer. There's like Utah is like the weirdest thing. They have two versions of these beers. One is low alcohol and one is the regular.
Yeah, and to get real beer, you have to go into a state-owned liquor store, socialist liquor store.
Yes. In like the 7-Elevens, they sell the low alcohol stuff. Which I don't know. I've been there a couple times, and we actually talked about moving to Utah. So anyway, I'm not going to get too knee deep into it. I just had to kind of trot out some numbers. Look, I don't do what CM does. It's icky what he does, and we're going to see. As a matter of fact, maybe we'll just do that next because since Tamika's here, I definitely want to hear her talk about It's My Time. that woman, 63 and sloppy ass drunk. She was throwing herself after mediocre white boys, asking them for dates. No, I'm not kidding you. I'm not even exaggerating. What's up, Mike? You're back. Did you get that echo fixed?
Hey, I don't need you to introduce me. I know when to talk when I'm ready.
Yeah, he's just being a little ornery.
He needed a spanking, Stanley. You might have to spank him.
He thinks that Dallas Star is like a sheriff's star or something. This motherfucker thinks he's Matt Dillon.
Well, it's a Cowboys emblem, and the Cowboys suck. Cowboys never win anymore. They used to.
Okay, what is he gonna do? It's a game. What is he gonna do?
The only thing that Mike has that's even remotely Cowboys, them assless chaps.
TMKC, how are you?
I'm fine.
Oh, that's right, y'all. I forgot y'all were acquainted.
How are you, Mike?
I'm better than most.
You all right, Tamika? You sound tired.
I'm okay.
Don't ask her the question. Was talking to me?
I drank some Ornitos.
Some what?
Ornitos.
What the?
Oh, I'm sorry, man. You know what? I don't have on my glasses. I meant to mute Mikey Echo here. You had what to drink?
Oh yeah, I'm about to get off of here anyway.
Yeah, what is that, Tamika?
It's called Ornitos. HORNITOS.
No, what is it? I heard you.
Oh, that's tequila, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought I've heard of it before. Oh shit.
Yeah, it's really strong. I took a big gulp, so
Oh my
now
lord.
I'm
What?
drinking too much.
Is it
I
that
didn't
kind of
know. I thought it was flavor because because I was trying to buy a shot and he told me that the shot was $4 and if I get a pint, it will be only $8. So I might as well get the pint. So I was like, okay. And then when I came home, I mixed it with some Tahitian treats and took a big gulp.
wait,
And
hold
now
Did you suck? Oh man, the worst thing you can do is mix something like that because you will suck that Tahitian treat down.
I know. And that's what I did. And now I feel like I've been drinking all day.
Okay, well, just sip some water and just relax. When I
That's
was
what
in,
I'm doing.
oh, you sound cute.
I'll
though.
be over in a minute.
You, be able to- you want me to be naked?
Maybe.
Ew, I'm about to
When
get
he said over in a minute, he meant over in a minute. From the start.
Yeah, because by the time he come outside, he's gonna have cowboy legs. He ain't even gonna make it to the car. Hey, 12 years, you be having cowboy legs, bro?
Mike,
No.
you are not going. Give me 1 second here, Mike. You are not going. Okay.
I don't even use a cane yet.
Well, man, hold on 1 sec, please. Let me address this little dude here saying he's going to restream this to his channel. No, you're not. Not unless you bring your ass up here and you do it. You ask for permission. Dude, you want to piss me off? I don't have a problem if you do it, but you're not going to tell me what you're going to do. You're going to ask permission to do it. And you better fucking make it quick. See, all these little punks like Ryan and Mike and all these motherfuckers just want this. You be nice, you have a soft voice, and these motherfuckers act like you're a punk. Dude, you want to get struck? Restream my shit. Restream my shit to your channel.
I'm gonna restream it, Stanley.
Well, we've
right now.
Years, we've known each other for years, and you know what? You at least said, "Hey," you at least give me the chance to go yay or nay. That punk came up here and ran, and then told me what the fuck he was gonna do from my chat. Dude, you're not gonna win that one. The fuck do you have to say?
Well, I'm just telling you what I'm gonna do, and you do it all the time.
No, I don't restream people's shit.
You stream other people's shit without asking all the time.
I literally. Do you know what restream means, boy? Did you mean review or restream? Because restream is a different process than review, boy.
I'm doing both, boy. And
you'll do neither, boy.
I don't care whether you like it or not.
Okay, dude. Let me put it to you
what you
this
gonna
way.
do about it?
If you restream my shit, I will strike your channel.
Well, you got to do what you got to do, but I'm gonna do it. I'm
No. First thing I'm gonna do.
Why
First thing I'm
do
gonna
that?
do.
I'm here. Why I'm on the channel.
First thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to guests and I'm gonna disable the ability to restream. But see, I actually know the settings.
Okay.
No, don't do that, Stanley. Then I wouldn't be able to restream.
You can blame Mike for that.
And TMKC, the problem is, Stanley, he's a hater.
Okay, well, hold on. There's a second way. Cause see, I see 12 man restreaming. Mike, set up your restream so I can block it. There's several different ways I can deal with your bitch. You asked permission to restream my shit. You can review it all you want, but restreaming it, that's a violation on the StreamYard side. You don't want to do that, son, because I'll get you on YouTube and StreamYard if you fucking restream my shit without permission. It'll be a twofer, bitch. See, you don't understand who you're dealing with. I win.
Yes, Stanley. I know there's.
Hold on one sec. You don't seem to understand the depth of Stanley. Behind this bravado is a problem solver. I know how to get things done, and if you piss me off, I'll get you done. You, your daddy Ryan, and John Galt and all these motherfuckers, dude, you never want to fuck with me because I won't stop till I wreck you. So you ask permission, boy, before you restream my shit.
Boy.
That's his guy versus the world.
You can talk all the shit you want, but dude, I will know if you restream.
I'm on his channel right now.
I will know if you restream. You can review. See, what he'll do is be a sneaky little pissant and stream somebody else's YouTube. Well, that's fine. Eventually, I'm going to know what you did, and I am going to solve the problem. Just don't be the problem, bitch. You have been forewarned. Or you can just go Stanley May I. And if you're playing fucking music, you don't want to do that. All right, well, let's get back to
Who's playing music?
Scheduled programming.
Who's playing music?
It better not be you, is my point.
TMKC. You need to stand up and tell them that
it's okay if she does it.
I was watching a short on the other phone. I'm sorry.
Hey, Ryan said that I make up rules as I go along. TMKC can do what she wants to do.
Well, TMKC cannot do what she wants. That's the problem.
But you can't, bitch.
She can't do what the hell she wants.
Oh, look at him. Look at him wanting women's privileges.
She cannot do what the fuck she wants. That's what's wrong.
Absolutely, she can.
I'm doing whatever I want.
Not what you buying little shots.
Exactly what you want. But you haven't done anything to offend me.
I'm sweating.
Mo Love. Good to see you, Mo Love. Folks, hit the panel if you want. Apparently, Mike has taken us into that.
I ain't took you no goddamn word. Stop lying on it.
He has taken us down into the gutter with him.
We in the bayou, Stanley.
That motherfucker is a gutter albatross. He's dragging us all down.
Stanley, we're in the bayou.
TMKC, did you just laughing with it?
Guala, guala, nigga.
You need to grow up. Grow up. You three individuals up here. Is y'all cool? Y'all in y'all senses?
Doesn't matter. You can't help us. You a half breed, fool.
Oh shit! Now don't
now you bring your race. That has nothing to do with it.
Casey, please don't go there.
Okay. I'm sorry, nigga.
Yeah.
Punch him in the navel, not the
You're
dick.
still stupid. You know it.
You stupid bitch. Don't you ever call me on my motherfucking name. Matter of fact, don't you even say my name, bitch.
Oh, I won't.
Shit.
You know, you're not that. You disrespected.
Shut the
I'm
fuck
sorry.
up.
What are you?
Oh, you a half breed. That what she said. You a half breed.
Well, you
Well,
are one,
let's-
bitch. You know
wait,
what?
hold on. Hold on.
What does it have to do with anything?
I
So,
think I've heard you. I think I've heard you describe yourself.
You know what
that's
this
almost
is.
being like a double mind motherfucker.
You're a
Yeah,
half
man.
breed. You know, it's sad. You gotta
Water down. Okay, water down.
12th man, are you
moving,
putting
moving
this?
right along. Moving right along.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Moving right along.
Just listening to everyone else right now.
Well,
Well,
Tamika,
no.
she's not in her senses right now.
You do mobile and the regular when you stream.
What's that, Stanley?
Do you do
Tamika's
both
not
formats
in her
when
senses
you
right now.
stream?
Shut up, Mike.
You shut up. Fuck wrong with you?
Trying to listen to Stanley.
Do you do both formats, the regular and that mobile? What is it? I forget what they call it. Vertical and landscape or whatever they call it.
Well, it must have been vertical when I shared it. I could have done it sideways, like horizontal.
As long as I know it's you, it doesn't really matter. It's a little. I don't like the vertical, but if you do what you do, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I put the link on the show too. When I looked on there, I only had one viewer, but whatever.
That's fine. You know what?
But I put on there me versus Stanley.
Oh, really? All right. That'll be interesting. That'll bring some views.
Let's see if any of my subscribers join the panel. We'll
They
see.
should. They should.
Hey Mike, can I ask you a question?
Well, you just told me not to address you, so why are you addressing me?
I'm addressing you now. The Empress is talking to you.
One of my great subscribers died, so his name was Nuts and Crackers. So salute to Nuts and Crackers. He was only 48 years old too. Think he had a aneurysm or something.
Okay, that's enough, Joel, man.
Like
They
that.
got a question for Mike.
Yeah, well, my wife was 48 when she died.
The lady has a question for Mike. That's enough.
Actually,
That's enough.
Okay, son, you wanna keep a civil tongue in your head on my panel. So if I was saying
The lady
I got
has
it
a
wrong.
question for Mike.
She was 47, I was 48. So yeah, there's nothing, Albert Camus, the biggest tragedy is people who die young. And I know it now. 48 is real young.
Yeah, too young, Stanley.
Too young is right. So bless crackers and nuts and crackers.
Yeah, he used to come on and show old racist cartoons and everything, like Casper the Friendly Ghost, and
he sounds like
he was real fun to watch.
no doubt. Stan Autry, salute. So anyway, what we got here is our buddy CM, and it's my time.
Chill, can't tell me what's the question.
I'm gonna call her old lady time.
What's that motherfucking question?
Okay, son, you're over talking me.
I am, because you don't run shit. You
let finish,
You don't
please?
run shit.
Okay, dude. The only reason I don't no one's gonna pay for you to come back.
Oh, dude, I got my money. I got money. I don't need nobody to pay for me.
But see, I don't want to accept your
He
money.
could, Stanley, he could pay for his own way to come back.
I ain't no broke ass. I ain't no broke ass
That's
nigga.
like a billionaire funding his own
I ain't no
political
broke ass nigga too.
Plus, I don't want racist Ryan thinking that I need the money.
Hey, back down on Ryan B. Ryan, he did shit to you.
Fuck
You
Ryan.
That's your master, ain't it?
back down on
Mikey.
Ryan B. You
Hey,
had
Mike.
your opportunity
Hey,
last
Mike.
week to
Hey,
address
Mike.
it. Now you want.
Okay, Mike. Fuck Ryan like you did last night on Latino's panel. Y'all were going back and forth. It was like, dude, what lube are they using? They're squealing like a pig.
That shit wasn't even funny.
Like a pig.
That shit wasn't even funny.
It was to me.
It's sad.
See, you've never seen
sad.
him deliver.
Say it right.
See, this is
We already knew this was coming.
This is someone who has never seen deliverance. What's up, Stan?
Sweet.
You know,
Hey.
it's sad that you individuals, you know,
Pig sweet.
so if you get individuals like this, you know,
He squealed like a pig.
Hey, we remember that. Hey, but salute to you, Stanley, and everybody on the panel.
Was that from Deliverance? I think that was
Yeah,
from
you know
Deliverance.
what it was from, because that's the ones that were doing it. So you know exactly what it is. Hey, 12 man, I hadn't talked to you in a while, brother. I hope
Hey,
everything's
what's
going
up,
well
my
for
brother?
you, brother. Hey, man. I mean, hey, everything's good, man. You know, I keep it frosty. But at the end of the day,
Gotta
Stanley,
do
I just came
that.
up here to speak
Keep your head
when I
on
get
the
the opportunity
swivel.
to get the floor. And I want to talk to you about some stuff that's been going on, right? But you know, let Mike, you know, let him get the mic and do whatever he's going to do.
Well,
But hey,
let's do one
TMKC,
better. Let's
Hi,
do one better. You have the floor.
Stan. Goodness.
I'm sorry. Would you say
I'm
it to me?
sorry, Stan. No, I
No,
was
it's all right.
saying hi to Stan, but I call him Stanley.
Well, that's right.
I
Y'all know
meant
each other.
to. No, he doesn't like that, so I didn't mean
yeah,
it.
nah, I mean, nah, but you know, because you already know the reason, TMKC, and I even told you before. But you know,
You witnessed it, so
however,
I'm just sorry about that.
no, we're good. Come on, TMKC, we always been good. Hey, Stanley, I'm listening to these knock needed slewfoot rat soup eating chumps, right? Uh, I caught Mike's best buddy, right? On John Galt, and he was on another panel, right? And he was talking a lot of clickety clack shit. And then I came up on the panel, right? And he was talking about military service and all this stuff, right? So I came
Well,
up on the
John Galt
panel.
was.
Yeah, oh man, he was talking cash
Yeah, I've
money.
heard him talk about that
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah. And then when I came up there, I said, I'll tell you what. I said, I'm gonna help you out, brother. I mean, we'll do resume for resume, right?
Well, Stan,
See,
before
yeah,
you go
and
too far, did he talk
go.
about his very, like, barely military service?
Oh no, that's why I came up there because I was paying attention because it got thrown out.
Oh, okay.
Dishonorable discharge.
Did he really?
Oh man, hey man, you
Well, hold
listen to
on
what
one
he
second.
said.
What I heard was he, and this is from his own mouth, that he didn't make it through the medical.
Oh no, he said he was in and he beat up some fault with the drill
Nah, I don't believe
instructors.
that.
Oh boy, I said, bro, you
Nah,
out your damn mind, bro.
nah,
You already know
nah,
how it goes when you're going through basic,
nah.
right?
There's no way
Yeah,
he'd be in the brig. He would have got more than just that shit would have been assault or
Oh
something.
yeah.
Yeah,
yeah.
you don't just beat up a DI. So,
And
and
man,
number one,
because I'm telling
do
you,
you really think he could beat up a DI?
man, he can't even beat up his own
No.
self. He can't even beat up his own self.
Dude, you
But go ahead, Sam.
no, the story I heard is he chickened out during the medical. Like he was at Fort Jackson or somewhere. I've been through Fort Jackson for my medical too. It is daunting. But the story I heard, and this is from John Galt himself, it's not secondhand. He didn't make it through the medical. So he didn't make it to basic, basically.
Yeah, well, I'll find the stream.
So he couldn't pass the
Yeah,
physical,
I don't know
basically.
any of that. No,
Stanley.
no, no. No, that's not what I'm saying. He didn't make it through the medical.
Right.
You know,
Hey,
you can opt out of that shit. Um,
yes, absolutely. You're right.
yeah,
You're right,
I mean, the
Stanley.
swearing
So
in,
he
they don't
passed
swear
the
you.
physical.
Okay, god damn it, 12th man. Can you just hold your tongue a second? They don't swear you in at the medical. So you can quit at any time. That's
Hey,
all I have to say.
I'll find the stream where, and I'll just send it to you. You know, I hit you up,
Okay.
and I'll
Well,
send it
I'm
to
bound
you
to
what his new version of the story is. And I'm like, man, because none of it makes any sense, right? Man, I've done majority of my life in this uniform. I know the rules. And you being a naval officer, right? You know the
Dude,
rules.
well, at OCS, we had the Navy version. You know, I don't know about Army, but the Navy DIs go to the Marine DI school. They get the little Smokey the Bear hat. I don't know what the technical term is for it. You might know. But no,
Yeah,
these
but
are
that's what
actual,
they call it. That's what they call it. So
yeah,
I
these
got you.
are actual DI. These are actual physical specimens who are DIs. You know, the officer candidates had them too. They'll get in your fucking face, brim on your forehead. Oh yeah,
Hey, can I share something with you real quick?
yeah.
So I remember, right, going to basic, right? So we had
Hmm.
people from New York, New Jersey, people supposed to be tough, and you got people from the South that's white, that's all this it's Columbus, right? So it's just a gathering of people, right? And these guys were talking tough all the whole while. But when we went into that gas chamber, you know what they did to them? They would take it because you got to unseal your mask and all this shit, right? I'm not sure what the Navy does or whatever, right? But I'm just talking about my experience. Hey,
Yeah,
guess what
I know
happened?
what you're talking about.
Yeah, you have to
Indeed.
unseal your mask, right? And they ask you all these questions, right? And watch this. All them people that was tough, they punched them right in the stomach.
Oh, to
Don't you have
make
to
them
take a
breathe a little
breath?
bit. Oh, oh shit! What, they wouldn't breathe?
Hey,
Dude,
hey,
if you
watch
know it's
this.
good for you, you're gonna do what they say.
Hey, watch this. And then watch this. And this is the other crazy part, right? They always in charge. Trust me. Is them guys already said they have additional uh, drill instructors, DIs, and we call it different things in different branches. But I'm gonna tell you
Mhm.
this: all of them show up that day, right? However, for the life of me, right? I don't know, right? Right side, every gas chamber I ever went to, it was a tree out there, right? Because you got to come out, you better flop your arms to get all that stuff off you and all that. And guess what they do?
Okay, that's enough of this shit.
And they run straight into the tree. But I'm telling you, all these tough guys, like old buddy,
You ain't
right?
tough.
I'm telling you this.
You not fucking
So
tough. You not
I know I'm hurting your feelings about
Be
your dad,
quiet. Let him
but yo,
finish.
Yeah, I've
but
already
yo, but I'm telling you,
put him in
if
remedial
you
training.
if you
You know,
ever,
we had to put him off the short bus.
hey, if you would ever put your hands on one of them DIs,
Oh, dude,
if you,
that's what I'm saying, dude.
yeah,
Dude,
bro,
they're gonna be about
hey,
5 of them.
man, them motherfuckers coming. I'm telling you,
Yeah.
they coming. Let's say that you so tough and from the streets, you beat one up, bruh. The next time you see that person, it's about 4 or 5 of them, bruh.
Yeah.
You can't win, bro. And so that's why all these people tell these
So
stories, man.
man, this shit is sad, and y'all just agree.
Damn,
That
dude,
shit don't work that way.
I am trying to give a brother a
Some
chance, and
motherfuckers,
he's
this
just
is sad.
avoided me at every turn. Dude, I'm trying to give him a chance. Folks, let me just say this, and Stan, you will get back to what you're saying because I find it interesting. Look, folks, I don't want to bounty this motherfucker. I just put him in the back. Y'all put a 1 if you want Mike to stay. As far as I'm concerned, he's derailing an interesting, entertaining conversation. 1 if you want to keep him. I don't care about bounting him or anything. Just 1 if you want him to stay. And as a matter of fact, maybe you ought to pay if you want him to stay, but we're not going to go there yet. I just want to know 1s if you want him to stay. And I'll just take an estimate because I think his ass needs to go. So go ahead, Stan. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, he can stay, but I listen to him. I listened to him going and going and going and going before I even came up here, right? So I'm just trying to share because I hadn't talked to you in a little while, right?
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
been a
just
while.
why can't people be respectful enough? And you the host of the show, and then you the owner of the show. I'm saying, hey man, this is what I want to tell you about, right? And I'm telling you, so when people tell stories, right? Most of these jokers got thrown out the military, even if they was ever in, right? They got out dishonorably, right? But this low IQ and all that, to be a naval officer and all that shit, yeah, your IQ's low, right? Cool. You believe that one if you want to. And then two, man, I sat in front of Arson, which is
The
Army Central
Marines and the
Command.
Navy are low IQ military for the
Right.
most part.
Low
No,
IQ military or low IQ officers?
right. So listen to this, Stanley. See,
Dude,
because that's what I love about civilians.
let me tell, hold on 1 second. Dude, the valedictorian of my high school class
Uh-oh.
went to the Naval Academy.
Uh-oh.
This motherfucker graduated number 1 in his fucking Naval Academy class and became a SEAL. And I lost track of him. Dude, valedictorian of a very tough all boys Catholic military college prep school. Number 1 at the goddamn Naval Academy. You know how hard that is? And then he became a SEAL. My last captain, literally, the job after he left that command was a pre-com aircraft carrier. His job was reactors officer. His job was to build a nuclear reactor. So tell
But
me about
everyone knows.
Okay, well
that
let me also say this. That nuclear engineer told me, well, Stan, you're a pretty good engineer. Dude, I was a chemistry major. I didn't major in engineering, but I can do it. Dude, I had possibly the smartest person at the time in the Navy. I heard people say that, go, hey, Stan, you're not bad.
Hey,
So
Stan.
well, if you get accepted into the Air Force, then you're at the top of the league.
I am literally going to tell you, 12th man, you didn't get as far as John Galt did in the military, and they told him to turn his head and cough. He turned his head and cough and chickened out. He didn't make it past.
No, I couldn't pass the physical.
Hey, bitch, I don't give a fuck about
I got shot and run over, Stanley.
Except someone who's never served. I don't give a fuck about your opinion.
I did serve.
Okay, you didn't serve shit. Don't give me I was in Navy JROTC. That's not fucking serving, you go home to your mommy every night. In the real military,
and got picked.
Okay, bitch, enough. You are gonna be Mike Part 2. Dude, you don't get to go home to your mommy every day after school when you're fucking in the middle of the shit. You're praying for mommy, but you're not gonna see her. and if you're low IQ, you might not get to see her permanently. So shut the fuck up, 12th man. Do you know how disturbing it is to hear someone like you go any branch of the military is low IQ? Dude, how would you know from firsthand experience? You're not going to know it from Navy JROTC, NJROTC, or whatever the fuck it is. 12th man, 12th man, Mikey had sense enough to self-deport. I've known you for years at this point. Don't do that, sir. Please behave. I'm begging you.
Hey, Stanley, you know.
Dude, I had to fight rednecks just for wearing the uniform.
You're going to get drunk and rage just like Mike did, huh?
Hey, Stanley.
I had to fight people just for being a part of NJROTC.
You're going to let a real hero talk or you?
No, go ahead. My bad.
Hey, Stanley.
You've been bad for 5 minutes.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
but Stanley, this is the part, right? Talking to civilians that think they know what people endure, right? Because everybody, right, no matter what branch of the service, you have to go through training, take tests, and all this stuff, right? However, they may not be the brightest bulb or the sharpest knife in the drawer. Where do you think these people come from? They know more than you know. See, because civilians think that they make service members in a lab. They come from this society. So talking to civilians make my head hurt because they got this. Why they talking shit? Because if people didn't go and defend this country and defend the world, they couldn't even bump their gums, right? And so I'm just like, man, forget them, man. I'm good. My family's good, and you're good. I'm like, man, it was an honor and it was a privilege to be able to serve this country that I live in, right? Because most of the jokers that come on here, they just been takers. They ain't give nothing to the country. They just takers, and that's all they are. I tell you all the time, my late father, my hero, 2 tours of Vietnam in the Army, then went straight to the Navy, and then retired out of the Air Force. And before his passing, he retired out of the VA. So they can buckle their double-breasted lips.
Dude, my father did 2 tours.
Yes.
And so did my uncle, his brother. And,
Thank you.
Dude, Stan, I will need your help because we're going to do a show about how the U.S. military has lifted a lot of Vietnam era young black men out of poverty. Dude, I'm the son of a person who grew up in small town deep South Georgia who built a life, and he's not hurting for money right now. He worked fucking hard, but it all started with Vietnam era Air Force to get him out of that small town. Dude, the military has been, especially for Southerners, young black men from the South, Jim Crow era, dude, the military did wonders. So I want to do a show, and it's not like anytime soon because I really want this one to be planned out and well done. We may even pre-record it, but I definitely need you there. I mean, I don't think the show can happen without you.
Hey, Stanley, you know, man, you know how to contact me, but I'm gonna tell you this.
Oh, absolutely.
So why everybody bumping their gums, right? You know, the proudest moment for me in the military is that taking 17 and 18-year-old young men and young women that they was told they was nothing. They was in poverty and they barely got through school. And then
Mhm.
to mentor them and get them to a point, and when that light bulb goes on, when that shit turns on, now these jokers retired, sergeant majors, colonels,
Yeah.
generals, and all this stuff. I'm telling you, I don't care what these weak, raggedy ass people got to say, because to me, right, my life is not worth it if I'm not helping others. And
Mhm.
I learned it from my youth, from my late parents, right? But even today, right, I still got the torch, right? You threw your
Right.
children. You told them they was nothing. Well, guess what? You got to see Stanley, you know, because he's a damn officer and he gonna give it the, you know, this and that, and listen, they're gonna do the initial counseling, then you meet the officers or whatever. I'm telling you, you shape their life and not this BS that these other people are talking about. You see, because we
Mhm.
got records, right, on what we've done, not just
Right.
for ourselves. But they only thing they got to say, I'm good. I got money. I got money. Just like old numbnut said. Hey, I got money. I got money. Hey, motherfucker, what did you do to help the freaking world? Nothing. We got people, man, that we didn't never even know until they join, until they get assigned to your command, right? And I'm like, we welcome them with open arms, and they never even had that their whole life. So they can buckle their double-breasted lips because I wish you about the military is the easy way out. You out your goddamn mind, bro. And I'm
Well,
gonna tell you,
it's always people. I rarely hear people who've actually been in, even if it even if they got like a general or something like that. I
mm,
rarely I really honestly I'm sure I must have. I'd have to kind of think about it, but I don't know that I've ever heard anyone who's actually gone through the experience say it was a waste of time. I
yeah,
I've known
no,
people who got general discharges. I've never heard them go, it was a waste of time. It's always people who never went through the experience.
hey, can you
It,
back me up on this? See, because you know, whenever you discharge from the military, right? If you follow it right,
Mhm.
after a certain amount of time, you can submit your paperwork, and then they upgrade them, right? Everything is not permanent, right? They're not even smart enough to even upgrade their shit. They just want to say the military ain't shit, right? But I'm telling you, as an officer, you know it's a way to do it. If you had to really separate somebody from the military, and I've seen officers do this, they say, well, we ain't going to just, because certain codes, right? The R codes, right? And you know, the RE codes, right? Reenlistment codes. If you put the code on there, sir, I'm gonna tell you this: that some bitch couldn't get a job tasting pie at a pie factory. You have to do something heinous for them to do that to you, right? But I mean,
Mhm.
even with that, you can petition, you know, go through the system, and they will elevate it, right? So
Right.
I'm gonna tell you, you know, so I don't know what's easy about sitting in the desert, 150-degree weather, and you know, I listen to the dumbest bastard on the planet, and one of them, right? But the one since I've been back saying, well, you know, military this fighting, or you know, the white man's boy. We heard that 50 million times. Hey, man. Hey man, we ain't sitting at the table. How the hell you know what's going on? And throughout
You
history,
know,
I think I had sent you that link about it when
yeah.
somebody was on your panel a while back. When somebody was on your panel, I said, look how we have been fighting lockstep, right? Since the beginning. And I'm like, okay, what you gonna do?
So,
Well,
San
I'm gonna sit on
Andre,
my
can I
ass
ask
and
you
not
a
do anything.
question?
Oh my lord.
Can I interrupt you and ask you a question?
Sure,
What do you
sure.
think of the military in Iran right now?
The military.
What military in
Well,
Iran?
that's all
Sorry,
right.
son.
You got it because I don't know what that
No,
means.
what military is in Iran right now?
The United States military in
Okay, well
Iran and the Navy
let
and
me help you. Let me help you out
almost
there.
the entire Navy is in Iran.
You are literally, you don't get it, son, do you? Which one of them is on the ground? They're flying over. If they're in the Navy, they're sailing past. They're not in Iran. What boot?
Another blockade. What do you mean? All
What
kind of
what
Navy is
boot?
in Iran.
What boot? What boot is in Iran? Which boot has touched Iranian
They're
soil?
on the ocean.
You're a
That's where
goddamn
the
fool.
Navy
Oh,
is.
where there? Oh, the ocean. Dude, you're a fool. Let me tell you a personal story. When my second deployment in the Red Sea, summer of 1992, we I was in the
Yeah, I
Navy.
heard it
You know,
before,
bitch,
Stanley.
I'm talking. Don't go the way of Mike, 12 man. You know I'll do it. I've never been, well, actually, I have been to Iraq, but I've never been up the Straits of Eilat. There's Jordan there and there's Israel there. We were blockading it, never set foot on the soil. We were in the Red Sea. I was never in the place we were blockading. You got to be careful with your words. And when you don't know words well and you get sloppy drunk, you do not want to argue with someone who actually knows words, who knows how to form thoughts,
Oh,
knows.
okay.
I told you not to talk when I'm talking. Bottom line is you have no clue what you're talking about and you sound foolish. The US troops, the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines, none of the troops are in Iran. Next.
Hey, Stanley. Hey,
Iran. I said Iran. I didn't say Iraq.
Oh, did I say Iraq? None of the troops are in Iran. They're no more in Iraq. Well, they might still be, but who knows? They're not in Iran. There are no
You think
U.S. troops.
the
There
CIA is
are
in Iran?
no. There are no U.S. troops in Iran that we know of,
and
and
you will never
surely
know
you don't know
yourself.
if there were.
Yeah,
Do you
like,
think the CIA is in Iran,
hey,
motherfucker?
Do you
hey,
think
wait.
that I think that you know whether the CIA is there or not? Dude, you're whistling Dixie in the North. You make no sense.
Hey, Stanley. You know what's funny is that everybody want to be safe, right? And let's look at the stuff that happened on our home front, right? All these things that happen, right?
Yes, I
Calamity
think
and
I
and
know where
it's
you're
a
going.
lot of stuff that we thwarted, right?
Like
Because
what?
intel. Hey, can I?
Okay, 12th
Let me
man,
say.
you're becoming disruptive. I can't have that.
Hey, but your next door neighbor that you went to the cookouts with and all that, you didn't know the joke was them making stuff that can harm us, right? Why would we trust you dummies? But I would tell you this, Stanley. I was talking to somebody. This has always been my conversation, but I was talking about it earlier. I'm gonna tell you this. 9/11 happened, right? people wouldn't even leave the house, but everybody talking about all these weapons they got in their house and all that. Man, you are weak. I would rather go back to these other countries. When I seen 10-year-olds carrying AKs, that's taller than them, and got grenades on them. They got more heart than the majority of people in America. We like to talk tough. And you better thank God we got the military, because everybody talk tough. Man, I'm telling you, you couldn't damn get them to come out the house. Again, just be thankful, be grateful, and just move around, because they know you weak. Man, Stan, you've been in the countries. You've seen it. Even if you didn't put boots on ground, I was boots on ground, right? Man, them jokers, the children is tougher than the toughest person that when I was growing up in the street. That joker is really about it. And
The
I told
Republic
him, Jeremy,
has destroyed Islamic countries in the past and brought them under control. We will bring Iran
you
under
ain't bringing nothing
control.
under control,
12th
man. That ain't
man.
what we talking
Have
about.
you ever thought to argue some of these points when you weren't slurring and out of your
Right.
mind drunk? You might actually be interesting. I beg of you, 12th man, don't fight this fight with your eyes, your brain, and most of your faculties tied behind your back. Just relax. You're not making sense. You're making a fool of yourself.
I am making sense.
All right,
But
12th man. Don't 12th man. I might have
You
to
just
censor
don't
you.
want to address the fact.
Yep. He's just gonna get all drunk and belligerent.
We run the world. Get over it.
No. Okay, let me educate this young man. Who is the we? Who is the we you're talking about? See, this is why I think he's a racist. Who the fuck is the we?
Because we.
Yeah, go ahead, 12th man. This is your chance to shine. Who is the we? Because certainly you're not part of the we for starters.
Our military, man, is dominant. Man.
Our military is not you. It's not even.
Can I tell you the one thing I worry about?
Who gives a fuck what you worry about? You're not important enough.
We can't create bombs enough.
This is what these fucking mediocre to bottom feeding white men do. Son, you are not in the ruling class. There is no we. Stop acting like you have a say in much of anything. Your vote. That's the best you can do. Stop it, 12th man. This we rule the world? No, I'm afraid you are not part of the we. Neither am I. Most of us aren't. But dude, especially you. Hey, Stan. What this dude is like, dude, you barely understand fucking like your front door. At this point, you could probably barely open your front door in your state.
Who are you talking to, bitch?
Oh, there he goes, getting all froggy. That liquor talking.
Hey, Stanley. Hey, Stanley, I'm going to tell you this. See, because without our military, people like him, other people, they were coward like hell. Just like every time an incident happens, they run and they coward. And I'm just keep telling you is that we've seen it firsthand, right? Even on our own soil, right? They coward. Everybody, when they come over tomorrow, I got weapons and I got this and this and that. And when something happened, they won't even leave the house and they won't even go to work. But we've seen other countries, man, man, they serious about it, right? And and they really, when they say to death, they mean to death, right? And I'm telling you,
what fascinates me. these people like 12th man. We. Dude, what the fuck? We? Who is the we?
Yeah. When did you
Are
take up
we not
arms?
we the people?
Nah, man. You
Not
know
in
what
your
Stanley
state.
mean.
You know, not in your state. Dude, the only reason you think there's a we is you're seeing double.
Exactly.
There's probably 2 Sam Fishers there right now. That's his
Hey.
dog.
Yeah, whatever, Stanley has to throw out the insult.
No, he's telling you the
That's all he
truth.
had.
So stop
Think of
talking
them as
like the we.
That's all he had.
Think of this as a warning shot before I really get started.
Who's got the background noise?
You.
It's
Not
you.
me.
I feel bad.
It's you.
That was me talking.
No, it's not.
Hey, but hey, but
I don't
Stanley.
get background noise on my shit.
Can you breathe?
Hey, Stanley. Hey, I'm gonna tell you this. They don't know what we know, that the way the world sees us, right? If it wasn't for
Background noise causes listeners to go down.
man, don't worry about the background noise, because when you talk, it's background noise. I'm telling you, if the host has an issue with it, he know how to mute certain mics or whatever. But I'm gonna tell
I
you
guess
this.
I do. I just kind of like hearing her breathing. Oops.
Yeah, but watch this. Watch this though, Stanley. We know what they don't know. They don't take America serious without the
Sounds
military.
like you're farting on there.
Man, and the noise is gone now, so I don't know what you're talking about. But the rest of the world, the only thing they take serious is our military. And all these sorry, ungrateful bastards talking about we didn't join up. We didn't put a weapon in our hands.
Yeah,
We
you
didn't have to
joined
leave the
up.
country. Wait a minute, man.
You joined up.
Watch this.
No one made you join up.
Watch this. Hey, man, can you buckle your double-breasted lips and let me finish my statement? I'm telling you, is that I know it's cowards like you that can't defend this country. And I'm telling you that if it wasn't for people like me, Stanley, my father, his father, and all that, bruh, it would be no America. Depending on people like you. Y'all you listen to everybody come on these damn panels. Well, I couldn't pass the medical. I could do this and I could do that. Yeah, right. People say I almost joined. Man, almost don't get you anywhere. See, because they get to talk tough. Because of people like us and people before us, and that's why we get
What's
reverence.
American culture? We talk tough, motherfucker.
Hey, mother made you motherfuck you, because I didn't cuss at you. So I'm gonna tell you this: buckle your double-breasted lips, because I'm tired of y'all disrespect.
I don't have double-breasted lips.
You sleep.
What kind of Negro
You
talk
sleep.
is that?
You sleep.
Double-breasted lips.
Yay, you sleep.
Wait, hold on one sec, Stan. What
Go
type
ahead.
of what talk? I'm sorry.
Is that you with the background noise, Stanley?
No, bitch. I asked you a question. What did you just say? What kind of thought? I thought I heard you use an N-word, but it wasn't the N-word I was expecting. What'd you say? Can you remember what you said?
Well, he said double Negro-breasted lips.
I said buckle your double-breasted lips.
12th man. 12th man.
So what does that mean?
After you call me an MF,
12th man.
get out of here, bro.
This is what I'm going to request you to do honorably. shut down the simulcast, and you need to self-deport. That kind of shit I'm not going to tolerate. Do it. I can do it for you.
It's not okay to say Negro
I know.
anymore.
When I hear you talk about Negro lips to an actual American
That's what he said. I didn't say it.
Hey, he can say it. You can't.
I said buckle your double-breasted lips. I didn't put no race on it or whatever.
Racist.
Hey, bro.
How is double-breasted lips racist?
After you call me an MFer.
12th man, hold on one sec, Stan. 12th man doesn't think I'm serious. 12th man, time to shut down your simulcast. Time for you to get some sleep. You're done for the night.
Well, I'm not shutting it down.
I'll shut it down for you. You can do it yourself, or I will.
Well, you can try.
And you are done on the panel. I can bounce you, or you can self-deport. Which is it going to be?
What's good, Stanley? Why all the hatred?
There are no other choices. You have two. I can shut you down, or you can self-deport and shut yourself down. There's no third alternative.
Hey, sir, just shut him down.
I've given you all the latitude. At least Mike 1, 2, 3.
I just wonder what it means, man.
12th man, the negotiating time is over. At least Mike 1, 2, 3 knew he was getting on my nerves, and he just cut up and left. You don't seem to understand that I've been warning you for quite some time now. We had a good time. It was a good conversation. We enjoyed having you up here, but we're done. Go ahead and let's shut it down.
Well, right after you shut it down, Stanley.
Why would I do that when you have the opportunity to do the honorable thing?
Well, to you, I'm not very honorable.
Hey, sir, as your senior chief, shut it down. Just shut it down.
Shut it down.
No. I keep hearing about how all these let's call them heritage Americans have all class, honor, and they know how to do all this. How would you know? Where the fuck are you? 12th man, do you think I'm serious here? This is not. I negotiated with you about 30 minutes ago, and I kept on calming you down and use you like a child, use your words and all this stuff. My patience is done. Now, let me also tell you, if I shut you down, you're going to be banned for a while. I'm literally going to just ban you from the chat and ban you from StreamYard. Or you can wrap up, you can pull up tent stakes, and I'll talk to you tomorrow if I do a show. You had your chances. And this is what folks like Ryan.
So for trying to get your word out, you're gonna shut me down.
Negotiation time is over. At least you're better than someone like a Ryan Bardwell. You are way more honorable than that.
I shared your stream to my channel to help get your word out, and now you're gonna strike it or something. Or
wait,
what are you gonna do?
Whoa! Strike you? How did I? I'm sorry, I'm confused. I said I would strike you.
No, I said that.
Oh no! Don't do that, Tim. It's not nothing wrong. As a matter of fact, he has the opportunity to do it right. He can save face, save his honor, remain good friends of this show. We appreciate you. You know what you did for the show and get my word out, but dude, This isn't Alaska. If your intent was to show your Alaska manners to your Alaska friends, we don't welcome that here. We actually we like spirited conversation. We love it when we get a little tipsy because I'm a little tipsy. But dude, what you're doing is just over the top. We don't do that in the lower 48. Now maybe up in country where you're wearing mucklucks, whatever they wear up there, it works. Doesn't work in the lower 48. We're still
No, we don't wear. Typical people don't wear those.
We're still kind of civilized here.
Hey, Stanley. Hey, sir. Respectfully, right? I didn't say anything to him. He
No,
called me
you
an
did not.
MFer. Hey, but watch this. But I'm telling you
We
this,
call
man.
each other motherfuckers all the time on
No,
this
I
show.
don't. I ain't nobody
Come
Get
called
over it.
anybody
man.
nothing since we've
Up
been
here
on this
all
panel.
the
That's
time,
not how I
12th,
get down.
12th
Hey,
man.
but but
Man
Stanley,
up
let
here
me
all
say
the
this one part. Let me say this one part. We don't negotiate with terrorists, right?
time.
So you made it clear, and me being the senior chief, hey, I'm the executor, right? So you gave the options. The person don't want to do the options for whatever reason. I don't know where a person blind, crippled, or crazy. You don't derail your mission, right? Say, man, just shut it down on your side. You didn't even tell them to leave. You told them just shut it down on your side. The simulcasting, right? That was it. That
Oh
was it.
yeah,
You
yeah.
didn't even tell them to leave. But you told them to say, hey, you need to take a break or whatever, right? And I don't know how he can conflate with me saying buckle
No,
your double breasted
look.
lips after you cussed me out. You said something cussing at me because you could never ever cuss me out because I already know I've seen people like you my whole life. Ain't worth a pimple's ass or I like ain't worth a pimple on a dog's ass. And that didn't offend me. I said, bruh, let me finish talking. Buckle your double-breasted lips. Then you said you told me to shut my Negro lips. I'm like, what? Then race comes into it. I'm like, okay, whatever. But Stanley,
Yeah,
hey, good catch
12 man.
because I didn't even hear it until you said that. But
See, this is the interesting thing. These
Well, the
people,
N word
okay,
isn't
son,
allowed on this show.
I am talking. Wait your turn. If you get a turn, your turn is optional on my part, by the way. But you will get a Ryan Bardwell or an RLM. All these fucking people going, well, you calling me a racist, dude? You say double breasted, this dude is bringing race into it. We don't even say black people don't call each other Negro anymore, but this weirdo brings it in from the past. Too much, 12th man. See, you're not funny with the casual racism, and I actually don't think it's that casual. I've been talking to you about this for a couple years. And hey, I think you have the best of intentions, but dude, you need to think about it. And
Well,
you,
earlier,
okay,
Stanley,
goddamn
you
it,
were
12th man, it is not your turn to talk. You, Ryan Bardwell, RLM, Bob, John, all these fucking idiots have no clue. Well, I'm not racist. Well, dude, if you are calling people, if you're bringing race into a conversation where race isn't in a conversation, I'm sorry, you're a racist. And good intentions don't matter. Ooh, I was making a jokey joke. Nah, it's still racist.
well, I'm not the one who said double lip.
Double breasted has nothing to do with race. Tell me how double breasted has anything to do with race.
Well, I wanted to go back to what
I
you
don't
were
care where
talking
you
about
want it to
earlier
go.
today?
I don't care where you want it to go. You brought up
Because you
double-breasted.
were talking about a very interesting topic.
I will not be over talked by someone who can barely form words. Now, I've given you every benefit of the doubt as a friend. You and I've known each other for a while. You're having your opportunity to just go sleep it off, but you want to be all belligerent and toe to toe with me, and you're not going to win either way. You're simply not going to win this 12th man. What you should do is mitigate permanent damage. Okay, because I've been talking to you about this for a while. The racism seeps up when you get soused. And once again, it's reared its ugly head, and I'm not going to tolerate it. You can go sleep it off, or I can just shut you down, and then
Well, even you're a racist, Stanley. You said it yourself.
Motherfucker, I'm not on your show, am I? I'm setting the rules.
In a way, you are.
Okay, well, let me help you out.
Yeah,
in a way, I was.
Help him out.
Yeah, because you don't seem to quite understand where this is going to go. Okay, so in a way, I was. Okay, so in a way, I was. That's past tense. Now, what else you got? Anything else, 12th man?
Yeah, because you were saying that racism is instilled in everybody because they were taught it at birth, so everyone is a racist. And they need to be desensitized from it.
No, I said nothing about desensitized. You didn't even get that part. You didn't pay attention to that part. Now, I've shut down the simulcast. Now, last chance. You can self-deport. If I bounce you, you're not going to be back for a month or two, if ever, for that matter. I don't give a fuck whether you.
Okay. I guess I'll leave then.
If I
If
bounce
that's
you,
how much you hate me, Stanley.
yeah, I hate you, dude. You went too far, and I've been trying to warn you for a while. Everyone up here has been trying to get your attention, 12th man, and now we do. And
I'll never share your cast again.
We don't need it. Trust me, we don't need it.
12th man, you remember about a year ago, you got pissed off. We had a falling out and you were never here. I never asked you to come back. You came back on your own, and I'm glad that you did. But dude, you keep overestimating your worth.
Yeah, you don't want me to support the show no more, so I get it.
Much like Ryan, I told his ass to self-deport. I assumed his money would self-deport with him. It would be crazy to think, hey, Ryan, I need you to self-deport, but I still want you to send me cash apps. See, Ryan thinks everybody is dumb like him. Dude, when I say self-deport, I mean take your checkbook with you. Same to you. Anything else?
Yeah, well, you can go fuck yourself too.
Wow. See, here come the truth. I told you, Stanley, let him talk long enough. Here come the truth.
You know what? Actually, God damn it, I hate it when you're right.
You tell you, man. Let them talk long enough, sir. And I'm telling you, they gonna tell the truth.
God damn it. Did you have to slap me in the face with you're right?
Nah, I wouldn't slap you in the face. I'm just,
you know what?
We do after action reviews and all that stuff and mission debriefs, and that's what I'm doing right now. Let them talk long enough, and they'll tell you how they really feel about it.
I'm gonna have to tell you, I'm gonna try it again because it worked. And dude, you know what? God damn it, Stan, I'm gonna do it your way as much as I can. And you know, maybe it was good you were up here to guide me through the process. Because, dude, I wanted to flush that bitch immediately, but the way you have taught me to do it, he's
Just let him talk
self-deported.
long enough.
He's self-deported too. I didn't drop him.
And man, that's my new term too. And
All right.
I'm using it, and I tell people you can self-deport, right? And but I'm gonna tell you this, right? So let's think about between him and the other people that you told to self-deport, and how much money that they give you monthly, right? And just
Mhm.
text it to me. We'll be fine.
Oh.
Trust me. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. But you know, you don't have to take disrespect and whatever. But I said because he called me an MFer, right? You can, and everybody can rewind it. I said, hey man, and I told MFU, right? And I told him, I said, hey man, you need to buckle your double-breasted lips. That ain't the first time I told that to Mike. 1, 2, 3, and I've done it on Drip Channel when
Yeah.
people be talking. But he said, "You shut your Negro lips." Wow, I'm like,
Well,
okay, and I
let me
didn't
tell
even
you my
hear that.
thoughts on it though. See, this is the weirdest thing. And oh, Stan, this is gonna take a minute to explain.
Okay.
12th Man, what 12th Man said is black YouTubers' fault. They
Hmm.
let they let this free speech absolutism that they follow these white boys. Oh, I'm a free speech absolutist. You can say the N word, dude. That they made 12th Man comfortable saying that sort of stuff. Had he been on another panel like a CT's panel or Bob's panel, dude, he'd have gotten laughs. That's how this weird bullshit that so these black male YouTubers of a certain age have built monsters like 12th Man and fucking Mayo Monkey and Josh. Dude, these people come into these black people's channels saying the N word and what 12th Man just said, and they're accepted as brothers. And people like Ryan Bardwell and Palomino and several others are just learning that, dude, I'm done. It, I, you know, when I was on John Galt's channel, I should have done it then, but now that I'm not, dude, I'm done with that old ass fucking Jim Crow era. Um, this isn't the 70s or the 80s anymore. If you can't come up here and actually talk about a topic without you or even the humor, you can be funny as hell and not be all racial, or if you're gonna make a race joke, at least make people laugh and go, oh shit, that was so funny, but dude, you know, that's a little too far, but damn, that was funny. Yeah, none of these dumb fucks can do that. These
Hey,
Ryan Bardwell is a half-wit who's lucky in life. And you don't know Ryan that way, but people in the audience
yeah,
know him.
I don't know.
I'm being performative because I know somebody's gonna take it back to him if he's not lurking in the bushes himself. Dude, he's he got lucky in his life, and all of a sudden he wants to go abuse people like CM. And dude, he donated like I think he might have sent me $100 donation once, and then it was a $10 donation or something like that.
All right. Well,
What he
just text
Oh, but
me
no, no,
what
no.
these
Here's
clowns.
what he doesn't know, because he came up here going he literally came up here attempting or suggesting that I do some content or something he wanted to have influence over. I had to tell him no, it doesn't work that way. well, Stanley, I've donated some money. I'm like, and
And
if you
yeah,
say, hey, here's 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 $10. Hey, I suggest you look at this. Dude, I will be influenced to look at what you want me to look at, but you don't just send me a random, this isn't fucking PBS. You don't get to influence what I do. And here's the kicker though. I've had probably 2 or 3 or 4 black donors who have done 3 figures and do it consistently. Ryan, he wasn't even close to the top donator. This motherfucker thinks that he's the man, and he's been telling people, "Oh well, dude, why do you think I told you to self-deport? Did he honestly?" And he's telling this story all over the YouTube
of
places
course.
we frequent. Dude, he literally says, "Well, he says I self-deported, but I took my money with me." I'm like, dude,
Man,
you didn't
that's
think
chicken
I knew
change.
that. When I told your dumb ass to self-deport, did I think you were going to keep contributing to the show? See, that's that dumb white boy bullshit. And
Yeah,
he
think
talked
that we're gonna do whatever they want us to
who
do
who
because you're paying us.
who is going to keep contributing once they get tossed off the show? Nobody. But see, there are a bunch of he's got a bunch of peers that are on his mental level who don't understand how to parse that. They're just mad because I called him a racist and told him to take his ass off like I did 12th Man. You can self-deport or I will toss you off.
Hey,
Ryan got particularly pissed because people like Ryan and 12th Man, and you've met this type. I know you have, Stan.
I've
They're
seen
not
him
used.
throughout my whole
They're
life.
not used to a black man who's accomplished stand looking them in their eye and telling them, "Nope, I'm going to do it my way." And there's nothing you can do about it. It's my goddamn panel. It's my goddamn channel. Your money means nothing here. It's appreciated, but dude, if I choose to go a different
Hey,
direction, I'll thank you for the $100. But dude, you're not my motherfucking boss. I'm my boss.
hey, hey, Stanley. And just like I don't know who this person is, and I don't know whether you read jazz and whatever, right? This guy said my favorite race joke is. I'm like, okay, fine.
Well, who's
Ha
that?
ha ha. Uh, um, I don't
In the
know. And that's a dumbass. I don't know. He said my favorite race joke. You have to scroll up a little bit to see it. What do a tornado and a black person have in common? It only takes one to ruin a neighborhood. Ha! Well, let me help you out with ha. See, because this is what happened, right? We familiar with the vice president, the present vice president, right? Where the hell did he grow up, right? He grew up in the goddamn mountains. Tell me the last time he went up there. And even wrote a book even before he was vice
well,
president.
Hillbilly
See,
Elegy. Actually, most of his growing up was in Ohio. Um, and he hasn't embraced it much.
yeah, exactly. But his family grew up in the middle of nowhere, right? You know, so again, I'm telling you, 12th man, he ain't been there in like months, right? Because he said some slick shit, some racist comment, right, over there. We stomped his head together until his ears touched, right? I'm telling you, you don't allow certain things to happen. Now, if we having back and forth, black or white conversation, I mean, it is what it is. Nothing we was talking about was about race, right? We were talking about the military, we were talking about this and that and whatever, right? And he introduced that, right? At the end of the day, man, these civilians, man, they ready to get their goddamn awakening, right? And I'm gonna tell you, they're gonna get their awakening because they're gonna have to find out how tough y'all really are, right? So as you want to do all this stuff, because thank God we got the best, uniform armed forces, right, on the planet, at least for now, right? And man, we can't take nothing in this country. We can't take bombings. We can't take school shootings. We can't we can't take the economy crashing, the job loss, or even C-19. We see how we crumble. We crumble all the damn time, right? And I'm telling you, the rest of the world is sick and tired of our bullshit. So let these civilians see, because hey, I'm a card carrying member. I can grab my family and I can go and I get on the base. And yeah, I'm and to get back to work. Don't worry about it. It is what it is. And they gonna whisk us away and they're gonna put me down in this damn tunnel, and then they're gonna take make sure my family's taken care of. And if I can't make it to the base, it's places all around here where you just go, you think it's just a call center and all that shit, right? I'm telling you, they don't know. They talk tough, man. I'm telling you, they weak as pond water. The world knows it. If it wasn't for the military, man, they would have been ran us over. And so for civilians not to be grateful and be thankful, you're gonna meet your maker here in a minute, because the rest of the world is now united together to come at us. And so I'm like, man, we were just having just a level conversation, you and I, Stanley, and it's just like that's what we was having a conversation. And then he wanted to keep jumping in with some shit that didn't even matter. What do you think about Iran with soldiers and shit?
Well,
Man,
12th man tends, the drunker he gets, the smarter he thinks he is, which isn't uncommon. Um, uh, but he's always been like that. The one thing 12th man is he is consistent. And
yeah,
he is
yeah. I
I've
don't know who this
known him for
Jack.
years, but usually he just kind of gets bored and leaves. But today he didn't, and I guess he wanted to party, and
Yeah,
he'll find
and
somewhere else to party.
well, obviously this person, because they got a ranch or whatever, is that I don't. If the panel, if the show is about race or whatever, but I'm just talking about the moment. We
No,
wouldn't
it's
talk
not
about
about
no
race.
race. We weren't talking about race, right? So I don't know. I mean, that
But let
person
me
got a ranch.
let me remind Lim, out on the limb. If you go and look at the Stanley Cross channel, you look at the about, somewhere up there, it'll tell you what the show's about. It's about culture. And when I say culture, I mean American culture. I say almost every day that American culture is intrinsically racist. It is literally founded upon race, economics based on race, a bunch of different things, and it's still embedded in the warp and weft of the fabric. So let me, since out on a limb, who I've known for since the John Galt days, I don't necessarily have a problem with him, but sometimes philosophically, I don't think he gets me. Lim, I need you to tell me that America is not a racist country and the culture is colorblind. If you can type that into the chat and I believe you, then you know what? You get to stay for the night. But we all know that America is not like that. It has come a long way, but we're not there yet. If my show is about race, it's because a lot of it is about the news, the culture, the history, and it's all interwoven into the culture. How can you can't do American history without talking about race. You can't talk about American culture without talking about race. And anybody who believes that is literally a dummy. They're uneducated. They are maybe not from the country. You can't be from here and not admit that like I don't know how many times um you'll watch something on TV, somebody's racially ambiguous. The first question or the second question is going to be, well, what are you? Where are you from? I know your name now. I can't place you from your name. I can't place you from your looks. Where are you from? What are you? Dude, that's a racist culture. If right after you hear the name, you got to find out their origin. What's your DNA? You got your 23 and me? Dude, the place is racist and it's not like virulent. It's not like existential. You don't have to worry for your life. But dude, how about recognize the country you live in and study its history? See what Trump and all these, for years, the United States has de-emphasized education because they want drones to be like a 12th man. They want 12th man or be brave. They want John Galt's. So that's my explanation of the this show's about race. Yeah, it's about American culture,
You
history,
remember that?
politics.
You remember that famous quote from Lyndon Johnson, and he said,
Yeah.
only thing you have to do convince the lowest white person that they're
Yeah.
better than the black person, you can pick their damn pocket. I mean, he said it. We didn't say it.
Well,
And
yeah,
he's
but
right.
but hey, honestly, Stan, you're the first person who ever led with that quote. Most of the people here, black and white, will talk about, hey, you know, uh, blacks will vote Democrat for 100 years. They always lead with that. But you are you are a hero for sure. You actually understand the most important part because it was in context, they were together.
Right.
And
See, because you,
that is the essence of American history, especially post Reconstruction. Dude,
eh,
dude, that and I hear
eh,
let me tell you your quote right there. That was the quote that reared and raised 12th man. He literally thinks he can talk to some motherfucker who's like not just
okay.
senior enlisted, like senior enlisted, like a dog. He can call you motherfucker. He can
Eh,
challenge you about the
yeah.
the service you served
I'm
the
all better.
motherfucker.
I'm better than you.
Dude, I was just an officer. Dude, you're a hero. You served you for fucking 30 years, and this little bastard 12th man who thinks that he is a patriotic American, to treat someone like you the way he treated you, and he knows who you are. Okay, he just got too drunk to remember. But dude, I watched it in real time. That's why I just figured, look, he's drunk. You can just leave and come back tomorrow. Dude, I'm ashamed of 12th man for his mother. This dude calls himself a patriotic American, and he's gonna wave the flag, and Stanley's a commie, and dude, but he's gonna talk like he's a 30-year military veteran to an actual 30-year. Was it 30 or 35?
36 years, 2 months, and
I'm
25
sorry.
days.
I'm taking
Yeah,
6
but
years.
no,
This
but you could
motherfucker did 36 years of service
2
to be
months,
talked to like
25
that
days.
by a
I'm like,
dude. He spent 36 years to come up to my panel to be talked to like that by a goddamn felon. This is the America we live in. And
right.
you know what? This show is gonna put a stop to that bullshit.
Hey,
Ryan Bardwell is just 12th man, except he just has a little bit more money. Believe me, if 12th man had Ryan Bardwell's money, he'd be Ryan Bardwell II. These fucking bottom feeding white boys who are racist as fuck want to talk shit to me. And Ryan Bardwell's mad because I wouldn't let him do it on my panel. And believe me, the good thing is 12th man will sleep it off and he'll barely remember. But Ryan Bardwell holds a grudge. That motherfucker, everywhere he goes, he talks about me. And he's self-deported and he took his money with him. Dude, it's not like, you know how it is sometimes. It's not I have a lot of personal wealth, but dude, I live in a family. And you know,
we don't have to
um
tolerate it anymore. Go ahead and say it. We don't have to tolerate
well,
y'all
no,
BS.
let me tell you what makes me laugh. Ryan Bardwell would get up here and go, I got a couple $1 million in the bank. And my first thought was, why the fuck do you have a couple $1 million in a bank? That sounds like poor money management. Who the
Right.
fuck puts that much money in a goddamn bank? You sound inexperienced, son.
You know.
With $2
Hey, but
million, dollars, with $2 million, you should be part owner in the bank.
but Stanley, let me tell you.
But let me
Let me.
finish this thought. Let me finish this
Okay.
thought. Or there are two
Okay, bro.
thoughts. First off, millionaires, civil servants, which he's a former civil servant and a lucky one at that. Dude, $2 million isn't shit. Everybody's a millionaire if you live a life and you scrimp and save. That's not that big an accomplishment. And you didn't earn it, you inherited it. This bitch will act like he worked for it. His parents did. He didn't do that shit. He's just another trustafarian acting up. And I'm kind of the same way. I worked hard and all that stuff. I have my own money, but dude, what the fuck? Ryan Bardwell, $2 million in the bank ain't shit. Dude, not me personally, dude, there's property that's worth $2 million. And it's gonna probably accrue more value than something in a bank. People like Ryan Bardwell think black people are po. Dude, my family has way more money than your family does. Does. You do? Dude, you li- I'm glad you're doing well, but dude, don't be coming up to my panel like I need your fucking $100. dude, dude, my son went out and bought a fucking iPhone. And I was like, where'd you get the money? I didn't give it to him. He just had it somewhere. Who knows? One of his grandpas. Dude, Ryan Bardwell is a fool. 12th man shouldn't act like a Ryan Bardwell. So anyway, Stan, I'm just sitting here musing, enjoying my Guinness Stout, talking about these silly fucking bottom feeding white boys, nouveau riche, just got money, and they want to flaunt it like I'm impressed. Dude, What the fuck? So sorry for the long-windedness. Oh, look at Palomino. 2 million in the bank isn't crazy in your opinion. Well, the reason it's not crazy to you is that no motherfucking body puts 2 million in a bank, dude. The FDIC, last I checked, dude, they don't insure the money you have up to $2 million. Now, maybe Ryan is exaggerating, but if he actually had the money in a bank, he'd be ashamed to say it. Dude, you don't, dude, anyone who puts more than like 100,000, dude, you take that money and maybe he meant in like treasury bonds, maybe the bank's investment firm. So maybe he was just sloppy, drunk, and just talking shit. But dude, you don't put $2 million in a goddamn savings account. That's fucking crazy. Who only someone who has no clue how to manage their money would do something like that. So, Palomino, apparently you're not bright enough to ask questions. But see, I know shit. When I hear some local yokel back asswards country fuck like Ryan Bardwell talk about 2 million in the bank, I start asking questions like, surely you don't actually mean that. Maybe you're being hyperbolic. Putting $2 million in a fucking like SunTrust account, that's irresponsible to your money. So anyway, Palomino, ooh, maybe he has 8 bank accounts. Well, ask him. I don't give a fuck. It's his mismanagement of money. It's a Bardwell problem, not me. Who knows?
Hey,
Yeah, you're
hey,
right.
hey, Stanley. Um, I'm gonna give you another quote, right? And that's why they say it's nothing new under the sun, right?
That's true.
When Lyndon B. Johnson said that quote, right? Just tell them the best black person, the doctor, the lawyer, the attorney, the engineers, tell them they better do it. Watch this. And then, uh, uh, I think it was on Charles S. Baldwin. Don't hold me to it. But he said, you know, you come from up north, right, and come to the south, and they standing in line to go to Western Union when it was a real thing when it first started kicking off. The lady behind the counter, right, that happened to be white, and make him wait in line, right, and deal with everybody else but that person, right. I'm gonna tell you this, and it's still true to this day, is that she don't matter how much money you got, or they don't care how much money you have. They told me I'm better than you. At least I ain't black. I'm like, wow. See, because they act like we just making up shit, right? This is history. So when people tell you and get on you tomorrow, you read books and all that, and you're like, oh, okay. I'm telling you, somebody tricked them that to make them think they all the same. Man, you can go to a trailer park right in Georgia, and man, I'm in NC, and I'm telling you this, hey, man, hey, that I'll call you on the phone tomorrow, and I take you to that trailer park, and you see who's in there. But they think they better, cause guess what? At least I'm not black. You know, so and people keep talking about people adding race into it. And what I was saying that the conversation we was having earlier had nothing to do with race. However, to
Yeah.
ignore that this shit exists, you got to be out your damn mind. You think that the vice president would ever go back to Ohio or go to the mountains where the majority of his family is? You think he going over there? Hell no. He got wayward shit too. But they say it's only us as a people that have people that's within our family, within our bloodline, we got people that's just degenerate when we know because we travel the world and we've been around the world. It's just like, man, so I don't just put that label on just one race. Because we can find pockets in the United States, man, and but they just want to put it on black people. I'm like, man, wait a minute, wait a minute. But hey, guess what? And I meant to say this way earlier when you said, "I'm so patriotic. I wave the flag," and they're not. They're not, Stanley. That's why when you said that, you chuckled when you said it. I'm so patriotic. It's all about Americans. We all bleed the same and all that bullshit. Stop that. Stop that lying, man. Stop it.
Hey, Stan.
Yes, sir.
Let me tell you something, and I know you've done stuff like this. That's why I chuckle when I hear people talking about the flag or getting upset. Dude, I have fucking raised a frozen goddamn flag in bone chilling motherfucking weather. The goddamn flag was too cold to hold, and I've raised it. Every time you go on board, you cross
Me
the
as well.
brow on a U.S. Navy ship. When it's in port, dude, you salute the flag and then you salute the officer of the deck for fucking
You don't
5
walk
years.
past the flag without saluting.
I
And
raised the
salute.
flag. I saluted the flag. I've folded a flag. I've done all kinds of things with the flag. So burning it, dude, it's actually an approved way of disposing of a flag. So I don't get all these motherfuckers talking about the flag and all. Dude, you know the prettiest thing, the prettiest way to display a fucking flag is when a ship is underway and they raise the goddamn battle flag, which is big enough to cover a motherfucking station wagon. That shit waving in the breeze on a Navy ship. Oh my God. It is fucking beautiful. I respect the flag, but it's just a symbol. The flag's important so you know the ship that's about to fucking blow you out of the water, you want to know where it came from. The ship, the men, the people aiming down on your dumb ass. That's the most important part. So I have weird views of the flag, but hearing these little peons talk about their patriotism, what you've done is actually way more, dude. I was just in for 5 years. Dude, you have done things, you have sacrificed more than every motherfucker in the chat, on the panel tonight, plus me. You've done more than any of us combined, and to have that little fucking dude,
I sent you the receipts, right? You didn't ask
oh
for it.
fuck
I sent you.
yeah.
And in the text, I said 36 years, 2 months, 25 days. So, you didn't ask for it, but I believe in building a rapport,
But I
right?
sure as goddamn
Sure.
respect you for it.
Yeah, I'm like, so what I say then, when after I joined, right? I told you why I joined my late father, my hero. But this is the thing, you know, we was in there, we the PIs, right? So we got the setup because they had some conference or whatever, and then they was testing the equipment, right? Well, I'm a PFC, right? Because when I came out of basic, I was already E3. However, and then forgive me on this because it's been so many years ago. Alan, I know his last name is Greenwood. He said that sung that song about I'm proud to be an American, right? At least I know I'm free, and
Right.
I
Lee Green,
gladly
yeah, Lee
sang
Greenwood.
the Yeah, I gladly thank the people that gave that right to me, right? So I'll proudly stand up, right? Man, the hairs on the back of my neck, and you gotta understand, I'm a young, right? And I'm like, okay, all right, makes sense. So when they come up with this fake ass patriotism and all that, they're lying. They're lying. Because I got and you have real experiences, right? And they just
Right.
just talk out their ass, man. But when that song played, I was like, whoa. We setting up the damn thing because we the peons, right? I mean, excuse me. Uh we we're the subordinates, right? Because everybody got to pay your dues when you get in the military, right? I don't care what rank you come in as officer, you're a junior officer, you got to pay your due. But when they played that, and I just listened to it, I didn't give a damn who he is, right? He might be a joker that wear a hood, right? I don't care. It was the words, right? He said, "I'm gladly stand up next to you and still defend her still today." So I'm like, these other jokers don't have no experience like that. They just want to be stupid, stuck on
Well,
stupid.
honestly, Palomino asked me why did I fight. I told you the my cousin died about a year ago. He's a retired Navy commander. And I told him if I were you, I'd go for '06, but to make '06, he would have to do a tour in Afghanistan. He's like, nah, he was an aviator, and they wanted to send him to a ground job basically. And I don't know what it was, but you know what? What he did was retire is in '05, and he became a defense contractor. Dude, literally. The summer before he died, he's like, well, hey, you know what? I have contacts at NASA. How about you think your son might like to do an internship at NASA? And I'm like, what? Oh yeah, I know people. And he's got the background, he's at Georgia Tech, etc. Yeah, I can get him, pretty sure I can get him. His grades are good, all that stuff. I'm like, God damn. Okay, yeah, I accept for him. Unfortunately, it took a turn for the worse. But dude, this is a black guy whose father was my father's brother. Adel, Georgia. Air Force got him out of Adel, Georgia. So my first cousin, my father's brother's son, is like a millionaire defense contractor who can get internships for his nephew at the NASA. Dude, this is what black success is. We were in the Navy at the same time. He retired, I didn't. But dude, this is some little black family from Georgia. All of a sudden, we've got like networking within the family. Dude, that shit is powerful. This is what I think black success is. And, the little Ryans of the world and all this shit, dude, it's not about me. It's about my son, the next generation of success. And my nephew, um, who is my son's first cousin, dude, it has to start somewhere. So when I hear little peons like a Ryan Bardwell, or I hear someone like a Palomino, dude, y'all have no fucking clue. I'm up on a YouTube panel, but dude, shit is happening in the background. And you know what? I got cousins um who are, well, fuck, quite frankly, he's way more successful than I was. I'm happy to fucking read books on the porch. This motherfucker's getting internships at NASA. So, you know,
Makes sense.
well, no, I'm the lazy one. I felt kind of lazy. I'm like, well, fuck.
Nah, it makes sense. I mean, because you had to pay the way because you wasn't born.
Thank God my son's not lazy.
Yeah, well, if you wouldn't been born, you wouldn't have your son. And I'm telling you, and I
Oh
know
yeah,
you
I know.
downplay your position, because we've always been taught to be humble, right? Because it wasn't about us. It wasn't about let me make sure I get home. We got to make sure because every damn branch you got a case of colors, right? And got a ceremony and all the families there. And I can't tell you numerous of times, and I've had this conversation with you before. They say, "Hey, I don't give a damn what you got to do. Bring my child back home safely," right? So it ain't about you, jackass. You got to get all these jokers back. Do whatever you got to do. And they telling that damn child with the child standing there, you better listen. And I'm telling you, and all these jokers they don't even give a damn about themselves, and they don't even give a damn about their children, and they hadn't even left this damn country. But so I mean, and I took pride in that, because I took that on right as an obligation, right, as being a leader, and I was like, okay, now how in the hell I do this shit, right? But I have uh, 100% rate of bringing my soldiers back. That was up under me, right? And but other ones they didn't fare out so much, right? And and
Mhm.
I still got to deal with that to this day, right? But I'm just like, man, that's why I don't go on certain panels and do certain things because I know this. You hang around with cripples long enough, you'll begin to limp. And then two, my philosophy is it's simple. A simple philosophy, right? That if you use someone, if you doubt someone, don't use them. And if you use someone, don't doubt them. And I'm telling you, it's that people don't want to go through all this stuff and vet and all that. I shared information with you because not that you asked for it. I'm like, bro, I'm certified and bona fide, right? So anytime anybody come and talk or whatever, you like, hey man, right? But that's the thing. If you doubt someone, why use them? Okay, seems simple enough to me. If you use someone, don't doubt them, right? And I'm like, man, and that's got a lot of people twisted, right? And I'm like, man, I mean, I'm a simple guy, man. Forget all the luxury vehicles and the house and all that other bullshit, because I never cared about it, and I didn't, and but that was for my family type thing, right? And making sure they're good and private schools and all that stuff. However,
Right.
it was about my family. And I sacrificed. I ain't put none of them in my duffel bag when I went across the damn, not know I'm gonna make it back at night in the damn desert and shit going off, right? In convoys. However, as a man, like you did for your family, even after you got out of the military, you said, hey man, I gotta make sure my family is good. And look at your son, and he's thriving. So
Right.
so I believe, right, and even scripturally, and I know I know that a lot of people don't believe. They say obedience is greater than sacrifice, right? And there's a reason for that, brother. Be obedient. Hey, I sacrifice coming to get you and all that. No, just be obedient. So your son, so far so good, right? We know we stumble and whatever. Guess what? He know he got his father right there. Hey man, you got one phone call. Man, you a dang on naval officer. Any phone call you make, they pulling up your information. They already know. And same thing with my children, right? With my time in service and return and first on up. Man, it's just one phone call, right? But you want to make sure they're prepared for it, right? Because you can't use and waste your favors, right? Because then that shit is spread, right? So, nah, man, I'm proud of you, brother, and I'm not just saying that because I'm on your damn platform. I'm proud of you, and I understand the challenges and all that you had to endure along the way. You shared some of them on the stream, right? It's just that, man, they think it's so easy. No, when you in charge, man, you responsible for everybody. And as an officer, man, you in charge of personnel and equipment, right? So I mean,
Oh,
I
you know
salute
what?
to
The
you.
most important thing is you're in charge of lives. Oh, that
Right,
transcends everything. Dude, do you
right.
know? Oh,
Yeah,
that to
personnel,
me,
right?
dude, you know what always struck me though? Dude, you're like 22 years old, and a wrong decision actually can lose equipment, get people hurt, and at worst, dude, that shit is heady. And you don't really think about it at the time because, to be honest, you're not that much mature. But, dude, I've thought about it a lot. And, man, let me tell you who I credit. And I've made bad decisions, but my bad decisions, weren't, life threatening. And you always have to ask your boss or your boss's boss, dude. Those people above you are there for a reason, generally. Now, there'll be some bad ones, there'll be some inept ones. But, dude, it's like, sir, I need help. I can't figure this out. Dude, they are happy to help you. And the most wonderful thing? Dude, they didn't give a fuck whether I was black. They fucking respected me because I was a good officer. It's like, hey, let me tell you a story. When I got to my second ship, I'd already done my first deployment. I had a Navy achievement as a O1. Dude, I had my warfare badge, kind of the equivalent of a CIB, but slightly different. It's a warfare qualification for my, surface warfare specialty. But I had my Navy achievement. Dude, I'm starting my second row of ribbons as a fucking butter bar. So I walk onto my second ship, and dude, it was, oh shit, so-called ensign. Now, ensigns are ensigns, Swoquald or not, but dude, there were some things that, I wasn't treated like, oh shit, this ensign has no clue. I cut a good figure in that uniform. So, um, I had done a deployment. I was confident of, my assignment was communications officer. I'd already done a deployment and gotten a Navy Achievement Medal for my quote excellence, with near flawless Navy communications. And that shit's vital on a ship. So I told my boss, look, the only thing that I need you, and I worded it differently. I wasn't that confident, but I told him, look, I pretty much know how to run a communications division. Really, I don't need the micromanaging. I just need you to let me know when I fuck up. I literally said that. And you know what? He looked at me. He's like, nodded his head and said, okay. That was it. Now, there were a couple times he called me into his office one day and he goes, well, hey, Stan, remember when you said don't call you, unless you fuck up? Well, you fucked up. Now he busted out laughing. It wasn't a major fuck up, but it was concerning. But dude, that was my experience. Dude, I was at the time, I was the only black naval officer on the ship because my XO, who was black, had already transferred out. He made 05 and he went to his own command. But dude, they didn't give a fuck. Dude, it was so funny. And my response was, sir, I will correct this. And that was that. Dude, where does a 22, 23-year-old have these types of conversations?
And
Dude,
Stanley,
that shit is mind-blowing.
hey Stanley,
Sir, I'll fix it. And that was that. He didn't even ask me any more questions.
all right. Hey, Stanley. I'm gonna tell you this. I got like 5 more ribbons to put on my uniform and overseas stripes
Oh,
and
wow.
retirement stripes. I'm gonna take it to the cleaners, and once I get that done, I'm gonna take a picture of it and send it to you. Man, man, and because after I get through getting this house or whatever, right? Because I get to tell you, I was the dumbest bastard on the planet to try to renovate a 5,000 square foot house all at the same time, and that shit was disastrous, right? However, I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna send it to you. And I'm like, man, and and we gonna, not just me, we gonna go to some events, right? And I'm gonna tell you this: watch when I walk in the room. I don't give a fuck what a person rank is, right? Watch when I walk in that motherfucker. They were like, oh shit, hey, because they send me invites all the time, right? Because I'm near the base, and I'm in North Carolina, so it's just like
Damn.
I just want us just to chill. And you
Well,
like, bro, we
you're
walk in
still
there.
entitled to wear your full uniform, right?
No, I mean, even after you retire, you can put on your damn uniform.
Well,
It's your damn.
yeah, but I mean, that's a retirement privilege. I didn't retire. I
Yeah, no, I don't give a damn whether you retired or not. I'm telling you, you just put on your duds and you watch when I walk in that
well,
goddamn room.
dude,
You watch.
let me tell you how long ago it was for me. I just had my best ensign buddy, my best O1 buddy. Dude, he just retired as a 3-star. And
Hmm.
I won't go into it, but I expected him to be CNO. That motherfucker was rugged. He was smart as fuck. And I'm not going to get too deep into it, but 3-star is not bad. So I'm not going in with my 2 little stripes, and this motherfucker
No, what
is
I'm saying,
3 stars.
you put on your best duds, meaning a suit,
Oh,
because
suit. Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. Gotcha.
put on your bow tie or a tie, and watch when we walk in that motherfucker. Watch the whole room stop. I'm telling you, they're gonna be like, oh shit. I'm telling you. I just like so then I'm glad you stopped that shit with old buddy. Because I've been knowing him for a little while, right? You know
Well,
me
you
much
know
longer
what?
than
I
I
didn't
have.
shut it down fast enough, but I did it your way, and quite frankly, it was very satisfying.
Let him talk. He told you
Yeah,
F
goddammit.
you and
Stan,
all that at the
Stan,
end on the way
Stan,
out. I'm like,
Stan.
wow.
I hate to tell you this, Stan, and dude, I hate to admit, dude, it was way more satisfying. And you know me, I like the sharp word, I like the joke. Your way was way more satisfying. I didn't even have to make a whole lot of jokes. Dude, I'm gonna do it your way. At least I'm gonna try it out. I'm gonna fit it on and make it, dude. It was calm. It wasn't yelling. It wasn't trashy. Dude, it was smooth. Stan, you're my hero.
Yeah, hey man,
Dude,
shit, hey,
I don't get lessons taught to me like, dude, it wasn't quite a slap on the face, but damn, that shit. Damn, Stan, you've been telling me.
hey, bro. But the beauty behind it is, right? See, because we speak the same language, right? That's why
Yes.
I said, as your senior chief, right? We don't have that in the army, right? But equivalents, right? Because we had this
Yeah.
conversation, and I said, hey, we don't negotiate with
Or
terrorists.
is it E8? I'm sorry.
Yeah, yeah. I said we don't negotiate with terrorists, and you gave them all the options, don't want to do it, and then you shut it down, right? Yeah. But I'm just saying, I'm never. I'm telling you now, and I know that people are twice removed or whatever, but one thing that will never remove from me, you're a naval officer. I I'm the executor. You the planner. I'm the executor. So when you doing something, I got to say something to you that is going to harm the good of the group, right? And
Right.
I don't never tell you what to do. And I'm like, okay. I said, we don't negotiate with terrorists. I say, hey, sir, we don't negotiate with terrorists. What we waiting on? I'm just telling
Dude,
you.
I do you know how many times dude,
Yeah, you told me some of them
when we talk
that
when we do that military show, do you know how many times my ass has been saved by an E9, E8? Dude,
Mhm.
since we're talking military, because I really do want to get to the see more thing, but dude, I'm in Barcelona, and Stan, you will never believe this. I never on my second deployment, I never hung out with the junior officers. I never hung out with the officers.
Yeah,
Dude,
you told me that before.
I used to hang out with the senior enlisted, and I don't know, I just had a good old time. I told you the story about, dude, I remember doing it, but I don't remember doing it. Dude, I picked the wrong fucking dumpster to take a piss behind because the
Yeah,
building
I
right
remember
next
that
to
one.
the dumpster was it was a precinct of like the Barcelona police.
Right. Yeah.
So I'm taking a piss. And Senior Chief Uran, that motherfucker saved my goddamn career. Dude, my captain was, dude, he'd have fucking had me off the ship the next day. No, the cop taps me on the shoulder and goes, hey, and I don't speak Spanish like that. Dude, this senior chief fucking stepped in and went, you know what, officer? He might have even said it in Spanish. He's like, you know what? Stanley, give me your ID. He holds up the ID and tells the cop, we're gonna punish him severely. Dude, I was drunk, hanging out with these goddamn chiefs.
Right.
But dude,
Mhm.
let me tell you what was worse. I wake up with a little bit of a hangover the next morning, and I'm ready to go back ashore. Dude, I cannot fucking find my goddamn ID, and you cannot leave the ship without your ID. So I'm
And the
like,
senior
shit.
chief had it.
Oh, he knocks on the door and he goes, Mr. Cross. And when I saw him, all of a sudden it all came back. So he's like, do
Right.
you remember this? And he holds up my fucking ID. And he goes, say, thank you, Senior Chief Uran. And my response was, thank you, Senior Chief Uran. Dude, that motherfucker. Dude, he could have wrecked my shit. But you know what? I got along with these guys. because they were, oddly enough, they were just my people.
Hey,
Fucking
hey, Stanley. Some of us, right, on the other side of the house, we know our job is protect the officer, right? Because a lot of times, at least in my career, I drafted up stuff, and the officer has to sign off on it, and I'm the executor, right? So my job is to keep you out of the BS, right? And that's what was doing on the panel. You see me on panel, just
no,
be
no,
saying
no,
all that
no,
slick
dude.
shit.
I noticed.
Yeah, I'm like, hey man, you say, hey man, this yeah, this ain't shit. You tell me weapons free, and then the last time you said that, say Stan, anytime you come up here, it's weapons free, right?
Yeah,
Because
that's
that
that's
shit
still in
don't go
place.
away even after you got in the military, right? Respect is respect, right?
Right.
And so I'm just like, okay. And so I come over here every time being respectful, right? Do my best, right? And then I got numbnut number one, Mike, and then I got numbnut 12 man. And and all that, I was like, okay, but I'm still trying to be cool.
Right.
But at the end of the day, right? And because I wanted to share experience because I know you didn't even see that stream that the Joker tried to
Oh
come
no,
for
no, no.
me.
Put the link in the back. We can watch what you want to watch. Dude,
No, I'm talking about
whatever.
when I was on Izzy, because it was a long ass stream
I
and I gotta find it
haven't got
myself.
there because I
Yeah,
haven't
But
seen. I unsubscribed from Izzy a while ago.
yeah, but that's fine. But I want to do it right so you can get to that part, and I'll
All
send
right.
it to you later on, and that's where you started from. And listen how this Joker telling us about all this, what he did, and all this in the military. I'm telling you, he's with your story, right? Because
But let
he
me
said
tell
he
you
couldn't do the
something.
medical shit, but then he talked about he
Oh, this
beat the
is
shit
golf.
out of
Oh,
Di.
that's right. Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm like, bruh. Yeah, like so. I'm just saying, for your channel. I mean, I come up here with respect. I do my best
Dude,
to come up with
it's
respect.
I.
And because I'm always respect you, hey man, I take all commands from the tower. But when the Joker called me an MFer, and then I said buckle your double breasted lips, and then now you buckle your Negro lips.
Okay, dude, but I've been 12 man.
Wow.
Now, Stan, I've been telling him, and it's a wasted effort. This is the most disappointing. People will still say, well, 12 man's not a racist. I've
Shit.
literally watched people like Ryan Bardwell put little monkey emojis in the chat. Oh no, he's not a racist. The thing is this casual racism thing. Oh, I was making a joke with the racist joke. Dude, this is 2026. In all honesty, why are we still making racist jokes? You got dumb fucks like Coleman Hughes talking about colorblind. The Constitution is colorblind. Yeah, okay. And you're making racist jokes. These people, well, let me put it to you this way: the Justice Roberts and the Clarence Thomases, their colorblind constitution and their way of thinking that race is not a thing in America hasn't trickled down to the bottom feeders like Be Brave and 12th Man and Ryan Bardwell. Dude, when it trickles down to the mudsills, which is a Big J's joke, and it's actually a historical term. When mudsills like Ryan Bardwell understand that America is colorblind, I'll believe it. But it's not going to
Hey,
happen. That's not the way America is designed, not culturally.
hey, brother. I'm gonna tell you this. is that hey, Lim, hey, I don't know whether your father's still here or not, but tell him thank him for his service because they don't know how much you control you had, Stanley. Because a lot
I
of them
don't
people you
know,
be naming,
dude. Is an
it,
'03?
nah, man, you responsible for these jackasses. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. You just a junior officer. In the army, they're platoon leaders. If
Well,
shit
yeah,
go
but
left,
in '03, a
you in
senior
charge
'03 is
of
a
it,
company commander. Um, they're company
man.
commanders for a reason.
But what I'm saying, I don't think I speak about the army, right?
Mhm.
So your platoon
Oh, no, no,
leader,
no. You've
and
done joint. You understand the other
no,
services.
I'm talking about right now. What I'm saying, the platoon leader, that's the most junior officer that
Right.
you have. Green as
Mhm.
grass, even if they came from, Hollywood,
Yeah,
right?
Butter from the academy. Butter.
It came from Hollywood, right? The academy type shit, right?
Is that
Uh,
what they call it?
yeah, Hollywood motherfuckers. They don't know shit. You can't
Oh,
spell LT without saying lost, right? So, we got our shit for officers too, just like y'all got it about us, right? But they went to the Citadel, right? And and but the ones that were successful, they listened to
right.
the platoon sergeant, they listened to the first sergeant, whatever, and they grew like hell. The
Mm-hmm.
motherfuckers spun them up because one thing
Mm-hmm.
about listen, motherfucker, they don't give a shit. They'll make you look like the dumbest person on the planet, and guess
Mm-hmm.
what? You don't get promoted.
Right.
So my point is this: in your accomplishment, I don't care how many years you served in. But I'ma always give you the respect as a naval officer, right? And it is what it is. But so when I go through, when I'm listening to Numbnut number one, Mike, and then other motherfuckers, right? See, a lot of these people names you be naming, I don't even know them, right? But at the end of the day, they ain't said shit because I don't know them. But hey, you said, hey, this Joker's doing this. Okay, well, all right. That's just like you writing the damn op order. This is what motherfuckers do. My job is to execute, right? And that's
Right.
been my whole military career is to execute, right? You write the order, and then when you give it to me, that's what the 1/3, 2/3 came from. You got 1/3 for the officer to write the plan, and then we got 2/3 on fuck what y'all wrote because it's bullshit. And then we got to execute the mission, right? And which was no problem, whatever, right? That's what I tell you. You can Google it for yourself. 1/3, 2/3. The officers get 1/3 to write all this bullshit about the mission. And then why you think we get 2/3? The fuck your damn dream ass world.
Yeah.
Yeah, because y'all sitting in there looking at it on the camera, drinking coffee. So but it works, right? It works. And they're like, okay, that's why he's like, man, shit. When you think logically, even in civilian world, the person that got to execute and build a team together, don't you think they need more time to develop that?
But
You
let me
know,
tell you something that, an officer, once dude, there is logically and there is practically, and the two don't always meet. Um, to
officers
me,
are crazy, man.
no, not if you get like a lieutenant who, I'm sorry, a captain who is like, yeah, he's a company commander and he's done some shit. Dude, let me tell you the proudest day after my first deployment, my E7. And we, when we first met, it was a little bit of a challenge. Uh, I I remember one day, dude, this dude just, I don't know what it was, but he was like, one day I said, "Hey, Chief, y'all can leave, but I need these spaces like cleaned, like, put back the way it was this morning." So they're lingering, and actually, I wanted to go home. It's like, I can't leave until my men are done. What's taking so long? So I'm in this space, and the XO wanders in, and I have no idea. Maybe the chief had talked to the XO or something. So um, he looks at me and he goes, "Well, Ensign Cross, these guys want to go home to their family, and you know, they need to be happy." And dude, I looked at my chief and I looked at my XO and I asked him, like, "Chief, what about me? Don't I get to be happy? I'm not going to be happy until you executed what I asked you to do. Dude, just clean up." And I walked out. It's like, dude, you really think you're going to be able to do this shit in front of the XO? I know I'm right. I'm not asking you to do anything out of the ordinary. Get your ass home after you have executed. Dude, I don't get intimidated. If I think I'm right, if I know I'm right,
That's you
get the
was
shit
right
done
as an
quickly and you
officer. Our
yes.
job is to execute, and that's our
But
job.
that same chief a year later, dude, after the first deployment, we're walking down the pier. We had to go to group. It was the the way it's kind of different than the army. Like, all the ships have a commodore who's a captain or
Right.
something, oh 06 or something.
I've been around
So
y'all
for some
ragged
reason,
ass.
we're up there for some meeting. They're decomming the ship and all this bullshit. So we're walking down the pier, and me and my chief are like, "Hey, we need to do this. Hey, we need to do that." Dude, I'm so busy talking to him and thinking about how the fuck is this going to be done. Dude, some little E2 walks by and doesn't salute. So I'm like 10 steps in front of the chief, and the chief has wheeled around. And honestly, I was like, "Chief, what are you doing?" Dude, he was blessing this fucking E2 out. Didn't
As
you
he
see
should
an
have.
officer? Didn't you see an officer?
And
Oh, I was like, holy cow. I didn't even see the E2. Oh, but you know what? We have been at loggerheads. Dude, I was like, Chief, yes, Chief, salute, Chief. Dude, this, I don't even
we
think it was performative. I just,
hey,
I
hey,
have
hey,
no clue. Dude, I'm like, well, damn, I guess he respects
hey,
me.
Stanley.
Now
Y'all
I'm like, what?
y'all officers have been the biggest headache on the planet, right? Uh,
Probably.
I mean, not just like whatever, and not trying to be hyperbolic, right? But the thing is, right, and we don't establish structure, right? Because
Mhm.
in your case, y'all was going off to sea, and y'all was pushing
No, no,
away,
no.
whatever.
We were back, and honestly,
No,
I
but
look, I took it as a total sign of respect, because if that chief didn't respect me, he'd have just let it go. I think he
yeah,
just wanted my attention. It's like,
no,
chief
no.
Bulls.
Listen, because if a person, think about it, right? Think about it like this, right? So if you can disrespect that officer, you cut my
Yeah.
legs out from under me.
Yeah, but this was just some random E2 on the
I
pier.
don't care who it is. And that's
Oh,
what I
wow.
keep telling y'all officers piss me the hell off. Y'all been the
Uh-oh.
biggest headache in my
Is this
life.
is
It's
this going to be
like,
the second coming of Chief Fultz?
I'm telling you, y'all, hey man, it's got to be a level, the chain of command,
No,
right?
I get what you're
But
saying,
if
but damn.
people don't respect the chain of command,
Right.
if you blow it off and you the one that really had the power of the pen,
Yeah,
and
but
then I
the
go
thing
tell them
is,
something to do,
oh, come on,
writing
Stan.
policy and all that, and then
Stan.
I'm supposed to enforce it. And then they say, well, he didn't enforce it.
Stan, you're not going to tell me that dude, E7s to an O1? Dude, that chief literally is, yeah,
Hey,
until he can get that
nah, man.
O1 in line and kind of on board and up
Them,
to speed. Dude, that chief is actually in
hey,
control of that division
man,
or that platoon.
hey, but Stanley, I'm gonna tell you this. As I started getting ranked and one of the ranks, man, I tell the officers what to do. When I walk in the room, they stand up, and that's what I want to show you. Even after I retired, and because they be sending me invites to go to this stuff, and then I want you to put on your duds, whatever you want to put on, and when I walk in that room, you watch all that shit stops. Right? They're like, "Holy shit!" I'm telling you, is that I'm not going ready to cut the legs all out from under officer. I won't in a crowd, but whether it was the commander or whatever, we'll walk and talk. That's my thing. We'll walk and talk, and
Mhm.
because you still got to have a level of respect, right? And I'm like,
Right.
hey, ma'am or sir, hey, man, you don't want to do this shit. And the ones that didn't take my, because we're advisors at this point, right? Right at the get rank, we're advisors, right? And then you watch them motherfuckers that didn't take the advice. Guess what? They throw them out the military. Them officers, they didn't listen. And the shit played out just the way I said it was going to play out, right? However, you officers like you, motherfucker walk by there and salute you, whatever,
Well,
bullshit.
you
Because
also
I still got to take this bastard on a deployment.
well
If
let
they
me let me
disrespecting you
tell you
stateside,
let me tell you how, and maybe the Navy's different. Dude, once I got my sea legs, dude, I was a terror. And you know what? I had the right E7s behind me.
yeah,
I had an ensign. I think it was a full lieutenant by that time, full O3 by the time. And you know what? We had a boot ensign who was a good kid. He didn't work for me. He worked for my 3-star who just retired. And for some reason, I don't know, this particular E7, blonde haired kid from Indiana, and he was kind of gosh darn golly, but dude was an actual, like, dude was smart, and he's just a boot ensign, and butter bar, whatever you call him. And
right.
I saw potential in this kid, and
Mm-hmm.
they just kept going. And he didn't work for me, but I was like the second most senior officer in the department. In some ways, I was doing shit that the chief engineer kind of didn't do, wouldn't do or didn't feel comfortable doing. Dude, I eat people for breakfast. Dude, you fuck with me, or the way I think this department should run.
Well,
So I walked into the Chiefs mess one day and told this E7 who was fucking with that ensign, Chief, let's do it this way. You know, I've asked you to stop doing what you're doing. Let's put it this way. When you fuck with Ensign Jacobson, you're fucking with Lieutenant Cross, and you don't want to do that. And I did it in front of all the E7s and E8s. It was in the Chiefs mess.
I'm glad you grew up.
I just fucking walked in there and said what I said. And you know what his response was? Well, sir, you can't come into the Chiefs mess and do all this. I looked at him. I looked at all his other chief and the E8s. The E9 wasn't in there because he'd had a problem with it. But the E8s and E9s, I'm like, Chief, I just did it and walked out. What the fuck are you going to do?
So my approach, if you would have done that to me, right, in front of all them people, I said, hey, sir, can we walk and talk? And then we would have went outside and we would have had a conversation. I ain't talking about fighting. I said,
well,
okay,
let me tell you,
what is your prescription?
Much like 12th Man, this could have all been avoided because I asked him nicely because he didn't work for me. He didn't work for me directly. Now, I could have gone. I had talked to his officer. I talked to him personally, like, look, you need to lay off. You're going too far. And he just kept doing it. So, you know what? He didn't heed the gentle, like, please. I said,
you
please.
was out of bounds, sir.
Yeah, of course I was.
Well, you got the result, hopefully.
Well, what I was hoping though, is that he would go to my boss or the captain or the XO or the E9.
He ain't gonna do nothing.
And maybe he did, and everyone was like, yeah, Lieutenant Cross is right. Dude, you honestly don't think I would have pulled a stunt like that if I didn't
They already had complaints about that jackass.
No, I don't do shit like that if I don't think
I said they
away
already
with it.
had complaints about him.
Yeah.
Them soldiers talk. Trust me. I've been the deputy program manager, military eco operative. Man, I'm telling you, a lot of shit you officers don't even know. Then a mother come in there and they'll talk, right? So the deck was stacked against us. Don't you as an officer, didn't you have open door policy? Did you have open door policy when you was in the military?
Oh, this is like 1993.
I said,
yeah, there were open door policies.
I'm talking about you. If open door policy for the people that you was
Well, let me tell you the type of officer I was. I was always down in the spaces. I tried to avoid, like, you'd have to write, the evaluations and all that stuff. Dude, no, I was usually, because there is a little engineer. Dude, I was always in the spaces talking to my guys. The chief is there, like, dude, I loved my people. Now, the caveat was, no one's gonna fuck with you. Like, I'm your boss. All you need to do is tell them, go talk to Mr. Cross. Don't let these people come to you and yell or mistreat you. Just tell them you need to go talk to Mr. Cross. And you know what?
Hey, sir.
Now,
hold on.
I also told them, now you better be right.
Hey, sir. I'm just simply asking you, right? That did you have an open door policy? I don't give a damn when you walked around the ship or whatever.
I guess I did.
Yeah, because you may not have it, but
I need you to take a deep breath. I was never behind a door. I was always out
I
there. There was
understand
no
that.
door. I
Watch
guess I
this.
did, but there was no door to be
It's
open.
not
It
even.
was
I'm not talking about literally a door
I
that people
know
could
you
approach
want
you.
the bureaucratic.
No, not necessarily a door. When they say open door policy, that when a soldier sees you, in your case, a sailor sees you, and you start talking to him, that's
Mhm,
the open door. It's not just
mhm.
necessary behind an office or whatever door. Because that regulation been around for many years, even when you was in.
Okay,
Right.
I know what the regulation is, but I was always out in their spaces.
Right. But it's still
I might be helping them fix a pump.
you you may watch this because you use your wisdom, your knowledge to have a conversation, right? But that's
Right.
still what when they say open door, that means that you got a right to speak freely to whoever the leader is, right?
Mhm.
That's what that
Well, how
really
freely?
translates to.
Well, they should always talk to the E7 first.
Yeah,
There is a
well, that
there
that
is a
that's what
chain
a leader
there
does.
is a chain of command.
But
'Cause
listen,
I'm gonna
that's
ask, have you talked to the chief?
watch this. That's what I'm saying. When they
Right.
tell you that my problem is with the senior chief, and I've
Oh.
talked to him several times,
Mhm. Well, let me
and
ask you
then
a question.
now I'm coming to you.
Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Has the senior chief warned me that, "Oh, shit, I've talked to this kid several times. He's gonna be coming to you?"
That motherfucker ain't gonna never tell you no bullshit like that. Come on, man. I mean, trust me. Watch this. I mean, not
Hold on.
never. Not
Hold on.
use never.
Is there an open door policy between the E7 and the O3 or O4?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because
But most people don't
where the
come
open
forward.
doors start. The open doors start with the leadership. I need
Right.
to know. I
But
need to
watch this.
know. I need to know what's going to happen. I need to know what
But
you thought. I need to know what you
watch
told
this.
them.
Watch this.
No,
I
what I need you to watch is was I warned?
Hey Stanley, they don't warn you. You know when I was
Wait,
a
hold it. Who
deputy,
doesn't warn me?
military,
The
equal
E7.
opportunity
Wait, hold it. The
advisor, them
E7,
jokers
the
never
E7,
tell anybody anything. And
the
then because I
E7,
can't talk
the
to the other
E7,
person,
the
then the
E7.
officer, when I call the commander or whatever the supervisors, is new news to them. I'm telling you, I've done that in the military on
Have
both
you ever
sides, right?
existed? Have you
They don't
ever
come, they don't warn y'all, man. And
existed in a situation with a boss who
they,
doesn't like surprises?
oh yes, they say what?
Okay.
Okay, because my job is right. So when I was in that position, right, the soldier comes in, right, and they come in, they want to give their statements or whatever, right? So my thing is, I like mitigation, right? And start there before we start putting claims on people, and then we can put, put mediation involved, right? However, when I talk to that goddamn officer, because that's who I got to talk to, and that motherfucker said, "What?" And then now the officer has the opportunity to talk to the other jackass and spin their stories however they want to. It doesn't matter to me, right? At this point, I'm trying to keep it where it's not official claim, right?
Mhm.
And then the officer say, "This is what I'm gonna do." The smart officers say, "This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna mitigate this. I'm gonna move this person from here. I'm gonna give this person remedial training or whatever." Right? That's the best case scenario. But the officer that tried to cover down for the jackass, hey man, their careers was done and it was over with. You gotta understand, I'm doing this at a level where it's a 2-star general sitting at the top of this shit. Well, at that time, I think it was like a 3-star general. But I'm telling you, they don't never tell y'all the truth. And that's what I'm saying. Because I got a chance to see it from the inside of it, right? It's just but that's a great term, your process, because the people that still serving that I know, I'm gonna tell them, do what you was doing. You said, I'm talking to my damn sailors, and in my case, talking to the soldiers, how's everything going, and listen to them.
No, I wasn't. I wasn't
That was perfect.
necessarily
That
asking,
was perfect.
though. Every now and again, I might just say, "Hey, did you know, Chief?" No, sir, I didn't know, dude. I'm not. I'm not sitting in my stateroom sipping coffee. I'm out with the people. And by the way,
You
I'm
did it
not.
right. You
I'm
did it
not.
correctly.
I'm
When you
not
were
this.
talking about, when you told me about the ship, when y'all had the issue, you were down there in your overall, and all that,
Oh
and
no, 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 no. No, I was in my nice little. Now, luckily, they were working khakis, dude. The chief's like, "So
I
you don't
mean,
really need to be down here," and I'm like, "Well, you." I said, "Chief, come on, they're my people. Where they are, I should be." And about 5 minutes later, he looks at me and goes, "You still feel that way?" Now I'm like, "Chief, you were right." But dude, it was funny as fuck. Dude, it's not
no,
like, dude,
you handled it correctly. You
I
handled it
love,
correctly because
and I'll tell you something else. You think I'm a troll now? I've always been.
yeah,
Did I tell you the
you,
story? We're going through the engineering inspection, and I walk up because, dude, I used to wear these coveralls, and I wouldn't wear rank or anything. And everyone knew on the ship knew who I was, so I never thought it was that necessary. So I walk up to this fucking E7 berating one of my E4s. So I walked up to that chief and I go, "Well, chief, what's the problem?" So I looked at the chief and said, "You know what? This will be corrected, but you need to stand down. We'll fix it. Go do something else." And I walked off. I didn't really even think about it. So that dude, because I guess I looked young, he went to my boss and he's like, "Well, who was that black guy?" And described me. And my boss just he told me about it afterwards. He's like, "Stan, you gotta stop doing that." Dude, I was almost like incognito. Dude, I just went up to this white chief and just went, "Dude, you might wanna you might not want to yell." But you know, my E4 could have just said, "Oh, hey, Lieutenant Cross." No, he just stood there and watched me bless out this chief. And it wasn't bad, but dude, you might want to not yell. It'll be fixed. We'll make sure of it. And then walked off. Dude, so much waste. But dude, I'm like the ultimate troll. You don't know the thrill when my bosses used to let me get away with all kinds of shit. He should have said, "Well, Stanley, stop doing that." He did say, "Well, maybe you ought to wear some rank insignia." He thought you were like some like E1 or something. He had no clue you were an officer. And I was kind of like, "Well, cool." He didn't need to know. All he needed to know is the shit would be fixed. I know you don't find that funny, but I find it hilarious. Dude, stop fucking just pulling your rank like that at some kid who doesn't know you.
no, you're correct because if they treating them like that, How would you ever know? You
Oh,
walk in your
fuck.
rank, everybody stands to, and everybody do the right thing.
Well, here's the deal, Stan. This dude, he's an E7 on a major inspection team. He does have power, but he just didn't. I don't know. Like I told my folks, motherfucker, no one yells at you but me. I will yell at you, but dude, no one else can. I was vehement about that. You work for me, period. And I don't give a fuck. You know what? The captain would never have done something like that. And the captain is the captain. He can do what the fuck he wants. But honestly, even my bosses and the captain and the XO, dude, he'll take care of it. You don't have to be an asshole. In this little E4 in the middle of an inspection, and it was at night. It's like 9 o'clock at night. Kid is tired, wanting to be with his new wife. And there's a story behind that. Dude, you don't yell at a goddamn kid who's been 9 o'clock at night trying to fix something for a fucking inspection and you're yelling? Dude, no. There's some things you don't do. Even in the Navy, there's some things that are uncalled for. We're tied to the pier. We're not fighting a fucking war. It's like, what are you doing? The bullets aren't whizzing past. So anyway, I'm
Yeah, I
on my.
agree with you. I agree with you. Your approach, it was right approach. I mean, I don't give a damn how much rank even come out of the ranks, right? And I'm gonna let you go and all this stuff is that sitting in the meeting, right? And
Mhm.
it was a colonel, full bird colonel, right? And so it had to be a brigade meet, right? Many years ago. And everybody said, not everybody, but this guy said when we was coming up the rank, well, when we get ranked, we're gonna make sure we don't mistreat soldiers and all that shit. And then when we get in the damn meeting, I'm talking about all the stuff the soldiers need and all this other shit. He said, why you care about them? I said, oh shit. And the damn commander,
Wait, what?
who
Why do
he
you
said,
care
why you care about them?
about?
I'm like, wait a
Wow.
minute. You saw how I gave you the backdrop, right? That we came up the ranks and we said we're not gonna mistreat soldiers. Like
Mm-hmm.
some of us have been mistreated. No problem. And then I'm in the meeting and I'm telling about, well, the commander asks, what do y'all need to get the mission? Whatever, whatever. I ain't gonna bore you with all the details.
Oh, fuck,
And that
give me
motherfucker
detail.
said,
Damn it, dude.
that
I
son
don't
of a bitch,
hear
it,
detail.
that son of a bitch said, why you care about them? And I looked at the commander. Commander looked at that dumb motherfucker. He said, hey, because all the motherfuckers always coming by my first name, right? And they say Stan, right? But, however, just officers, y'all always call each other by y'all first name. And I've been in meetings where y'all
Right.
kill
Well,
everybody and
no,
y'all cuss
dude.
everybody out.
Hey, they'll shoot. Yeah, if they're calling you by your first name, you're in the
Oh,
club.
man, hey, man, I was already there because the motherfucker that's there, I mentored that motherfucker and others, right? But I'm like, what? The reason, I went through some challenges because I cared about the soldiers, stagnated some things, but it couldn't stop it and couldn't block it, right? However, and I tore his ass up. I said, I tell you what, right? When I told him, I said, I tell you what, buddy. he started stuttering. That's not what I'm saying. And I'm like, hey, man. I said, well, we can have this conversation outside. You know that bastard wouldn't go outside because he know I already knew what was going to happen if we walked his dumb ass outside. We made a pact years ago that we're going to make sure the soldiers are taken care of because we didn't like the mistreatment. Now we're in a position that we can make decisions. We talking to the goddamn commander, and you said to her, why you care about them? I said, boy, you missed me with that bullshit. I was on his ass like a heat-seeking missile.
Were y'all equal rank or?
Yeah. Both of us got the same rank.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and I'm sitting in there, but I was the dominant motherfucker because I've been to it. All the motherfuckers that was in there, it didn't matter to me. It's like, man, we made it up the ranks, and you forgot. I said, hey, man, you're a liar. You're a fraud. Because the commander gave me, I said, sir, permission to speak free. Say, sure, absolutely, because the commander even sat up in his damn chair. All you care about them, boy. And he's like, hey, Stan, you got it. Man, I tore his ass up. I said, so I'm telling you this. And then I went back to the commander because I want to get back to business. We need this, and that. Hey, Stan, you got it. Because when you get on those meetings, you got S1, S2, S3, you got everything, S4, and all that shit in the meeting. He said, make it happen. Do what Stan said. And I told little buddy, I said, man, you want to continue this conversation? We can go outside and we can finish the conversation. That son of a bitch knew what that meant. Because I kept people off in his ass. And I helped him make that rank. And I'm like, now we all get amnesia? I'm like, hey, bro, no problem. But long story short story long, and the soldiers got everything they needed, right? Because the brigade commander, man, you know what commanders, they got the power to pen, just like officers, right? Not just like, but their authority, whatever. They ain't got to take nothing up a chain and get approval. And say, okay, yeah. If Stan say this what we need to do and all that, do it.
Well,
and,
let me tell you something. At some point, even in like some weird peacetime mission, or it could be some training mission, dude, you get in extremis, even in training. Sometimes you take care of these men because you're going to have to abuse them at some point, potentially. You're going to have to, there's an old movie, 12 O'Clock High, I think it is. It's an old Gregory Peck movie, a World War II movie, bombers, really nothing to do with either of our services, but dude, there will be possibly a time when you're going to have to ask them to give more than they have. They're going to have to dig deep. You give them what they need, and you make sure they know that you gave them what they needed, because you might have to ask them to dig deep in the middle of the quote shit. Dude, you take care of your people, because they're going to take care of you if you're not an asshole. Now you got to be strict.
My people always took care of me. And as I took care of them, right? And they can say what they want to say, but he's fair across the board and he take care of it. Because we got this thing in the Army, and and I don't know what y'all, I'm pretty sure y'all got a version of it.
We drown them.
But no, but what I'm saying, you got to embrace the suck, right? That sometimes it's gonna suck, right? It's hot outside. You got these vests on and what. Sometimes you gotta embrace the suck, right? But to see that dumb son, excuse me, that dumb guy sitting across from me, we made a pact years ago. I held up my end, and this bastard sitting over here. Why you care about them? Ain't shit. All right. I said, man,
Well,
hey, and that, hey, but the commander signed off on, and the soldier was good and whatever. I mean, I
hey,
never got in trouble for taking care of the good of the group. I never have.
you get to make a command decision. 12th man wants to come back. I assume it's to apologize to you abjectly. So
Yeah,
you
he
get
can
to say
come
yes.
back, man. I have no issue with
No,
12.
no, no, no. Because honestly, I'm kind of ready to shut this down. But
Okay, salute,
well,
salute to you, brother. Thank you
well,
for allowing me to come on your panel.
12th man, little too late. See you
Eh,
tomorrow.
Hey,
I
Stan,
hey, Stan is out of here. He
hey,
is oh, he just left. But you know what? Actually, I do need to go. And quite frankly, as a treat, I'm gonna put this link in the back because I didn't get around to reviewing this show.
okay.
Maybe I'll do it tomorrow. But
I'll be
because
here.
this was dude, this show with Ryan Bardwell, CM, and It's My
Wow.
Time. He's a 63-year-old. She's really good looking, but not that good looking.
Hey,
They trashed the fuck out of me. And
hey,
the funny thing is, eh, I don't think I deserved it quite the way they did it because
hey,
I don't, I don't tend to throw the first punch. You know how it is. Hey, I'm not going to throw the first punch, but if you throw a punch, I'm going to put you on the floor and then I'll call the ambulance because
absolutely.
I know you throw the first punch, I'm going to put you down. I'm going to make sure you don't throw a second punch. These people don't understand that scorched earth shit. You can talk shit. My shit is more, dude, I'm just going to make sure you don't return fire. And I've always, dude, but I beg you, don't throw the first punch.
Hey, Stanley, sir, naval officer, and all that stuff, man. Thank you for allowing me to be on your panel. But
You allowing
I
me,
got the utmost respect for you, and
I have the utmost respect for you.
man,
I
I don't care about them naysayers, man, because they don't
deserve,
even have a clue.
deserve. You are the panel when you come up here.
Yeah, but so I'm like, I don't even know what the topic was, but when I
You
came
know
in,
what?
it was about something else.
After once you come up here, you and I are the topic. Just trading old war stories. Actually,
Yeah,
that's
man.
that's how a Saturday show should be. We are
Yeah,
the
because
topic. Dude,
because to
we are
me,
the elders.
yeah, but to me, it's like sharing common things, right?
Right.
Because we chew the same dirt, right? And that's what we say in the army. But you was in the seas, right? And man, when y'all were launching that shit over there and tearing up shit, or the fast moving the Air Force or whatever, I'm telling you, it's just like, thank you for allowing me to have a platform that we can talk about
Hey,
certain
hold it.
things about
Dude,
military related.
come by joint service. Dude, we know, and it's so funny. Back in the day, joint was like a new thing. Like honestly, back in the early 90s, it was actually a new thing. If you could, a naval officer go to the Army War College or vice versa, they were just getting into that. And what it actually kind of worked out. I told you about my cousin, dude. You know what? You're an aviator, but to make your O6, we need you to, I don't know, do something joint. And I would have done it, dude. O6, had I stayed in, if I get out as an O5 or have the choice to go to Afghanistan, fuck, if I have to fucking lead a brigade. Now, I'm a little more confident because I was in Army ROTC and, didn't complete it, but I know how the Army works, at least rudimentarily. I can, dude, I will lead from the front. Dude, I don't know. It was something competitive. And I did not tell my cousin this. But had I been him, I'd have gone to Afghanistan just to see if
Hey,
I could survive it, just to see if I could do it.
hey, Stanley. I'll leave it with this one, right? So what end up happening, right? I tell people to visit the VA hospital, right? And go
Oh,
visit the nursing
been,
home.
I've been a patient.
Yeah, I'm telling them go visit that motherfucker. The people that got it wrong. But the difference in the VA hospital, their service pays their bills. Go to the nursing home. I'm like, okay, I listen to a dumbass, right? I ain't say his name on your panel, but they call him
I
J
don't know.
Piss.
I know,
They call
but
him
I
J
remember.
Piss.
I
And I'm
remember.
telling you that this motherfucker said, we the same. I'm like, boy, I mean, I'm telling you, you can Google it for yourself. Anybody that's listening, Google. You know what they get at the damn funeral? Them jokers sitting up there throwing bandanas and pouring drinks and twerking on your casket. Guess what? They don't even put money towards it. Man, I get an honorable burial, right? And so will you, right? When we gone. I'm like,
Oh, my
we
wife's
the same.
already buried uh, at a national cemetery. Uh, but it is what it is. But I
Yeah.
will tell you this about the VA hospital. Now,
Mm-hmm.
no one ever loves being in a hospital and all that stuff. But
Mm-hmm.
the doctors, the service, if you have to like a hospital, dude, I got to joke with my doctors. They're I Let me tell you a story. My son might have been, for some reason or another, he went to the VA hospital. Um, it was some dumb test I had to take, and VA hospital in Martinsburg, West Virginia. So, my son, maybe second, third, maybe fourth grade, he's a big kid for his age. So, I'm sitting out in the waiting room with some of these old Vietnam vets. We get to talk of baseball. And my son is tall, but kind of stocky. I'm like, well, you know what? He looks like a catcher. He was a big kid. And now we get to talking about baseball. And my little son gets to hang out with some of these old guys talking. Dude, sometimes what I thought was like this young child getting to see some of these old, veterans, but dude, it was joyous. There's a young kid there, and they're a little performative, and dude, veterans are wonderful. We know what's at stake. Sometimes we've almost been the stake. I've always loved going to like my son around these guys. Dude, they are so like I don't know, they're good with kids. They're good with people, the doctors, the nurses, everyone. I'm not going to say it's joyous for being in a hospital, but this reputation that some of these VA hospitals get, and I've been lucky, Martinsburg and Atlanta, but other than the wait times for certain types of services, nah. Veterans got jokes. we, we'll figure out the entertainment, while we wait. So dude, I want my son to be a naval officer. I would. He could have gotten into the academy. I had the connections. I had some Georgia Tech guys who were on my second ship. They were top notch and smart. My son would make a great naval officer. Um, but we'll see. There's still time, but not much. But we need to do that show. You, me, and MOT, who I just saw on the Honest Dude. The military is awesome if you have the discipline and, you know, you get some good senior enlisted, good black officers. I got stories, dude. In the Navy at the time, I dated a senior chief, female senior chief who had somehow or another, she had screwed up her Navy ROTC. So she wound up being in the Navy, and she was about 5 years older than I was. And she made senior chief while we were dating. Now, I was in Norfolk and she was in Charlottesville at an ROTC unit. But dude, she was a brick house. I kind of effed that one up, but in the Navy, there's so few senior enlisted, so few officers. Now, again, we're talking early 90s, probably changed by now, but there were, somehow or another, some things went under the wire. And, you'd have warrant officers married to senior chiefs. It just, somehow or another. That senior enlisted junior officer, it was a whole network in the Navy at the time. So anyway, I have wandered off into Never Never Land. Folks. The Ryan Bardwell's Slave is a live going on. That's Seymour. I'm not going to bother dropping his link because he is. I'll go over there, probably fuck with him, just mock a little bit in the chat. But I have unfinished business with the Bardwell plantation, and revenge is best served cold.
Say it again.
Yeah, I am kind of tired. I'm losing my steam. As far as hey, I'm gonna go over there and be all trolly and all this stuff, dude. It's 11:37 here in old man time. I got a book to read. You know what? Being mean on YouTube is losing interest. All right. Well, I'm going to sign off. Stan as usual. And dude, I will get in contact with you because I would love, dude, how hearing these people like John Galt and some of these assholes just go, oh, well, the military, you're fighting for Uncle Sam. Dude, they just don't know. They don't know the history or they're just, there are reasons a John Galt might say that, but he's not the norm. And the problem with that is you get the 12th man, you get the Ryan Bardwell, they glom on to people, these white trash people, they glom on to a John Galt, and he's their authority about Black culture. And they will send him money. Yeah, John Galt knows the truth. He's telling them their truth. He's not telling them the truth. And it is just so disgusting to see some of this shit. Well, Stan, you're back. And by the way, I've gone on way too long, so I understand that part too. Stan, you there? All right. Well, I am going to sign off, folks. I had a whale of a time. Let's see. What have we here? So, I'm thinking about doing a show tomorrow because it will be reviewing, might even review, well, it'll be CM's horrible show with It's My Time and Ryan and CM. Dude, they just trashed the fuck out of me. As a matter of fact, I would love, I'm literally called a PDF file by name. I'm thinking of striking that. That's a little bit much. And it didn't get retracted. I told CM to take that shit down. He's not done it. So there might have to be retribution. And you know what? People don't strike channels. But dude, I take that seriously. However, there's a little bit of Ryan Bardwell gone wild with jealousy and Mike 123. Maybe we'll just do a double feature tomorrow. So we'll see. So Stan, salute to you, a real American hero. People like a Palomino pony boy talk shit, but can't back it up. You're back again. Is it me or am I not hearing you? Anyway, let me sign off this, and I will see everyone possibly tomorrow, definitely Monday.
Yeah.
With all that we have given them, we should own perhaps at least one half of this asset. The revenues generated because of
Like philosopher.
And it's not it, just take out the Obama race part. Why the fuck is the president of the United States hosting cartoons?
Stanley walked tall with a paperback brain. Quotes
well, I don't know what it was, but the thing is that if you ever go and you kind of read these people's biographies,
fear in his shoes, library brave.
Whew, the MAGA blacks, you get a bunch of MAGA blacks. That's what you get out of it, President. You get MAGA blacks who will put. They will. I'm a drunk old man with a head shaped like a shroom. And then the other thing we forgotten is brevity. That's the main lesson I learned today, and I know